Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategashira, but all my friends call me Kat, and you can too. Today, we are doing Umineko, just like we always fucking do on Thursdays.
Yep, we're back.
Alright, let me pull down the screen. There we go. Alright, so how you been? It's been over like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, since we streamed last.
Yeah, because we didn't do last Thursday or Monday.
Yeah. And Nate was sick on Tuesday too, so like I haven't streamed since Monday either.
Alright.
Or rather Tuesday anyway, because he was here for that last Tuesday, but not this one.
I've been doing okay. Not too much to report. Got to go see some family.
Yeah, I'm actually like super fucking salty about the last 2 weeks. Nothing to do with you or anything, but the last 2 weeks, like I had some really good momentum at the beginning of the last week with my art and everything, and then like my body just decided, nah, fuck this, and stopped 2 days in. I was like, no, please, please let me work, please. I'm dying here. I haven't even been able to finish the line art for anything in the past 2 weeks, and it's upsetting.
Oh no. Yeah, I know that feeling a little too well.
I managed to finish like 2 sketches and get like most of the way through the line art on one thing, and then some of the way through the line art on another thing, and then like that's it. That's all I've got done, and it's deeply upsetting. It hurts me deep in my soul.
Yeah, I can definitely understand why that would hurt.
Oh, I don't know if you know this, but Steamo has been playing Remnant from the Ashes lately.
Yes.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, because Steamo was asking, hey, is it worth it? And I'm like, yeah, it sounded pretty good, and I've seen Kat play.
Yeah, the first game is like one of my favorites, and then the second game came out and like added so much more variety to literally everything. It's like, oh yeah, get me. I'm ready.
Yeah, like it's just an excellent sequel.
Hello, Bedwords. Welcome on in.
Oh yeah, welcome in.
The only thing that I really dislike about like Remnant 2 is the fact that I can't upgrade my fucking armor anymore.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair, because then you have to decide between style and function.
Yeah, I mean, like in the first Remnant game, like upgrading your armor was like one of those strictly necessary things if you want to play normally and not as a challenge run. So, like, I can understand like why people might not like that part, but like the way I like it is in like Dark Souls 1 and 2, where like it's just generally helpful to do so, but you don't really need to. That's what I like. It's like it gives you the opportunity to wear some like slick fucking gear that you get like in the first 2 hours of the game that you really like the look of, but has absolute shit stats. Which is what I do. So I like wearing the in the first game at least I like wearing the black leather set, but it has garbage stats.
Yeah.
So.
Really, basically, I think every RPG at least should just allow you to have a cosmetic slot or something.
Yeah, the first Remnant game eventually came out with a DLC where you got like skins for each set of armor, like different skins for each armor. And I'm hoping they'll do the same thing in Remnant 2, once in either the second or third DLC that's coming out. Which, like, the fact that they did this is why I thought the corrupted weapons that you can get in the second game were just skins, right? Because they did do this already. But no, the corrupted weapons in the second game actually are straight up different weapons. They have different mods and different firing modes.
Yep.
So it's like, fuck. I should have been keeping all those corrupted crystals. Son of a bitch.
So, yeah, last time we found out how Beatrice died, apparently for the second time.
Just fucking slipped and fell like an idiot.
Yep.
Which, like, mood, I've done that before.
Yeah.
Just not quite so bad.
Yeah. Granted,
at least I've never like cracked my skull on like, a 10-meter drop,
Yeah, I mean, first off that. Second off, like, it's not like you're hanging out on cliffs in a long-ass dress.
It's true. I did used to wear a trench coat all the time, though, and I would occasionally get caught up on that. But that's because, like, I wore trench coats that were, like, down to the ankle length, you know, not, like, mid-thigh length like a lot of trench coats are now.
Right.
I straight up fucking wore dusters and shit, so. Which I still would if I had any, but, like, I don't anymore. And they're expensive, so.
Yep.
I do like me a very long coat, alright?
Yeah, I mean, they look good.
Bit of a pain in the ass to sit down in, though.
And then
Side note, it is fucking 29 degrees Celsius here today, and I am dying.
Oh, geez, yeah.
This is my upper limit, is 29 or so. Let's see, for people who like the freedom units, let me convert that real quick. That is 84 degrees Fahrenheit. So, and you might say, but Kat, you live in a desert. How can you do that while also having an upper limit of like 30 degrees lower than what you live in? I don't. It sucks. I hate it. I want out.
Yeah.
It's awful here.
Alright, so. And then you changed
Fucking
into
like-
gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what she's saying. But also, like, fucking, it was like 9% humidity here the other day, and everything felt like sandpaper. Everything.
Oh, jeez.
That is correct.
そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を撮るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が魔力的には楽なのだ。
I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to maintain or to keep my form as gold butterflies.
Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest.
That's
I-
not too much.
I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh.
Sorry, just adjusting the Discord stream volume.
Yeah, no, totally understandable. And everything should be fine because I'm checking all of the audio levels.
Yep, like everything's fine on like OBS, but I could barely hear the character speaking, so I needed to up it a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, I figured. I just meant like not to have a repeat of last time where for some reason the game audio didn't go through on my end.
Mm-hmm. So, like the title of my stream is very accurate. It is very windy today, so we might have a couple of interruptions to the stream with my internet getting like kicked in the dick for like 3 minutes. But it'll be fine.
蝶に姿を変え、森に紛れたわらわを探し出すことなど、もはや金蔵には不可能なこと。
When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me.
だが、金蔵も指を加えているわけではなかった。
However, Kinzo was not dismayed.
しかし、わらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はできぬ。
Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me.
そのため、まずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法。
So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island.
そして、わらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう、即座に手を打ったのだ。
And to keep me from regaining my power.
やれやれ。とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら、想像を絶する。
At any rate, shit. Give me like a minute here. I'm gonna like cough up a lung real quick to clear this crap out of my throat.
All right.
All right, I think I'm good now. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable.
あれに惚れられるのもなかなかに辛いものだぞ。
It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that.
Also, we are doing fantastically on not having dropped frames. So, yeah, we've
Well, that's
definitely found the solution.
Good, good, good.
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法
Found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies.
なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張っとってのか
What did
More or less.
what did he put a bug net around the entire forest?
うん。それを魔法的に行ったのだ。
Indeed, magical one.
そなたは知っておるか
Didn't you know?
船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、そこに小さな東洋魔術の祠があることを。
On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. This is completely unrelated to the Bayota over here, but I have been thinking about making a butterfly-themed character lately.
Ooh.
Because they have like a... There's a couple of ideas in my brain, like poisonous butterflies and like carnivorous butterflies, but I'm not sure yet. I don't know what that. But it's definitely not going to be like super happy fun times butterflies. I'll tell you that fucking much. But of course, it's me. Of course, it's not going to be super happy fun times butterflies.
Of course not.
That's just not how I do.
ああ、あれか。今年はなくなってたけどな。
Ah, that. It's gone by this year, though.
昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ
It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right?
六軒島は元来、歪みのある島でございます。
From the very beginning, Rokenjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion.
魔力的な存在や、それに類した存在を引きつけます。
It traps things of magical power and other related creatures. Amber, get in that box.
お嬢様も、そ
He's
の
tearing
うち
the
のお
fucking
一人
cardboard
でご
box
ざいましょ
outside
う
the garden.
ね。
My lady herself is one of them.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか
How about some more tea?
いただこうぞ。それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。
Please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake.
それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。
That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them.
長い時間を経て、その力は失われておった。
A long time passed and that power was lost.
金蔵はそれを修復することで、島の結界を蘇らせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier, once again bound me to the island. It's like another thing I've been thinking about lately is like purity seals and paper talismans and shit like that. I don't know what I want to use with that, but like it's in my brain and it's been there for like 6 months. I can't get it out.
西洋魔女のお前に東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ
Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Or no, why am I reading it? You should be reading it. What the fuck?
Yep. Hey, some payback, I suppose.
I guess, yeah.
本来は相性が悪い。
Normally the affinity would be poor.
しかしわらわを封じたいという目的においては、ある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
I can see that. How, like, because she doesn't know Eastern magic, she couldn't, like, find loopholes in it.
Yeah, like, basically, she doesn't have the lockpicks necessary for this lock.
Hmm. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way.
わらわも西洋魔術であれば心得がある。
You know, she's literally about to say that. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge.
どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろ
For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken.
う。しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。
But Eastern magic is outside of my area of expertise.
わらわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく箸を与えられたようなものだ。
This is not like a knock on Japanese or anything, but damn, the pronunciation of spoon in Japanese just like annoys the shit out of me. Like there's so much emphasis on the middle, not syllable because it's only one syllable, but like the middle sound. Oh, like it's just dragged out so much and it just bothers me.
Yeah.
It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink.
Fair. Which makes me wonder if Burn Castell would actually be a bit of a problem for her. Assuming that her, magic has to do with her being a shrine maiden.
I would assume it would because, like, shrine maidens literally learn Japanese magic. Like, Christian priests don't so much learn Christian magic anymore, but, like, that was very common for a long time. And in Japan, like, the priests of, like, Shinto shrines still learn Shinto magic. It may not be, like, what the fuck is the... Onmyoto. It may not be, like, full-on Onmyoto, but, like, it's still, Shinto magic.
Right.
In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Check.
ただでさえ千日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間を。
Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength.
さらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
She would have to wait many, many more. 1,000 days is not very fucking long, even for a human,
約
right?
20年かけて魔力を取り戻し、今こうして蘇ったって言いたいのか？
Yeah, that's true. It's not very long. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you're revived, as we can all see?
辛く長い年月であった。
These were horribly long years.
わらわは黄金の蝶の姿のまま長く日々を送り、金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。
I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day.
どのように仕返しをしてやろうか。それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。
I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him.
わらわにとって幸運だったのは、その間の20年間。
That period of 20 years was fortunate for me.
金蔵がわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。
Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed.
人間に起こせる奇跡の数など たかが知れている。
There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about.
わらわをあれだけ長く捕らえていただけでも十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。
Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place.
そう何度も捕らえられてはたまらぬわ。
It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times.
じいさまが前のゲームだかで言ってたな。魔法は確率的奇跡に宿る。みたいなことをよ。
Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability.
金蔵はわらわを再び捕らえる秘術を探るうちにそこに行き着いたのだ。
Indeed, as Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that.
そして13人の生贄を捧げることでわらわを再び蘇らせる儀式をついに編み出したのだ。
Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again.
13人の生贄。
13 people as sacrifices.
それが魔女の碑文。
Thanks, Fernove. We know that already. Fuck's sake, dude. That is the witch's epitaph.
生贄の歌でございます。
A song of sacrifices.
第一の番に6人。
6 people on the first Twilight.
第二の番に2人。
2 people on the second.
そして、第4の番から第8の番にかけて5人。
And then 5 more people on the 4th through 8 Twilights. That should be 8, not 8.
合計13人の生贄を捧げる。禁じられた儀式。
Forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices.
その生
Question,
贄はランダムに
who forbid it?
儀式を執り行う
Because, like, forbidden doesn't just mean dark or anything. It means, like, it's been forbidden by someone. Who forbid it? Who has authority over witches to forbid this?
Fair enough.
Like, come on. Like, what's going on here? I know that, like, a lot of authors will just, like, call stuff forbidden arts or hidden arts or whatever like that just for funsies because it makes them sound more mysterious. But those words have meanings. Damn it. Who forbid it? Who hid this? Like, you can't call it a hidden art unless it's actually hidden comparative to the rest of, like, the same kind of work, right? Like,
Yeah.
Hidden magic is hidden in comparison to other magic. If all magic is hidden, then you can't call, like, a given magic hidden because, like, that implies that it's less well known even than other magics, right? Like, or forbidden versus not forbidden. Like, come on. You have to actually define these terms in your brain somewhere. These aren't just, like, fucking flowery words that you get to add on to stuff for fun. I mean, you could, but I'm gonna bitch about it the entire time. God damn it. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kizu himself, was no exception.
Yeah. Maybe the human sacrifice part is what's forbidden.
I mean, I would assume so, just because of, like, that's where morality and genre savviness goes. Is, like, obviously, killing stuff is wrong. So that's the forbidden part. But it's also, like, who forbid it, though? So when you're talking about forbidden magic in terms of, like, in, like, early fantasy, it was it was called forbidden because, like, a church or a government official went, no, you can't do that. And these people would actually have some authority over mages in their region, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, who is forbidding witches from killing people? Or at least, like, offering people as sacrifices for a ceremony. Like, who is forbidding mages from doing this in this setting?
True enough.
Obviously, fucking no one, because there isn't actually a council of witches or like mages that do anything here. Because they probably would have been mentioned by now if they were.
か野郎、この島で起こったあの凄惨な殺人が全部おかしな儀式だって言うのかよ。
Dumbass, are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? Yes.
Yeah.
Or at least that the ceremony provided excellent cover.
Yeah, it definitely has to do with the ceremony somehow. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you've got 3 loops. You know. Like, either the ceremony itself is doing it, or it provided excellent cover.
Battler, please.
I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, oh really, and accept it.
Why can't you, fucking nerd?
18人いる。13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。
There are 18 people on Rokenjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive. And then, of course, you kill the other 5 once you're awake.
そ
Because that's
し
just
て
what
わ
you
ら
do.
わはよみがえる。
Then I revive.
つまり、金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率は、だいたい3分の1と
It's like
いったところか。
Like a side note, 13 people to revive someone who has the kind of power that Beatrice has seems like way too little to me.
Yeah, I think part of it is it's a human with a finite lifespan doing the ritual itself. And they are offering themselves up as a possibility as well.
Yeah, it's just like, of course, like sacrifice has more value in old magic than something that's not really a sacrifice, right? Like that's very true, but it still seems like you can add 13 people together and they will not be able to do the same kinds of things that like Beatrice can do across their entire lives. It's not an equivalent exchange at all. Which, the way I said that makes it sound like I'm comparing it to like FMA alchemy, but I'm not. It's just that old magic works on this sort of like roughly equivalent exchange, right? Like you use something of value to get something of value in return, which is why the sacrifice is worth more than something that's not a sacrifice that you use during the ritual, right? Like, this is why like Jesus fucking let himself get crucified literally is because it would be this great sacrifice because he is God, or at least like part of God or what have you. So like sacrificing part of a deity is worth so much more than even tens of thousands of human lives or animal lives or whatever. And he did it willingly, so it's like this is a willing sacrifice by a deity. Of course that's worth a huge amount, which is why this is such like a big deal.
Yep. Though, if you want to look at it in another sense, it means 2/3 of the people who exist in this world, this cut off piece of the world, are dying.
That's true. But at the same time, it's like it's not actually isolated. It's like purely temporary, right?
Well, yeah, but he only wants it temporarily, so he can see her again and then she can go back to sleep.
True. True.
So we don't...
Although he could have like done this by just like not having the fucking shrine in the first place, and she would have woken up eventually anyhow.
True, but she would have, probably went, fucking see ya.
Deuces, bitches.
Yep.
Still, like, even 13 people, like, for a temporary measure like this, it doesn't seem like enough considering the power of Beatrice here.
That's
Could you
true.
imagine 13 people, 13 lives being sacrificed even willingly, all 13 of them, and not just one of them being done willingly? Weakening the seal on a god long enough for them to actually do anything?
That's true.
Because Beatrice may not literally be a god in the text of the story, but she is effectively a god. It's
Yeah,
one of those, right?
or
Like, is there a difference between effectively a god and literally a god?
yeah, or basically well, no, I would say a god, you're right. I was gonna say a
Because,
really
like-
powerful yokai, but no, she's got power over life and death.
Yeah, and really powerful yokai do too. Side note, because really powerful yokai are literally gods.
True, but, like, you know, usually it takes a little bit more effort. You know, you need to go down there and not look at your wife,
Yeah, I guess.
whereas she can just fucking infinite loop. Live, dead, live, dead.
It's true. And like, there's even like the second part of like godhood in a lot of the fiction is that gods need believers.
Yeah.
And Trichi needs believers too.
Yep. She needs
She
people to
is
believe in
effectively
her.
a god.
Yep.
It's like,
Yeah.
can you imagine 13 souls being used, even if like all of them were willing to weaken the seal on a god? Not me. To not just weaken the seal, but actually like temporarily revive the god too. It's just like, that's. I could see it if it was like 13 very powerful mages on their own because they have their own power. It's not just a normal human, but
Yeah. The only real limitation that makes me go, yeah, I can kind of see it, is the fact that she needs everyone to believe in her to completely revive, and she needs a good amount of people believing in her in any closed space to manifest properly.
I imagine once she's perfect, like properly revived, she does not have that limitation anymore. But
No, she does. That is just a witch thing.
Hmm.
At least as far as I know.
what's the point of reviving then? What does reviving get you if you still have all the same restrictions as when you were still dead?
Well, first off, she can pop the twig.
True.
Second off, she can probably do more travel like Burn Castell. You know, go see the world some.
I don't know that Bates Reach even fucking wants to, honestly. Like, go see the world. It's just sort of,
Well, at the very least, she wants to go eat food around the world.
Like, she doesn't want to be here, specifically.
Yeah,
Like,
she,
what is she going to do otherwise? I don't know.
but she's very food motivated. I'm sure she would, at the very least, like to go and eat food from different places.
Get out of here, cat. Lay down, you little nerd.
その確率に自らの命を
Stop
落
it.
とし、残りわずか
You
な
need to
寿
scroll
命
back
の
up because I
最後の
read
一
that last
瞬
line.
に
Oh,
We
わ
were,
らわ
we
と
were
の
busy
再
talking.
会を望んだのだ。
In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life.
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。
You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Yes.
Yeah.
Kinzo's awful. You should know this by now.
ふざけやがって。
Don't fuck with me.
いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
Don't say stuff like that, damn it. Buddy! Like, that's obvious. Like, you've been omniscient for 2 of these loops. You have to know this.
もとより契約の通りだ。 金蔵の生を終えるとき、貸し与えた黄金と、そして金蔵が生み出した財産のすべてを、わらわがもらい受けることになっておる。
Battler is really, really fucking bad at this.
Absolutely.
I know it's because he's like 17, 18 or whatever, but it's also like, please, man. I know like him slowly getting better at it is part of the point, but it's also like, please, man, show at least some level of competence. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all the assets he created would be given to me.
金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、今となってはこの1000年でも
You fucking pervert me. I'm trying to shove you off the cable you're laying on, you fucking cat. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life.
何しろ
Big
魔女
fucking
の
down.
天敵は大切よ。
Trauma does not fix boredom, girl.
Yeah?
After all, boredom is my natural enemy. Yeah, but also, trauma does not fix boredom. You're just gonna be bored and feel like shit. You get the double whammy.
Yeah,
That's what you've got going on here.
This sounds like Cope to me. She's just very much trying to find a silver lining in everything that happened to her.
それから逃れることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、なるほど、それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。
To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say I owe him for that. It's not several, Beatrice. It's not what that word means. You were gone for like 3 decades. That's not several. Please stop.
Please.
Fuck. So, like, this visual novel, Umineko, has very handily illustrated why I don't read translated novels. It's these issues with, like, the word choice of like, the translations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, translators are not writers, and they kind of have to be to, like, properly translate the book, right?
Right.
Because there's not going to be, like, one-to-one translations of everything, so you have to come up with a new way to say the same thing with the same feel in the target language. So you have to do both denotation and connotation, and translators just don't have that. They just, like,
yeah, they need
translation is a very difficult job. Just
yeah.
I'm not gonna, like, say translators are unskilled or don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like knowing 2 languages that are very different in some cases, like Japanese and English, is very difficult. But yeah, like it's one of those things where they need that skill, but they also need to be, like, very excellent editors at the very least.
Yeah. It's just like nowhere can I point to that makes this more obvious than the translator's use of the word several.
Yep.
Because every time they have used it, it's been like 3 or 4. And in some cases, not even like 3, right? Like with George and Shannon dating, like, Jessica said something about it being like several years ago, but it was literally like 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Once, like, the information actually came out. It's like, that's not what that word means. Like, I know in Japanese there's something just like they're saying something like, oh yeah, a couple of months, or, you know, a little bit ago, sort of thing. That's basically what they're saying. They're not saying literally several years. They're saying, like, more than 1 year ago, essentially. So, like, but, like, in English, there are, like, 5 different ways to say that, and each way indicates a different amount of time, or a different number, at least. Like, a couple, a few, several, and more than one. Yeah, it's like each of these means something different. More than one generally means, yes, it literally means anything that is 2 or more or 1.1 or more. But it's generally used to mean 1 to 2, maybe 2.5.
Yeah.
Right. And then a couple is 2, 2.5, maybe 3 sometimes if people like they're just like speaking casually, not actually thinking about how much it is. And then like a few is 3 to 4, maybe 5, and then several is a 5 to fucking 9. Even once you get there, you're starting to say like more like a dozen decades or whatever. And like this is important in English because it gives people the wrong impression. Like in that, I think it was like the second episode or the second stream we did this on, when like Jessica actually said several years ago they started dating, and like I just immediately turned around away from the camera, so I didn't, or not the camera, but away from my mic to avoid peeking the mic, and just went, George, she was 12, because that's what several means in English.
Yeah.
So it's like, please. This is why I don't read translated novels. And like, fan translation versus like a professional translation doesn't actually mean anything. And I know that very well because I read a lot of manga. I read both like professionally translated stuff and fan translated stuff. And most of the time, the fan translated stuff is better.
Yep.
Believe it or not. Also, I need another captioner link.
1 second. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, well, the fans are fans, so they remember details better.
That and like the quality of their work is generally better as well. Like I mean this literally, like the typesetting is better, the typography is better, the cleaning job is better, the redraw is better. Which
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what all those things mean, but like cleaning is when they're like cleaning up extraneous bubbles, right? Like speech bubbles that don't actually need to be there, because like, so this is one of the things that makes things difficult translating, is that in Japanese you can be speaking for like 30 seconds and say what you can say in English in some cases in like 5 words, and the opposite is also true.
Yep.
It just depends on like what you're trying to say individually. So like in a lot of Japanese work, you'll have a lot of extraneous bubbles, and then you'll also have places where the bubbles are too fucking small to fit everything that you need in English. So like cleaning and redrawing is like cleaning up these like the sound effects and the extra bubbles and so on and so forth, and then like redrawing what's supposed to be underneath it. So like, and like on a lot of professional stuff, this is done horrifically. Like it's just awful, and you can tell that it was done poorly. And then like on a lot of like fan translated stuff, it's done really, really well.
Yeah, it's one of those things that proves capitalism does not create the best work.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, if I don't know the language, how can I tell that this translation is accurate? Because I can't trust people to actually be doing it well. It's the same thing going on here. My immediate reaction to seeing the word several is like, okay, 5 to 7, somewhere in there, right? But what they actually mean is like a little bit, a couple, a few at most.
Yeah.
And that's not what that word means. So it's like, how? But I didn't realize that until we're like fucking 30 hours into this shit, because I don't know Japanese. And like in a fucking in a work where there isn't like an audio component, that like, you know, a voice acting audio component, even if I do speak the language, or at least I can mostly understand it when I'm hearing it, how the fuck do I know that what is being translated, like if the subtitles are correct, more or less, right? Like,
Right.
it's annoying.
Yeah.
It's really annoying. So people keep fucking like recommending me like Japanese light novels and stuff, and I'm looking at them like, are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. I can't trust that whatever I'm gonna read in that is actually what's going on. Because even when like you have like a really high profile thing, like say Elden Ring, where they have a huge fucking budget and the people involved are generally pretty fucking good at their jobs, you still have like dumb fucking instances where like the whole like Ronnie ending is given an entirely different feeling and connotation in English than it actually is in Japanese.
Yep.
Like in English, it sounds like she's just saying, fuck everyone, I'm gonna make this world really fucking awful. But in Japanese, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take all the gods and take them very far away from this world so they can't fuck with us anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's so much better.
Yeah, that is incredibly better.
Like, the Ronnie ending in Japanese is one of the best endings. In English, it's one of the worst. And this is the power of, like, proper translation. Oops, that's me.
そしてまず金蔵は後ろ宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。
Don't you start that, cat. No. Stop it. Don't do it. Get off the cable. Don't you clean my arm. I'm pushing you off the fucking cable. Damn it, cat. Fucking. Now I need another capture. Son of a bitch. Stop it. Get your claws out of my chair. Don't you fucking purr at me. I'm shoving you around. What's wrong with you, boy?
That boy ain't right.
There we go. Okay. Everything good again. Alright. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So to start, Kinzo returns the Ushiromiya family head's ring to me.
わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。
It was my goal to revive the family after all.
そして
Give me a second, I gotta get a fucking
13人の
like
生
cloth
贄
to
を
wipe
気
my
まぐれ
sweat
に
because
決
this
めるの
place
だ。
is fucking awful. I'm sweating and it sucks.
Alright.
No, fuck this. I'm gonna leave the curtain open a little bit, which is gonna lower my like audio quality, but I'm also gonna like be cooler because my air conditioner's on. No, I have my headphones on right now, by the way, so just give me a second. That's the part that sweat bunches like the sides of my head where the fucking headphones go. Which of course means my fucking headphones are gonna stink now. So that's just like what happens, I guess, and it fucking pisses me off. I don't like my headphones smelling. I like the headphones down too. And though some people may not believe me, it's still gonna get up to like fucking like 15 degrees Celsius hotter than it is right now as the year goes on, and it's gonna be awful. It's gonna suck. I'm gonna hate it.
Yeah.
It's fucking desert garbage. Let me live in a cloud forest. Which, like, you'd think that a cloud forest being like a tropical forest would be hotter than like the desert. No, absolutely not. That's not how that works. Weirdly enough,
Yeah.
I was doing a bunch of research on it like last night, and tropical forests tend to be around like 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's it. Like, so like about what it is right now here where I am at this exact moment. And like that's how hot it gets most of the time. And it's like, please, for the love of all the gods, let me live there instead of here.
Yeah. Granted, there is the issue of humidity, but
Oh yeah, of course. But that's why you don't go live in a tropical rainforest, right? You go live on like a tropical fucking beach or like in a cloud forest or something. Because a cloud forest is even cooler, actually. A cloud forest is like 70 degrees Fahrenheit about year round. You know, fluctuates between like 60 and 70 year round. Because believe it or not, cloud forests are a tropical forest, which is just very funny to me. Because they're always depicted as being like kind of chilly and like fucked and cold. I'm like, hold on. Let me have that then. Then 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices.
そしてその過程でお前たちが右往左往し、わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な
That
人間模様を見
tropical
せてくれる
forests in
ことは
general, not
わら
just
わにと
tropical
って非
rainforests,
常
but
に
tropical
愉快な
areas in
こと
general
だ。
have really fucking shit soil.
Really?
We wouldn't think so because like tropical areas have like the most biodiversity on the planet, like per fucking square whatever amount of area that you're thinking of. But this is because there's so much biodiversity, everything that gets put into the soil is sucked up like immediately. So, like the soil doesn't have a chance to actually like stock up on nutrients and fucking chemicals and shit like that. It just gets immediately like used by the plants and everything in the area, if the plants even make it to the fucking forest floor in the first place.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like there's a huge amount of like fungi and other, what are they called? Not desiccator, decayers. They're like a decay, like things that promote decay, right? Like fungi and fucking microbes and shit like that. And there's a huge amount of it in tropical areas as well, because of, again, the otherwise huge amount of biodiversity. So nothing actually gets to fucking stay in the soil for very long. It's even worse in rainforests because the amount of rain also washes the nutrients back out. Which is actually like really interesting. I did not know that. I would have expected them to have like really good soil, but when I was looking it up, and like fucking like some person with a doctorate in lands development and a master's in soil sciences was talking about this, and I was like, oh, okay, well, like I don't think there's a single fucking person on this planet that I would trust more than this guy.
Yeah,
on something like
exactly.
this. Let's see. While that happens, you all run about showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me and entertain me greatly.
わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
Yes, I have truly taken a liking to this game of Kinzos. Shut up, nerd.
魔法話は絶対信じねえぞ。
I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story.
じゃあお前は誰なんだ？
Then who are
お
you?
前は崖から転落して死んだんだろうが。
You fell off a cliff and died, right?
魂が抜け出して蝶になって森へ？
Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the
そ
forest?
んなのあるわけねえだろうが。
That isn't possible.
This is actually something that bothers me a lot about like depictions of like atheists and skeptics and stuff, because like most people who are like actually atheist or skeptical of like the supernatural in real life do not act like this. They're mostly like, yeah, I just haven't seen any proof of it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. They're not like actively anti-theist or anything like that. They're just like, I haven't seen a damn thing that would lead me to believe it. So,
Yep.
But like as soon as you showed them something like what's going on with Battler here, they'd be like, all right, cool. Yeah, magic's real. Sick. Can I learn?
Yeah.
だがお前はここにいる。誰だってんだ。
But you're here. Who are
お
you?
前こそが19人目じゃねえのかよ。
Aren't you the 19th person?
そうであるな。わらわこそが19人目であろうな。
That is true. I am the 19th person.
だがダメだぜ。
But it's useless, right?
全然ダメだ。
I love that she's using like what he constantly says.
Yeah.
Like back against him to mock him. Because like, buddy, you gotta stop saying the exact same thing every time you get mad. Please. But it's useless, right? It's all useless.
But it is incredibly amusing.
この六軒島に19人以上の人間は存在しない。
There are no more than 18 humans on this Rokenshima.
There you go.
Get fucked, Battler.
なんだってうわ
What did you say?
ってことは、18人プラス X の X は存在しないってのかよ。
So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist?
俺が取ったコマ X は存在しないってのかよ。
Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist?
Battler's in shambles right now, and he fucking deserves it.
Absolutely.
I get that I'm bullying a teenager right now, but damn it, he deserves it. That is what this means.
実にご愁傷様ですよ。
My condolences.
And of course, he fucking knew from the beginning.
Of course.
しかし、お嬢様は手がお早いですな。
Still, you do move fast, my lady.
もう少し泳がせて、最後にひっくり返すものとばかり思っておりました。
And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end.
さて、バトラス様。紅茶のおかわりはもう結構ですか？
Well then, Lord Battler, would some more tea be agreeable?
いらねえよチキショ
I don't need it, damn it.
俺は信じないぞ。
I don't believe it.
18人の中に犯人がいるわけね。
The culprit can't be one of the 18. Absolutely it can be. But, go off.
Well, not one of the 18 at least.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Gotta be more than that.
じゃあお前は何なんだよ。どうしてここにいるんだよ。
Then what are you and why are you here?
19人目が存在しないってんなら、お前は18人の誰かの変装だって言うのかよ。
If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise?
そなたにとってしぶしぶとではあっても
Castling. Okay, I thought she said Castellane. What the fuck is a Castellane? He's castling. That is, it's a chess thing. I don't know well enough to explain it for people that don't know chess. Just look it up because I'm kind of like dumb on the chess thing too because I haven't played chess in like 20 years. Perhaps you're castling. Not New York, Captioner. What the fuck? Where did New York come from out of that? At least the capture gives us like gems like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Just does some absolutely wild shit for no reason sometimes.
But yeah, basically with castling, it's a way to guard your king.
Mm-hmm.
It's a...
Right, I remember it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a...
Tell me if I get this wrong.
Yeah.
Once you get your king close to a rook, if you move your rook into the king, you swap positions. I believe that's what castling is.
Basically. Or basically the rook can move over like 3 spaces to kind of guard your king.
Yeah. It puts your king in the corner and the rook on the outside to like basically make a castle.
Yep, exactly.
18人の誰かを疑うことが最後の逃げ道キャスリングとなるであろうな
Though reluctantly, you were doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out.
しかしわらわはここからが難しいのだ
However, it will be difficult for me from here on out.
そなたはなりふりさえ捨てれば18人もの人間を自在に犯人に仕立て上げられる
If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely and made 18 people.
その18人の駒をくぐり抜け
Making you reach checkmates.
わらわを認めさせチェックメイトに至るのは
By evading those 18 pieces.
実に難しいことよ
Will be truly difficult.
そんなことするもんか。
As if I'd do that.
18人の誰も疑わない。
Won't suspect any of the 18. Yes, you will.
疑いたくない。
I don't want to suspect people, but by denying witches existing, you need to suspect a people.
Yeah, like some person.
またここに追い込まれちまったのか。
Have I really been cornered here again?
くしょう。ちくしょう、ちくしょう。
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
三度に及んだそなたとのゲームもいよいよ終盤戦のようではないか。
It looks like we're finally approaching the end in the third round of this game of ours.
もう逃げ場はないぞ。
You've nowhere to run anymore, right?
お前の大好きな18人を疑いたくないだろう。わらわがそれをかぶってやるぞ。
You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? I'm pretty sure, like, what she said there was any of the 18 people you love,
Mm-hmm.
rather than beloved people in the 18. But whatever. Were you trying to hide that from me?
なのになぜわらわを拒むのか。
Then why do you refuse me?
Because he's seen where that path leads. And it leads to his ass being naked.
Mm-hmm.
序盤は本のように。
Although,
終盤は魔術師のように。
if he didn't want to be naked during that, he should not have, like, said that he was going to do that.
Yeah.
そして終盤は機械のようにさせとな。
They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine.
これより詰めるぞ。
I'll corner you from here on.
ゆっくりじっくり確実にな。
Slowly, carefully, surely.
いや、それともそなたにふさわしく一気に畳みかけるのが良いのか。
Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more?
そなたにはそれが似合うだろう。
Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that.
すでにそなたの苦手とする攻め方も知り抜いておるわ。
I'm now fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weak against. Hey, Beto. You need therapy.
Yep. Also, just because I remembered, content warning.
Also hit us with Cappy's fucking information. Just like the fucking shill Cappy at the same time we're doing this content warning.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Cappy did the art that you're seeing on screen right now.
Yep.
Not the game art.
Yeah,
but the other art that you see.
Yeah, the art of all our avatars.
Yep.
And they
actually handled like making my avatar so well that I decided to change the design of my personal stuff that I do with my avatar. So originally I had my character, like my avatar, have that hair pulled back for the thing with Cappy because I didn't know which way they were going to orient it. So I couldn't say like, hey, yeah, have them face this way with blah, 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 blah. Because I hadn't seen much of the game yet, right? So I didn't know how Beatrice like was oriented.
Right.
So I figured like probably not like have the hair down because that'll make it very obvious which way the character is facing. And with the way that the character is facing now and the way that Beatrice faces in the game in this position, the character, like my avatar's face would be covered by the hair if I had the hair down. So, but they did so well with this avatar that I decided to actually change like how I draw the avatar in general and have the hair back all the time.
Yep.
It just
And
looks really nice and good. I like it a lot.
yeah, Cappy's been doing some art streams and also Stardew Valley.
Now we can begin.
Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on.
Somebody needs to just like stab this man in the fucking neck.
In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again.
時の刻みとは残酷なものよ。24を数えるために1日をかけてたどり着き、そして再び0に戻る。
Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, and then returns back to 0.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Certainly did count to 23:59.
Like, genuinely, what are you talking about, dude?
However, is it ever able to reach 2400?
たどり着けず、再びレイジに戻ったと考えれば、それはなんとも虚しいことよ。
Are you anthropomizing fucking math right now, Kinzo?
Yes. If you conclude that
What
it
the
returns
fuck
to
is
0
wrong
again
with you, dude?
without reaching 24, how futile it must all be.
Oh my god. Someone needs to throw a boot at this man and just boo him off stage.
Yeah,
This is some of the most amateurish philosophy I've ever fucking heard.
yep.
Like, it's worse than fucking Xenos. And Xenos is baby's first nihilism, which is, like, pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, that's true. I guess this is, the reverse of you must imagine Sisyphus happy.
I guess. But he's using, like, math.
Yeah, he's using the countdown of the clock, which, admittedly, a lot of people are going to think about time when they're nearing the end.
True. It's just like, man, he's not even very good at the poetry of it.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And
Which, like, this is not a criticism of Yukishi. I just think that, like, Kinzo's just like a total fucking weirdo.
Yeah, this is Ryukishi rating a weirdo well.
Yeah, like, this man is just like, what the fuck is going on through your head, Kinzo?
Yeah.
What is going on in there? Because it sounds like it's a fucking box of rocks being shaken around. Rocks and marbles, so sometimes you get a weird tinking sound.
But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0.
わしは違うぞ。わしは生きて24にたどり着く。そここそが黄金鏡。ベアトリーチェの住処なのだから。
I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land, for that is where Beatrice dwells.
This fucking... I have no words for this guy.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed that now I do read the name Beatrice as Beatrice, even if it has nothing to do.
I noticed that too, yeah. Like the other day I was thinking about like the name Beatrice, and like I just started doing it there. And like I just cannot help but say it in my head as Beatrice now.
Yep, exactly. We've been doing this for so long, I can't not.
Because I was gonna use Beatrice as like a name for something, and then I was like, wait, no, I don't want the like the Italian sound on it, because like I want the other one. And then like I was reading something later who has a character named I don't remember what it was now. It was some fucking like fantasy comic, and there was a character named Beatrice, and they use the diminutive like I don't know how you would pronounce it. Like with Beatrice is the pronunciation. I think it'd have to be like Beatrice for this to make sense. But like it used the diminutive of like Trice. So like in my head, like that just kept going Trici sort of thing.
Yeah.
That might actually be it. Now that I think about it, because like I can't like
Yeah, unless
I can't think of how you would do that in like the other pronunciation of Beatrice.
I guess Triss, but wouldn't you just spell it Triss?
Right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kenzo had been fumbling
my
around
brain is
with
like
some...
permanently altered by this.
Oh yeah,
Well, probably
absolutely.
not permanently. If I run into something else that like actually pronounces the name the other way and like read that for 6 months, I'm pretty sure we'll go back. But
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's gonna be that way for a while.
gods, yeah, it's gonna take us like another year and a half maybe to get through this.
Yeah, especially because we're gonna cut down on one episode potentially when June rolls around.
Comes out. Oh no. Because we're gonna change it over to like Final Fantasy Fridays.
Yep. Kenzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result.
That's actually something else that I've been thinking about for a while now. I don't know if I ever told you about this, but like a decade ago, I was on a TTRPG website.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, me and like the other regulars were like all planning like this big, expansive like setting. Where like every or most of the players at least would play a character that was based on and called by a specific card from the major arcana.
Ooh.
And I think I was going to play either the moon or death. I don't think I ever actually decided, but I was going to do one of the two. I think I was leaning towards the moon. But like the idea of basing like a whole bunch of characters on the major arcana just like fucking gets me going, because the major arcana are cool as fuck.
Absolutely.
Like, and then like in the artist friend of mine that was that's doing the raffle right now, in his Discord, like people have been like showing off their tarot decks lately. It was like it just got me like thinking about it again. It's like, yo, give me that. I want to start that project back up again, but I have like no notes on it because this was like a decade and some change ago, right?
Right.
Which was it you that posted that fucking... No, I think it was me. I posted the fucking anime death tarot card. Did I even do that in our Discord, or did I only post it elsewhere? I think I only posted it elsewhere. Hold on, let me go fucking find this thing because it's fucking hilarious and I love it. Just scroll real quick because so like it's a humorous anime tarot card deck, but like
Right.
it's very good. I like it a lot. I'll second lead. So everyone, including the stream, gets to fucking see this. I'm gonna put this up on. God damn it! This fucking mouse! I swear to all the gods. There we go. Copy that. Put it in the Discord now too.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
It's brilliant. I love it a lot, and it makes a lot of sense because the death card in tarot is for like great and sudden changes, not necessarily literally death. If you
But
want literally
also-
death or ruin to your life, you get the tower.
Yeah, but also excellent.
Yeah, because like this is like you're about to get isekai, so it's a great massive change, but and also literally death.
Yep. Which also kind of means that Truck-kun is playing death in this.
Yeah, which is fucking fantastic. I love this. I want this tarot deck. Like, I don't play tarot. Like, I don't do tarot. Not play, but I just don't do tarot. Like in general, I've never had a tarot deck. I don't know how to like deal a hand and like do the fortune telling thing or anything like that. But like, I want this deck just because it has this card in it, and I want to have that card
Yeah, that's fair.
because it's very funny. I like it a lot.
My favorite deck right now, and it's not even a tarot deck, it's a oracle deck, is the Adventurer's Tarot. Because it's based around fantasy, mostly like kind of Dungeons and Dragons like.
Yeah, I think you showed me a couple of cards from that at one
Yep.
point.
Including it has death in trans colors.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's actually magnificent. I like that a lot.
Yeah, exactly, because it is a great change. In fact, let me see.
Yeah, let me see the shit.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it by a quick Google. Yeah. Is it even called the Adventurer's Tarot? Let me be sure. Let me see, I have it right here so I can look at the name again. Let's see. Yeah, it's called the Adventurer's Tarot, so let me see here.
Shut up, Ember. Get your face off my monitor. No. Fucking cat, I swear. No, go away.
Hey, I found the deck, but let's see if it will actually... Somebody took a picture of the death card. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to do it myself. Let's take a look here.
All right, fair enough. So, like, there's this, while you're doing that, I'm just gonna talk for a minute.
Mhm.
1 second. Fucking allergies. Alright, cool, there we go. So there's this fucking game, this Korean game that's been going on all over fucking social media lately called Stellar Blade. And, like, the main character, I think her name is Eve or something like that, is just, like, fucking super hot, right? Or at least that's she's supposed to be super hot. But her like, this is irrelevant to what I was gonna say, but, like, her body, like, jiggles like a fucking water balloon. So it's like, that's not how the human body jiggles. Like, fat is a different like, fat and like, relaxed muscle is a different consistency than fucking water.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. That's just like a critique of something else. But, like, there's a whole bunch of people, like, talking about, like, how this character is, like, hypersexualized and it's kind of fucking off-putting. Yeah, but then, of course, there's also a whole bunch of other fucking weirdos being like, just let us have hot women in our fucking media again, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, we don't hate hot women, all right? Everyone loves hot women. It's the problem with hot women in media is not that they're there, it's that how you motherfuckers treat them when they're there, all right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, everyone likes hot women, okay? Everyone. We all like hot women. What we don't like is how fucking weird you guys are being about it all the time. Like, that's the problem. It's like, even if, like, because, like, it's the classic thing with, like, with lesbians. They always post, like, the feminist me, like, when like, hot women in video games, and then it's just like, complaints about, like, hypersexualized, blah blah blah. And then it's like lesbian me when hot women in video games, and it's like, oh yeah, she's really fucking hot.
Uh-huh.
It's the same thing there. It's just like, we like hot women. It's just that, like, stop treating them so weirdly, you fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of all the gods. Like, stop making their tits jiggle like water balloons instead of, like, what they're supposed to jiggle like. And stop saying that, like, it's an own to the left or whatever when you do this.
Yeah.
Too, like, when you finally get these things. It's not. We also like hot women, okay? Please. You guys are just being really weird about it, and it makes us uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember you sending me a picture of this before.
Yeah, I'm sure I have at some point.
Oh, that reminds me. I had a piece of art that I wanted to send you that I never did. Give me a second. Gotta open up Opera. Is it this one? Which was not. It was this one. Which I think looks really nice and really cool and good.
Oh, yeah, that is very nice. Great use of those colors and using the blue for the shadow.
Mm-hmm. So, let me fucking slowly get this over to the other screen because this fucking mouse needs to be replaced. And I don't have the money for it right now. But here. Looks good. It's really good looking. It's great art. Just close that down. There we go. Alright, cool. We're good. It was posted on Transnative Visibility, which is how long it's been sitting on my fucking, like, open tabs.
Alright, so here we go. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so
No, it's just
ridicules
kinda-
the results
kinda,
of fortune telling.
like, yeah, it's just kind of pointless to do that. It's not like it's forbidden or anything. It's just kind of pointless
Yeah.
and weird.
and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he
That honestly tracks with how he does his magic in general.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seeked an arithmetic miracle.
Sought. Friend. Sought. Not seeked. Sought. I know it's a weird conjugation of the word, but that's what it is in English. It's sought. Damn it. I hate that.
However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation.
Can I bitch about ice cream for a second here?
Yes.
I really love strawberry flavored ice cream,
Uh-huh.
but I fucking hate frozen strawberries. And
Fair.
it's so difficult to find like strawberry flavored ice cream that does not have like chunks of frozen strawberry throughout the entire thing. Like, for fuck's sake, please just give me the ice cream part.
Fair enough,
Like,
yeah.
you guys don't put like literal like chunks of vanilla bean in your fucking vanilla ice cream, do you? Please. Why are you doing this to me?
Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different than those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Also, I do kind of prefer Oracle decks just because they deviate from the Rider Waite Smith decks that we're so used to.
今宵は思い通りにならぬな。
Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. Seemed not to be getting the result he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly. Continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for.
そういうことなのか。
Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver and dialed.
わしだ。源氏はおるか。至急だ。
It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Could she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. You don't need to think like that.
People
is.
also need therapy, Shannon.
Yes, you absolutely need therapy. But also, yeah.
'Cause, like, that's a fucked up thought to have. Like, when you just said, yeah, sure, I'll marry you. Oh, man.
Yep.
God damn. I mean, it's weird that you guys have only been dating for, like, this amount of time and you're already going to marriage, but, hey, you know, whatever. Sometimes people do that sort of thing. Like, they fall really fast. It's fine.
Yeah, plus they kind of, I imagine, feel pushed onwards a little bit because of the goddamn, you know, like, marriage meetings Ava is putting him through and all that.
Also, arranged marriages are fucking stupid. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, they serve no real purpose in the modern day. Like, fucking 300 years ago, sure. Like, an arranged marriage might be, like, actually have a practical effect, you know? By, like, maintaining a fucking, like, alliance or whatever. But today, not really a big thing.
Yeah, certainly, especially not for the average person.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I will be right back because my housemate is a lazy fucking shitbag who can't even go to the front door.
Lovely.
Alright. Fuck. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. It's not even one thing I'm ready for.
Alright. I will go grab a drink then.
Alright, I'm in my chair.
Welcome back.
I'm real fucking tired today.
That-
Not like in a sleepy way. I just like want to not do anything because I'm just real tired.
Yeah, that's fair. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? No, you
Shannon, please.
you do not need to think like this. Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her.
源氏様カノン君も
Genji? And Canon too.
すみませんすぐに戻らなくてその
I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lovers meeting with George.
シャノ親方様が至急書斎へ来るようにとの仰せだ
And then the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent.
急ぐ
Let us hurry.
はいかしこまりました
Yes, certainly.
一体何事なの
What in the world?
不吉な予感がするってさ自分で儀式を起こしておいて都合のいい話さ
He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony.
Yeah.
大田に気取られぬよう裏から入る
We will enter from the back so that Goda doesn't notice us.
足音に気をつける
Hide your footsteps.
はい姉さん注意して姉さんは賑やかだから
Yes. Shannon, take care. You're so noisy. That's rude.
Canon was especially good at hiding his footsteps. Very rude. Just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way.
Fucking mood. Same, buddy.
For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, the servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. These servants also...
Are you sure Because they seem to have been trained like assassins.
Really?
That's what I'm getting here. They've mostly been trained like assassins because, like, Cannon whipped out some martial arts with a fucking magic sword or blade or whatever last loop. So, like, I'm pretty sure it's more like they're assassins rather than furniture. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, Shannon did the same, and then Genji just fucking throws a knife.
Yeah. Apparently in a way that can still, like, damage magical things because it pinned that fucking butterfly to the wall.
Yeah. Then again, we've never seen a magical thing not be, like, have a solid object phase through them. They at least have to expend some effort to phase through a door. It's just minimal effort.
It's just like, you would not expect like a butter knife to be able to cut the soul, right? But those butterflies are Beatrice's soul.
Yeah, true.
Where the fuck did Ed Sheeran come into that, Captioner?
Yeah. Fucking Google.
Wow.
These servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps. But compared to Cannon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous.
I would imagine it actually has something to do with the kind of shoes she's being forced to wear as a woman.
That also probably doesn't help her.
Because those things got heels on them, I can guarantee it. Like, I can't actually remember if it ever shows us what shoes she's wearing, but I've got a couple pairs of boots, and like someone can have my left one on each of my pairs of shoes if she does not have heels. Yeah, there's a heel on that. Very, like, it's probably like an inch high.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lean in like real fucking close.
And compared, yeah.
There's just not as much padding on hers as on Cannon's.
Really, they should have done something else other than have a window for her to have the fucking mark
Right?
on.
Like, not have knee-high socks and have it on her calf or something, right?
Yeah. Or hell, just to make the skirt this length instead.
Yeah, that would also be good. Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
a little high because
I mean, yeah, it is a little high, but we're even just like maybe make it this length. Like,
yeah, the
kinda
outside
halfway.
apron skirt, yeah. Also, she's pulling it the fuck up so you can see it. I just noticed that she has her hand like wrapped around it to pull it up.
Yep.
Bruh. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, this one actually is on Ryukishi.
Yeah,
Don't design your characters like this. She's a minor.
Yeah, this is... And even if she wasn't a minor, this just looks weird. Like, this isn't even attractive so much as weird. Like,
Yeah, this is just weird.
Like, generally speaking, she's an attractive character, but this design choice in particular.
If you could rotate her with this fucking, like, the top, like, this isn't even a skirt, this is part of her top right here, right? Like, the part that you can see underneath the white one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the bottom thing, that's her actual skirt. But this part is, like, it's part of her top, right? If you could rotate her, you would be able to see her underwear through that gap.
Yeah, you might as well have given her a miniskirt instead.
Yeah.
Because at least that would look less like a problem.
Yeah. Like, it would be less, like, very obvious that it was intentional, right? Like, it could just be like, oh yeah, she's just wearing a miniskirt. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. She has it on her leg for some reason.
I can understand the demons, or not the demons, but the stakes being like that. But Shannon, she's a traditional maid with, like, assassin training.
Yeah,
All right?
absolutely.
She's supposed to at least look like a normal maid. This is not a normal maid outfit. Like,
Yeah, like...
Genji, Goda, and the fucking Canon all have, like, just, like, normal outfits for the most part, right? Like,
yeah. And look, you know, Cannon can just have it on his fucking clothes. Granted, you know, it says something about her that she has it tattooed on her.
No, of course.
But still.
Dude, oh god. Speaking of misogyny, and this isn't like the views of the author that wrote this or anything like that. It's just like I'm pretty sure the author was attempting to make like unique, noble manners rather than just like copying real life manners.
Yeah.
But oh my god, the way that they did it. So the main character in this fucking story, in this web novel, is going like he's having his adoptive mother and father teach him noble etiquette just in case he has to go deal with nobles, right?
Right.
And one of the things, and this was a throwaway thing, and I didn't see anyone in like 4 pages of comments talking about this, but like one line said that his adoptive mother, who is, by the way, a fucking archmage, was not allowed to cut her own food
Wow.
when like doing noble manners. And this is a world with a diegetic in-world system. Like RPG style system with stats and everything where like
Yeah, no,
women could 100% get like a knight or a warrior class and be incredibly physically powerful.
yeah, fucking. I'm just imagining a fucking like more traditional martial woman, but is also, you know, a noble woman. It's like, oh, so I can cut the flesh of mine enemies, but not the flesh of my meal.
Yeah, that's a huge fucking like that is so incredibly sexist.
It is.
And you might so a lot of people could like very easily say it's like okay, but it's a thing of respect, like to make it so that this noble woman doesn't actually have to do anything herself. She has all these people to serve her. But therein lies the issue. If she's not allowed to cut her own meat, it would be considered rude to do so. Then that means any men at the party or at the dinner can just refuse to let her eat.
Yep. That's the thing
And
about.
you can be guaranteed that this does happen because nobles can and will use literally everything in the etiquette arsenal to insult each other.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like it's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, like it'd be somewhat different if you came with a personal servant who was there to do shit like that for you. Then obviously you're enabled to do those things basically yourself by having someone you hire do it for you.
Yeah, and this also means that like if you as a noble woman are in prison, if they don't send have the guard or a servant go cut your food for you, you are not allowed to eat either. There in prison. Because nobles are expected to maintain their etiquette at literally all times, unless they're like by themselves completely, right? Just
Yeah.
like completely alone. Which is just it's so people need to think about the implications of what they're doing with when they make their noble etiquettes, all right?
Yeah.
Like on like last Tuesday I was talking with Nate about like how because like a lot of people just like copy over a bunch of etiquette from like real life and everything, or like they'll copy like Game of Thrones etiquette or what have you. And it's like I was saying like so like I keep generally speaking the same rules just so that they're somewhat familiar and people can understand them by like osmosis and exposure.
Yeah.
But there's a few things that I've left out, like being unable, like the part about being unable to address a someone who was higher ranked than you first. I don't keep that because that means like at a party, like at a ball or whatever, if no one talks to you first, if you're saying like a Viscount or a Baron or something like that, if no one talks to you first, you're fucked. You're just like out in the corner by yourself the entire fucking night.
Yeah. And
which is something that happened in like real life noble
absolutely
stuff. Like people did get humiliated that way.
But for storytelling purposes, not great. Because you also, you know, you have to have the higher rank initiate, but sometimes it's better for the lower rank to initiate. for the flow
The
of the
only place that I've
conversation.
kept that in is like during official meetings and like audiences. The person, it's not even like the higher rank person, but the person who owns the castle that you're meeting in is the first person to speak, rather
Okay.
than like whoever's highest rank. That's the only way that I've kept it, and it's like this is only for like official, sanctioned.
High stress,
sort of deal.
like meetings, basically.
Yeah, like you're not allowed to start the meeting until the owner of the place gets there, like the head of the meeting, or like so like you're having like a meeting in like a cabinet meeting more or less for like the king and all of the king's cabinet members. You're not allowed to start until the king gets there, unless the king sends a message saying, "Hey, I'm not going to be there today. Just go ahead and do it without me." You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and then
Or
they,
like if you are if you have been granted an audience with a local lord, like in the case of Max, and this is the one place that has actually been shown on screen, this rule, if you have a meeting with a marquis and you go in and you bow to the marquis and you wait for the marquis to address you first and be like, okay, you can rise, speak, whatever, hello, hi, sort of thing. You can just be left there kneeling on the floor for 15 minutes if the marquis really wants to, but that'd be super rude.
it would be. So, save it for some dickhead you want to just leave there for a minute.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
I have cut these things out of etiquette and replaced them with other things sometimes on purpose, knowing full well the different ways that they can be used to humiliate people or be used as weapon, right? But this person does not seem to have acknowledged this at all.
yeah, so
Period.
Yeah, so probably
It was literally one sentence, and it's Lumina was not allowed to cut her own meat under the rules, so Debrin had to do it for her, and that's it, and just completely moved on to the next bit. It never had a section of Lumina saying hey, this can actually be used as a weapon to humiliate a woman if blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And, it didn't actually warn him about this stuff. It just and this is an archmage, someone who is literally capable of burning down entire cities on her own with no problem.
Yeah.
This is one of the people that you call when you need to kill, fight the Witch Queen herself, right? Something like that.
Right. Whereas Haru is a sex worker in another world. Hell of a title, I know. Audience, I know you know what it is, but
great manga, but yeah, it's also not for the faint of heart.
Yeah,
I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean it's really fucked up and dark.
Yeah, it definitely talks about the plights of sex workers and women in a hyper misogynistic society.
Which the levels of misogyny in J.K. Haru as a sex worker is far and away much worse than anything that happened in real life, but it gives you a little bit of insight into how things can be.
Yeah, and it's basically an amalgamation of the worst things in various places in various times of history.
Yeah.
It's basically
in the 1950s here, in the West, women were not allowed to be warriors for the most part, even though before that, no one really gave a shit as long as you could kill your enemies, right?
Yeah, and then there's the Mann Act, MANN, which was basically a woman could not travel alone or travel with a unfamiliar man.
Yeah, that's another one that gets used in fiction that people don't actually think of the consequences for.
But
for a long time in some noble societies, you couldn't ride two unmarried people of opposite sex could not ride in the same carriage together.
Mm-hmm. And
go ahead.
Basically, at least on the Mann Act, which was an American law in the 1920s, it was allegedly to stop prostitution, but it just affected women in general and basically made their freedom of movement less free.
Yeah. So J.K. Haru is a sex worker in another world. Uses all of the worst laws and customs across all cultures, basically. It just adds them all together at once.
Yeah, exactly. So
everything that happens in there could happen in real life, but it's not all of them at the same time.
Yeah, not all of them at the same time. But basically, one of the rules is it is considered gauche for women to eat alone publicly. Eating at a restaurant, they should be accompanied by a man. it is not a law, but it is a custom. And they use it very effectively to demonstrate both how dehumanized women are, but also, towards the end, also create some empowerment because she gets to know someone high up in like a restaurant industry type thing, a character she calls Sumo, and she eats publicly at his place.
Which is great.
Yeah.
I like Haru a lot, and it's just like it. I have to like read that manga in spurts because it infuriates me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there is
Like in a good way, but also
yeah, like it definitely works for what it's trying to do. It just, well, fuck, that's bleak.
yeah, like so like some of these things weren't. I guess that you could like apply what I'm about to say to like real life stuff.
Mhm.
So this is like she's in another world that like has magic and adventuring and like all sorts of bullshit. But in that world, this is in the first fucking chapter, so it's not a spoiler at all. This is just like the explanation set up of the world of why she's a sex worker specifically. Women are not allowed to hold most jobs, period. And even like when it comes to like adventuring and fighting demons and shit like that, which you would think that you would take anyone as long as they were capable. It didn't matter what they had between their legs or like what they did in the past. Like if you're in the middle of a fucking war against a bunch of literal demons, you'd think that you'd take literally everyone who applied, right?
But nope,
No.
have to be accompanied by a male adventurer.
Yep, and if you are a woman adventurer, you can only be a healer.
Yep.
Only. Which it's like, it's that same class. I think this is half extrapolated from older RPG stuff where the women were never warriors. They were always mages and white mages specifically most of the time.
Yeah.
And then also half from like World War I and II, where most women were not allowed to fight or pilot or drive or anything like that. They had to be like medics and nurses.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that for something. And also speaks to probably the misogyny of the god who created this world, because women are the only ones who can be healers.
Which is like super fucked up.
And despite that, they are not the heads of the church, because of course not.
Yeah, like you'd think that if a god only accepted women as like their like conduits for divine acts through healing and like resurrection and shit like that, these miracles, literal miracles of like magic and divinity, you would think that they would be like the head of the church. No, not in this case.
Nope. And even even the power that Haru gets is sexist.
And
oh, yeah, actually, I remembered. You don't know what her power is, so I'm gonna shut up.
yeah, like I did not know that, and like I should have expected it, but it's like, damn, fuck, shit.
Yeah.
Haru is just like beaten up by that world, huh? Oh my gods.
Yeah. It's an excellent power, but you'll see.
Yeah, like once I like finally start reading again.
Yeah, which you should.
This is one of those like, because like at first the god is depicted as just like being sort of absent-minded, right? Not like just like straight up misogynist, but like the more you learn about this world and what like this god has done to it, it's like, wow, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, you are fucked in the head. Like, you are... yeah, and honestly, it probably is just that he's basically a dude bro of gods. Like, doesn't have any ill intent, but also isn't paying enough attention.
Yeah. It's like in the opening scene, like when like Haru and like the person that she got isekai'd with, I don't remember his fucking name.
Chiba is what they end up
Chiba?
calling him.
Okay. When Haru and Chiba are like, you know, talking to the god to get their abilities for like being killed too early and like getting shoved into a new world and blah blah blah, he doesn't ask Haru what she wants at all. He just ignores her because like, and this doesn't seem so bad at first because Chiba is the only one who's like excited about this and like actively engaging the god in conversation, and she's just like, what the fuck is going on the entire time?
Yeah, and admittedly,
Because she's not a nerd.
Yeah, and admittedly,
she's not a nerd like us.
And admittedly, he does, like, I will say, he does go and visit her again, you know, on her own, because he's like, yeah, I didn't exactly give you anything.
Which I really should have. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but he kind of seemed, like, put off.
Oh, gods. So, like, yeah, so he just, like, the god seems sort of absent-minded at first, not actively, like, weird about anything.
Yeah.
But then, like, you get into the actual world, and it's just like, oh, there's some problems here. There's some real problems with how you set this up, buddy.
100%.
So I really, like, I don't know what the Demon Lord of Rain's actual fucking, like, goal in being a Demon Lord is. Usually that sort of thing is like, kill the gods, take over the world, blah, blah, blah. And I hope that's his goal, and I hope he wins. Because that god fucking deserves to be dragged off his fucking throne.
Absolutely. At the very least, it seems like, and this is me extrapolating from information you already know.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like he's on a warpath against humanity due to shit that humanity has done to demons.
I expected as much because, like, I don't remember specifically, but I got the feeling that, like, his wife and kids were killed somehow.
Yeah, like,
I don't know if, like, he literally was married and, like, his family was murdered by something like that. But that's just, like, you know.
Yeah, like, it definitely gives some of that feeling, or, like, his parents, probably.
His parents, or, like, some family member of his, or a close friend or something. Like, that's, yeah.
But yeah, basically, heavy burden weighing upon his shoulders.
I do really like the Demon Lord of Rain, though. Like, just, like, his title first, and, like, his appearance, his character design is great.
Oh yeah,
I love him a
absolutely.
lot. He also, like, engages with Haru as, like, an actual person.
Yeah, like,
instead of, like, an object, which is great.
Yeah, like,
low bar, but the bar is on the floor, so.
Yeah, like, he doesn't look at her sexually, really. Like, you know, maybe he does, in that, like, he thinks of her as an attractive person, but he actually talks to her.
Yeah.
And doesn't actually, like, he buys her time to talk to her, that's it.
Yeah, he doesn't actually, like, fuck her. He doesn't buy her services, let's say.
Yeah.
Like, I found it interesting that, like, the Demon Lord of Rain even came to human lands like that in the first place. Like, normally you'd send, like, a fucking scout or a spy or something and not do that yourself. But I guess, like, that's part of, like, his characterization is that he's the kind of person that, like, has to know for sure that what he's doing, like, that he's not killing innocent people, more or less.
Yeah, definitely.
So, like, he's coming into town to, like, make sure that these people are actually as horrible as he thinks they are.
Yeah, that and taking the weight off his shoulders, it seems like. As far as, like, for a little bit, he's just a weird guy who shows up when it's raining, and he can people watch.
Yeah. Which is, like, literally the only reason that I know he is the Demon Lord of Rain, and not, like, just some random guy that only goes out when it rains, is because of that. It's because of his title, and the fact that he only shows up when it rains.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, some of the hinting conversation. And that's
like,
it.
because I'm a giant fucking nerd, like, I picked up on that. But, like, Haru definitely didn't, because she was just, like, a normal high schooler.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she was, like, at most 17.
Yeah, she's, like, 16 or 17 or something like that. Which makes like the rage even worse, by the way, because like this is a minor being forced into sex work.
Yep.
God damn it. It'd be one thing if she chose it and like she enjoyed it, but she's literally forced into it. So
Yeah.
I think the explanation she gives is that like she doesn't have a family there, she doesn't have like citizenship or anything like that. So she had two options. One of them was being a healer, and the other one was being a prostitute.
Yep, and I don't really have the healing skills.
Yeah.
Um,
Not trained for that, and also don't want to go anywhere near fighting, because that shit's scary. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough.
yeah, absolutely. And then... Let's see. And then she did mention in the past, back in Japan, she did do compensated dating.
Yeah, like escorting, but not necessarily sex, I think.
Yeah, basically.
But I don't remember like all the details of that. It's been a while since I read. But like Chiba himself is also like a huge, like, not parody or satire, but like
He's
the other side of the typical isekai hero, where like he does the same thing all the isekai heroes do, right? Like he goes and like farms and grinds and like gets stronger and like becomes really powerful. But he doesn't do anything about the slavery, and he doesn't really think about it either.
yeah. In fact,
Instead, he offers to buy people and just like treat them really well, but keep them as slaves.
yeah, because he offers that to Haru. Because they actually do not have a word for servant in that world.
As in like maid or what have you. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally have no word for servant. If you are working for somebody, you're their slave.
Which is super fucked up.
Yeah, very much. I mean, I have to imagine, like, the idea of an apprentice exists.
Yeah, apprentice and employee and all that stuff, I'm sure. But like anyone that's doing like housework or whatever for you is probably like a slave.
Yep.
Which this is one of those the reason why we're talking about this so much is because it's a comic, a story that actually takes into account what these things would do to a society and the people living in them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can't just say that like, oh, the culture is like this, and then just not think about how that would affect anything, right?
Yeah. Yeah, which is definitely why we're talking about it in this instance, is because all of the world building is considered. And sometimes they do silly stuff, like there is a fucking sports league for Kick the Can.
Yeah. And like it's not like an official, I don't think it's like an official thing. It's just like well, I mean, it is official, but not in the same way as we would think of like the MLB or something like that.
Yeah, like it's
just like in this town, like
yeah.
these kids, kids from this age to this age are allowed to like do these, like hold these massive tournaments and shit like that.
Yeah, so it's, yeah. But it's still something that exists. So, there's silly shit like that for sure.
And I think that like the silliest part of that is how like, well, maybe it's less silly in this case because like the people on the other team are not literally in danger. So like tits might actually distract them.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it still seems like ridiculous to me that like you would get distracted by a pair of tits in the middle of like a contest doing anything serious, right?
Granted, these are hyper misogynistic, sexed up men.
Yeah. And like I am like on the A spectrum somewhere, so like I'm never gonna understand that in any circumstance at all anyway. So fucking whatever, I guess.
Listen, like if in the right circumstance, a woman could cause a traffic accident by flashing oncoming traffic.
I guess, but it's just sort of like I don't understand that at all.
I don't understand it either, because I just look and go, okay, and keep going, but
I'm not even sure I would notice, because, like, I'm in control of a 2,000-pound death machine hurtling down the road at, like, faster than
that's also
even
true.
Land animals in general should ever be able to go, period. So, like, if I'm behind the wheel, I am focused, hard focused.
That is
You might
also
not even
fair.
notice anyone being shirtless. You know?
You know, like, there's a reason that I do not feel safe driving.
Yeah, and like I literally cannot physically drive anymore. So like, this hasn't been tested in like 7 years or something like that at this point. But like, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's even more ridiculous when it's like in an actual active battle too, because it's like literally the effects of adrenaline on the body preclude getting horny.
Yeah.
Like, you can have your wires crossed and also like things that give you adrenaline things. Like you can like just sexually enjoy those things that give you adrenaline as well. Like you can have that. It's called the suspension bridge effect. But it's like you've still got people running at you with sharp weapons.
Yep.
You're not gonna like get distracted by titties long enough for the person with the titties to stab you in the fucking neck. Because that's just not how anything, like, that's not how the human body works, or any body for that matter. Like, adrenaline literally shuts down your digestive system. It shuts down everything except for your muscles, your lungs, and your heart. Right? Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The rest of the body stops working at that point, which is why, like, being on adrenaline for a really long time is actively dangerous to you.
Yep. Alright, so I think that was enough of a tangent. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion.
I got, like, one more thing to say on that subject, but that's it.
Okay.
Like, I understand that for a lot of women, that sort of idea is empowering and everything, but it's just ridiculous. Like, I cannot see that actually happening in a real, like, fight.
But apparently,
Like, I can definitely see, like people going, okay, yeah, don't kill her. I want to have fun with her later. But definitely, like, once she starts, like, swinging that weapon at you, you're focused on the weapon. You're just going to try not to kill her afterwards, right? Like,
Yep. But apparently, historically, it's existed. Like, multiple historical figures have been attributed for that thing.
I'm going to need some fucking studies on that one. Like, I need some proof.
Yeah, like,
I don't believe that.
Like, how well it works is a big question mark, but apparently it was a thing. And it's only been, like, so, you know, more like solo skirmishers, or, you know, not solo, but, you know, more...
Really small scale stuff.
Yeah.
I could see it there, like, I guess, a little bit, like, you know, like bandits attacking, like, a group of people or what have you. But, like, when you're on, like, an actual battlefield...
Yeah, like...
I'm not even sure you would even notice. You would just be like, okay, their chest is on armor, go for it.
Yeah, like, yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know if you would notice on, like, a proper battlefield. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from the sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. It's hard to describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual. Fucking getting hit by that ozone.
Can other people not smell ozone? Like, is that a common thing to not be able to smell ozone?
You can smell it a little bit, but getting hit with it, like, at least as far as I've heard it described, because I've never actually experienced it in person, but that's just because I've never been around it.
Yeah, because I lived in Texas for like 19 years, so like I had to deal with like a lot of like really big, powerful storms, just, you know, tornado alley sort of shit, and also being close enough to the to the coast that like you get bleed off from the hurricanes and all that. So like I know what ozone is like. Like I can genuinely smell it.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know like the exact mechanics behind it, but I'm pretty sure it's something like it polarizes the water in the air. So like the water in the, because how we smell stuff is like chemical, like trace chemicals in the air hit our olfactory nerves, right? So it's a chemical thing, and charge has a lot to do with how a chemical acts.
Yep.
So like when it charges the water chemical, like the water molecules in the air, you can fucking tell.
Yep.
Like,
And
it does change the way it smells.
yeah.
Or at least to me, anyway.
Yeah, which I think I've heard that's true for plenty of other people too. It's just, it also gives you a bit of a tickle in the back of the nose too.
Yeah, that's actually true too. You know, I guess if your sense of smell isn't very sharp, like you might not be able to smell the actual like smell, and you only get the tickle. Indeed, let us hurry.
That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study, while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, the smell of sweet poison, particularly to Kinzo's study, reached their noses.
いかがなさいましたか、源氏様。
What is it, Genji?
結界が死んでいる。
The barrier is dead.
After hearing Cannon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, powerful ward against magic. Final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see, because we didn't want to draw another asset.
Fuck.
However, those who
I know how it
could
is.
those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred.
親方様、親方様、源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Master, Master, it is Genji. Please open the door.
Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノン、背中を守れ。カノン、
Shannon,
室
guard our
内を
backs.
探れ。
Cannon, search inside the room.
はい。
Cannon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるはずですが、静かすぎます。
Master must be in here, but it's too quiet.
ご無事だということか。
Do you mean to say he's safe? No, Genji, I don't think that's what he's saying.
静かがすぎます。
No, it's too quiet.
Yep, which is very much a thing out in the wilderness for sure.
Yeah. So like that trope about people saying, "Oh, it's too quiet," or "It's quiet, it's too quiet," blah blah blah. That is a real thing, but only like in the wilderness.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I guess it could happen in like a city as well. Because like if suddenly there aren't any cars, or like anywhere, like with a large amount of people like talking and chattering and all that stuff, you would definitely be able to tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like that sort of thing, like it gets faded into like background noise eventually. Like you just get used to it. But when it suddenly goes away, yeah, you notice.
But yeah, with wilderness, there are small noises from animals and insects all the time. And usually, they get quiet when something approaches. So it might get quiet around you because you are near, the creatures near you. But if it gets quiet in front of you, that means there's something in front of you.
まさか、そんな。
Could it possibly be?
親方様、扉を失礼させていただきます。
Master, please excuse us about the door.
Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It's the only key to the study that existed other than the one Kinzo held. Stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. First glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. Heavy sounds just now meant that the door had now been opened even for humans.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me.
As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Cannon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him and again bowed deeply. Cannon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So, well, without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか、ベアトリーチェ様。
So you have come, Lady Beatrice.
源氏か。なかなかに早いな。
Genji, as it came very quickly.
やはり家具は主の呼びかけに素早く答える方が良い。
Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly,
こやつとは大違いだ。
unlike this person.
ロノエ様もお越しでしたか。
So Lord Renova has come as well.
Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind, to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Cannon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight.
相変わらずさすがです。だいぶの久しぶりになりますね。
As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time.
それにしても老けましたね。
Still, you've grown old, haven't you?
それだけの弱いを重ねましたか。
You have so many years truly passed you by.
充実した日々を過ごしております。ロノエ様におかれましても、ますます充実されておりますようお見受けいたします。
My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Renova, or Lord Renova.
ええ、おかげさまです。そしてシャノンも久しぶりですね。
Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well.
You met her?
Fucking apparently.
君は随分と美しくなった。
You have grown quite beautiful.
そして、随分と強くなったようですね。
And it seems you have grown quite strong.
良いことです。
That is fortunate.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
姉さん、あいつは一体。
Shannon, who in the world?
カノン君と会うのは初めてになりますね。私はベアトリーチェ様の家具頭を任されておりますロノウエと申します。
This will be our first meeting, Canon. I, Renova, have been entrusted with the position of Lady Beatrice's head furniture.
源氏さんの古い馴染みですよ。
I am an old friend of Genji's,
あなたと同じに私も家具です。
and I am also furniture, just like you.
使える主は異なりますが。
Although the master I serve is different.
The tense color didn't disappear from Cannon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well.
わらわもすっかり嫌われたものだ。坊主に
It seems I'm thoroughly despised.
よく言ったものよ。
It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me.
Beatrice openly sneered at Cannon's hate-filled face. Then Cannon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish?
親方様。
Master.
わらわが金蔵に伝えたのは2つ。良い知らせと悪い知らせだった。
I have told Kinzo two things. There was good news and bad news.
良い知らせは、儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得たこと。
The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends.
悪い知らせは金蔵が儀式の一番最初の生贄に選ばれてしまったことだ。
The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony.
こればかりはわらわにもどうしようもない。
There's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
Big doubt.
実に気まぐれにルーレットにて決めたのだから。
Because it was truly decided by the fickle roulette.
嘘をつけ。もてあそんで殺しているくせに。
Liar, we know you're just a murderer who kills for fun.
よしてカノン君。
Stop it, Cannon.
さて金蔵、そろそろ負けを認める気になったのか？
So, Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss?
これにてわらわとの長きにわたる勝負は決着だな。
With this, our long contest is at an end, yes.
At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already.
是非もなし。
It is unavoidable.
これもまた一興か。
Perhaps even this could be amusing.
わらわもだ。そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれど、もはや恩衆を超える。
It is to me, too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate.
楽しかったぞ。
It was fun.
退屈しない数十年であった。
These past few decades certainly weren't boring.
Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that decided it.
チェックメイト。これがわらわからそなたへの手向けだ。
Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you.
心置きなく眠れ。
Without any reservations, sleep.
'Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire.
Hey, Rikishi, that's not crimson. that's orange and yellow.
But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magical tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. Afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse one could hardly bear to look at. Sorry, I think your mic didn't pick you up quite right.
Oh yeah, I just said horrible. I read it out.
お前が言うか。ふさわしい死に方だと思っているくせに。
You should talk, as if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die.
なぜお前が姿を現している？僕たちに何か
Why have
用
you
だと
shown
でも言うの
yourself?
か？
Do you have some business with us?
よしてカノン君。ベアトリーチェ様を挑発してはダメ。
Stop it, Canon. You mustn't provoke Lady Beatrice.
すっかり怯えさせてしまいましたね。
It would seem you have them absolutely terrified.
わらわはつくづくカノンとは仲良くなれぬようだ。
I imagine I'll never get along with Canon.
そう嫌いでもないというのにな。
Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly.
Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノン、ベアトリーチェ様の御前であるぞ。言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
Canon, you stand in the presence of Lady Beatrice. Carefully consider your manner of speech.
ああ、構わぬぞ、源氏。
Oh, I care not, Genji.
好きに言わせてやれ。
Let him say what he pleases.
わらわは寛大である。
I am gracious.
何が寛大だ。
What would that
How are you gracious?
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大である。
I am always gracious to those who are about to die.
No, you fucking aren't, but fair enough.
Yeah. It's like, no, you aren't, but you know what? Fair enough. Go ahead. Just continue on.
Canon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. First Twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here.
安心せよ、カノン。そなたらがここに訪れたから生贄に選ばれるのではない。
Fear not, Canon. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here.
生贄に選ばれているからこそ、ここに呼ばれているんじゃないか。
After all, you were called here because you'd been selected already.
なんだと。
What?
Their instincts were
Okay,
good
come on.
enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first Twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
それがお望みですか。
Because that's what you desire.
うん。感謝せよ、家具どもよ。
Indeed. Thank you, furniture.
そなたたちの苦難の日々は、今宵ようやく終わりを迎えた。
Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end.
それを告げに訪れたわらわに感謝せよ。
You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this.
かしこまりました。それをお望みでしたら。
Certainly, if that is your desire.
源氏様。
Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor, without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後は、ベアトリーチェ様が我らの主。
Now that the master is dead, Lady Beatrice is our master.
その求めに応じるのが我らの
By a treaty is not that far off. I can accept that one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Responding to her demands shall be our final duty.
シャノン、カノン、今日までよく使えた。
Shannon, Canon, you have done well serving until today.
その労苦もこれにて終わりだ。
That hard work is now over.
源氏はさすがですね。同じ家具としてあなたを誇りに思いますよ。
As expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you.
シャノン、異論はないか？
Shannon, do you have any objections?
はい。
No.
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られたそうだが、それでもなお未練はないか？
I heard that Lord George gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets?
はい。家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。指輪を頂戴しただけで、私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Yes, that blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings.
Big fucking down.
Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. Oh, thank you for the follow, Compulsi.
Welcome on in. Hello.
She took a single breath, and a blank expression rose to her face.
それでよい。
Very well.
シャノンがそこまでの落ち着きを得るとは少し驚きでした。
It does surprise me a tad to find you've gained such composure, Shannon.
あなたも家具として達観したようですね。
It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture.
惚れた男と夜も共にできず、少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。
Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with a man with the man you love? What a boring woman.
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。
This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Lady Beatrice.
That's just rude,
私たちの
Shannon.
命をご所望でしたら、どうぞお受け取りください。
If you desire our lives, please accept them.
私たちは謹んでそのお務めを全うします。
We will solemnly carry out that duty.
それでいい。よくぞ言ったな。
Very well. Excellently put.
ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
Just the type of person Lady Beatrice can't handle.
最近こやつめはだいぶ達観しよった。
She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately.
どうも前回いじめすぎたようだ。
It must have tormented her too much last time.
それを言ったらバトラもか。
Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler?
わらわはまだぬるいのか？
Am I still soft?
それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか？
Or is the way I cornered them lacking?
いずれにせよ、面白みのないやつよ。
In any case, she's just no fun.
Well, a fundamental part of most animals, but humans especially, is they take the being cornered as a reason to irritate the fuck out of you at the very minimum.
Yeah. Things that are cornered do not simply give up. They fight really, really fucking hard.
Yep.
Even if they know that they're not going to be able to get out.
しかし、お前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな。
However, it seems you will still entertain me, right?
カノン
Cannon.
カノン君、
Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Cannon's face. Cannon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch.
I want to know, like, why willingly dying is being considered the far-sighted approach.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, obviously, like, you can't really do anything against Beatrice. Like, you just can't. She's too powerful. But that doesn't mean you just give up, either.
I guess facing death with dignity.
Fuck that. Fight against it. Fight as hard as you fucking can. There's no such thing as a dignified death. We all shit ourselves after we die.
そしてお前を除く二人が
I
素
mean,
直に
unless
死を
you
受
like,
け
you
入れる
know,
もの
fucking
で
like voided your bowels
面白
before
く
you
ない
died recently. In that case, you're not gonna shit yourself after you die. It's just not. Point remains, though. Kennen, I hate boredom more than anything. And the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all.
だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ
So I hope you don't betray my expectations.
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Are you trying to make me your plaything? Yeah.
Cannon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around. Was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. It was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her.
煉獄の七
Even
姉
trained
妹
harder.
の長女ルシファー
Eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Lucifer,
いでよ
arise. Hi, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
I think I'm gonna make a bowl of spicy noodles,
Ooh, nice.
which I can do at my desk because, like, all I need is a bowl of my noodles and hot water, and I can reach all of those from my desk. So, I'm assuming that my bowl is clean at least. 1 second. Yeah, mostly. That's fine.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
カノン家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ
Cannon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch.
そなたがいくら怒りに駆られようとも勝算のない戦いでは希望も持てまい
No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success, and you honestly shouldn't be angry during a fight in the first place.
Yeah, very true.
無論勝ち目のない戦いではわらわも退屈というもの
Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well.
ならば家具は家具
So, let it be furniture against furniture.
家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか
Why not resolve it with a battle between you two?
それならば勝てる希望も持てるであろう
That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right? No, not really. Because I know what these girls are capable of.
Yeah, they're tough ones.
And Cannon simply isn't experienced enough to fight, like, on that level. Which is not his fault. It's just that he just hasn't had enough opportunity. Everything all right over there?
Yep.
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様、私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなことがありましょうか？
Give me Lady Beatrice, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? Well, I mean, you being so proud and not taking him seriously could get you killed.
Yep.
But I guess that's why you're called loose for a pride, huh?
Yeah, more than a little bit. They kind of wear that on their sleeve.
As if this cutie could have any chance against me.
我が家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ってみせよ。見事打ち破ってみせたなら、そうだな。
Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let us see.
13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人を、そなたに自由に決めさせてやろう。
I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Not just your own life, but the lives of 4 others, so the 5 others, if you're like that.
Yeah.
Ganon might be like that.
そなた
I
の
can see
推
him doing
薦する
that,
5
like
人
sacrificing himself to
を、
save
わ
an
ら
extra
わは
person.
無条件にて黄金鏡に迎え入れる。
I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions.
それならばどうか？
How about that? I mean, you're not going to win, but that would be a pretty good deal, yeah.
Kennen understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Kennen couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remained alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land. And have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
Honestly, he's going to die either way, because, like, as she said, he's already been selected as a sacrifice. So, like, I might as well take that fucking tiny little chance.
Yeah.
Since you're going to die anyway, you know? You fucking might as well. You cried saying you'd had enough of being furniture, right?
そなたの望み、叶えてやろうぞ。
I shall grant you a desire.
枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。
I shall give you that human body that you wanted so much. You cried yourself to sleep.
どうだ？
What do you say?
そうすれば、ジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。
That way you and Jessica could be together, yes?
おお、ちょうどよい。
Oh, just perfect.
黄金鏡へ招ける5人に、ジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。
You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land.
自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば、さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを加えればよい。
If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loves.
義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。
If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji.
おお、これで5人だ。
Oh, that's 5 people.
十分ではないか、カノン。
Isn't that enough, Canon?
これだけのご褒美があれば。
With this much of a reward.
そなたはわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
I like it when the way that she threatens people and the way that I would threaten people like line up because it feels good to say because I like it. I like threatening people like this.
Yeah, again,
I know that doesn't paint me in a good light, but like, hey,
hey, it works. But hey, I mean, if it works, it works, and I knew you would like Beatrice.
Like, the way she threatens people, it doesn't always line up with how I do it, but, like, when it does, it's just like, oh yeah, same wavelength, let's go.
Yep.
You won't let me get bored, will you?
どうせ戯れよ。耳を貸す必要はない。
She's just playing with you. There is no need to listen to her.
僕は嫌だ。姉さんはそれでいいの？
I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Shannon?
Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words.
僕は嫌だ。幸せになりたい。
I don't like it. I want to be happy. So does
でも
everyone.
嫌だ。
It's just like how they try to achieve their personal happiness is different and sometimes very fucked up.
Kinto.
Yeah, Kenzo. Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Elon Musk. Sorry. I have like really bad allergies. I'm having trouble actually speaking. It's a bunch of English royalty. Anyway, I've had enough of being furniture. I could go on forever on that because like there's a lot of really fucking bad people.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And for some of them, it's not even their fault. They've just like literally been brainwashed into it. It's fucked up.
Yep. Which I have to wonder if like something was done to their bodies to make them feel not human.
Like these people?
Yes.
I think they've just been fucking like raised and brainwashed and abused.
Maybe it is just that. I just have to
Because it's
wonder.
very obvious that they can still feel everything that humans do because like,
Oh, yeah, no.
Shannon and Cannon both fell in love.
I know, but something to make them feel like their bodies could never be human.
They were probably just like told that, literally.
Yeah, probably.
Over and over and over again.
I'm just noting the fact that, with the exception of Shannon's leg, they are very covered. So if there was something, we wouldn't know
Cannon's
it.
lower legs. Cannon's lower legs are uncovered.
True. But I guess we'll see.
But we only know 3 furniture anyway. For Kizo's side, and one of them is Genji, who was not raised the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Genji, and then there's, of
Like
course,
some other ones might show up, like Lennon might show up, like way later, like in fucking episode 7 or something like that. We might be able to get to see like who the fuck that is, but no.
Yeah.
Because like no one ever said that the fucking, what is it? 27 characters that have been shown so far are like actually the only ones.
True.
人間になって
Because it's the 18 on the island, and Renove and Beatrice, and then the 7 stakes. I think
Yeah.
that's all of them, right? That's all the actual unique characters. Like the only other sprite that we have is actually
Oh,
no, we got the first Beatrice.
yeah, the teacher
And
Beatrice.
then, yeah, we got teacher and we got fuck. I had another one in my brain, but it just slipped completely out as soon as you said something about like Beatrice.
Younger Ava.
Oh yeah, we got younger Ava, but like that's still the same character.
True, but it is a unique sprite.
Yeah, just like, and we're obviously not counting the other witches right now because they're not actually on the island.
Yeah. And she has confirmed there are only 18 humans on the island.
Yeah, for this loop at least. But like, no one ever says that like that can only be like the only people on the island at any given time in any loop.
True. It depends where
That
she
may
starts.
actually
to
change in a later thing. Yeah, it may change in a later loop, like someone rushes out to join them.
Yeah, but this,
Or,
like
some other family member or something.
Yeah.
Or another servant, whatever.
Granted, this does confirm that there are no additional killers this loop. It has to be one of the 18 if we say it's a human.
Mm-hmm. But of course, like I've been trained like this Beatrice the entire time. Like I'm acknowledging the possibility of others, but I just don't believe that's the case.
Fair enough.
Like it's always been a witch doing this, or like her demons or her homunculi or whatever the fuck. It's always been them in my brain. But it is, of course, like as I've been saying the entire time, there are so many different ways that it could be anything else without being the 18. But in this loop specifically, she already said that there are only 18 people
Yep.
on
So,
this island,
and I don't
or
think,
18 humans at least.
and I don't think it's somebody standing on a boat with a sniper rifle.
That would be very funny, but no. Oh man, fucking like like a mile offshore, like pulling the greatest shots in human history.
Yep.
You're trying to like shoot like on the ocean during a typhoon.
Yep,
Oh,
just
man.
fucking,
That's a
fucking dead shot.
like that. This is some shit that I would attribute to like some superhuman sniper and like a magic adept sniper in fucking Shadowrun or something, like over a mile away on the ocean in a typhoon, still getting headshots. Like, yeah, that's that's that supernatural shit right there.
Yep.
Fuck. 'Cause I think the longest real life shot is like a little over a mile and a half or something like that.
Yep.
And
Done by
that was done in not a typhoon and not on the ocean.
Yep, and that was done by a Canadian sniper, I do believe.
Actually, it was made last year by a Ukrainian soldier.
Oh, okay.
2.36 miles away using a custom rifle that the Ukrainian soldier named Lord of the Horizon. Fuck,
Very
dude.
nice.
That is a hard fucking name.
Especially
oh my
for,
god.
especially
For
for
a sniper specifically?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So that is amazing. Lord of the Horizon. Bruh.
Excellent.
So someone in the comments, my guy is legit using named legendary equipment like it's some kind of MMO. It's like, yeah, fuck, dude.
Yeah, I think the previous one was done by a Canadian sniper.
You're absolutely correct. It was Canadian sniper at 2.2 miles in Iraq. Fucking this rifle shoots 14.5 millimeter by 114 millimeter cartridges, which are basically 12.7 millimeter, 50 BMG, with double the volume of the case.
Nice.
This thing is like, a weapon like this is like,
It is an artifact
in
weapon.
Helsing, in Helsing Ultimate, where like she's using the anti-tank rifle, and it's this fucking huge, enormous motherfucker that like real life anti-tank rifles are not that big.
Yeah.
Like that's what this guy was using, basically.
Excellent.
Was this thing? Fucking hell, that is a huge bullet.
Love that for him.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta check. CM2 inches. Yeah, let's do millimeter just to make it 100% accurate. Okay, so this bullet casing, or this bullet is 4.5 inches long.
Wow.
This thing is enormous. It's like nearly my whole fucking hand. Like it's my entire palm plus a knuckle. Like it's a huge bullet.
Yeah,
And for
holy
those
shit.
of you who do not know freedom units, that's 3.7 kilometers. It's a very, very far shot.
Yep.
Lord of the Horizon. I gotta fucking write that down, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on. I gotta pull up a screen real quick because I do not have my random notes folder like converted to Markdown yet. See projects, or maybe I do. Was I? Nope. Where is it? Can I like search my? Yeah, I can. Cool. Unused. Unused ideas. Here we go. Excellent. Thank you. No, don't open Krita. I misclicked. And now Krita's gonna open. Sad. Right, race ideas, creatures, alchemical nodes, blah 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 blah. Maybe I'll put it under meta setting references. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Lord of Rising. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's written down. It's good. We can continue. But fuck me, dude. Such a good for goddamn name.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just gonna. I've had enough being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. You can do that anyway. You're already human.
お姉さんのように海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
I want to know that the ocean is blue like you.
Yeah, Canon, it's a frame of mind. She literally just managed to break through. Granted, with the help of a ritual to kind of jostle the brain meats around, but like, there's literally nothing magical that made her human.
Yeah, you guys are already human. You were literally human in every way.
Yeah, the only
you were
thing
just deeply traumatized.
Yeah, the only thing Beatrice did is make sure that Shannon and George had a opportunity to meet.
In that context, at least.
And that it went well.
I don't think she even guaranteed that it went well. It's just like she literally just if I remember correctly, Beatrice like literally said, "It's like I'm just going to give you an opportunity. That's it. It's up to you. But I'll give you the opportunity to make this fate your own." Sort of. How young? I'm jealous.
だから若者は好きなのだ。
That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back.
カノン、ルシファーは前へ。
Cannon, Lucifer, forward.
仰せのままに。
Is there even enough room in this fucking study for a proper duel, or are people gonna be tripping over furniture and shit?
Well, it is
like, Kinzo's study is big, but he also has desks and coffee tables and dining tables and sofas like everywhere, right?
true enough.
And like bookshelves and
Granted, it's
so on and so forth.
it's
There's even a mini bar.
Yeah, granted, it's probably still bigger than some people's apartments.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But then like I don't know if you can really like use that as a qualifier when like coffin motels exist. So
True. But okay,
there's also the capsule motels, which are even smaller than coffin motels.
Yeah. I do love the concept of like the capsule hotel though.
Oh yeah, it's cool as hell. I would not want to go into one because like having that many people that I'm in an enclosed space separated from them is just like
Or okay, I'm thinking of a different thing than you are.
So the capsule hotels are the ones that like are literally like capsules on the wall. It's literally just a bed.
Ah, gotcha. No, there's something kind of a midway where it's a very, very small room and a capsule bed.
That might be what I'm talking about as a coffin motel.
Okay. Yeah,
so
so
a motel is like a really small room, but it's actually got a bed.
Yeah.
Like the damn things might be like a 10 by 5 sort of thing in feet.
Yep, basically that, and
like,
then there's
just enough to fit like a bed and like your feet when you're sitting on the edge of the bed.
yeah, so it's more like that, and then the amenities are supposed to be outside for more general use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like in the lobby or whatever.
Yeah.
As you command. Yeah, but that's what a coffin motel is. which you can really tell like where I learned about coffin motels by how I refer to them, because that's a cyberpunk thing.
ベアトリーチェ様は無理でも。
I don't like it that way you look down on me.
私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが。
As if Lady Beatrice would be impossible, but with me you would at least have a chance.
最
I
高
mean, that's
に
literally
気
true,
に入
though.
らないわ。
I really don't like it. It's like, are you a fucking immortal, like, endless witch? No? Then it's literally possible for someone to kill you. Fuck off.
That was probably humiliating for Lucifer, but at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself.
I really don't like the whole, like, you are 1,000 years too early to fight me, boy. Shit. It's just like, shut up, you fucking idiot. Just shut up and take your opponents seriously and kill them before they kill you. Sorry, stuffing my face with noodles. Come, furniture of the witch.
いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Don't think that you can look down on me forever.
Flashing lights warning, folks, because we're about to do the anime duels.
Yay! The part of this series that I really fucking hate. If I want flashy anime fights, I'll go watch a fucking shonen. Don't get me wrong, I love flashy anime fights, but like only in places where it's supposed to be, right?
さあさバトラー、楽しい見せ物の時間であるぞ。
So, Battler, isn't this a fun show?
くそ、またおかしなことになりやがった。
Damn it, another weird thing's happening.
魔法バトルなんて認めてたまるかよ。
Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle.
Then just imagine they've got fucking Pata, then, you nerd. Goddamn.
ほらほら、目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。
Look, look, don't turn your eyes away, look at it.
ほらほら、ほらほら。
She said look 4 times, but the subtitle only says it 3 times. Look, 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 it's magic, it's furniture.
そなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようとも。
No matter how much you try and deny me and magic.
ほらほら、ほらほらほらほら。
Look times 5.
こうして目の前でブワンブワンカキンカキンやられちゃ台無しだよな。
I want to know if people like actually talk like this in Japan in Japanese. Like, do they repeat the word look 5 times to get people to like look at them? Like, I can only imagine like a 3-year-old doing that. You know?
Yeah, granted, a different language context, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I have to. Is that actually how people talk in Japan, or like is this just some weird shit that's like anime only?
Yeah. I do not know.
Because like I don't know, and like I can't critique the dialogue until I know. You know?
Yeah.
Because I'm not familiar with like Japanese culture like enough to do that. Like I know a little bit outside of like religion and anime, but like that it's only a little bit, you know? It's
Yeah.
not a lot.
But I would say that it's basically, in this case, Beatrice being mocking.
Yeah, but like I can't imagine like saying look 5 times even if I was mocking someone. Honestly, if I really wanted to torment someone like with something like this, I would literally grab their head and force them to look at the like screen or whatever.
True enough. Granted, that's more physicality than Beatrice's ever gonna bother with, I think.
I think that's also because of the limitations of this style of storytelling with visual novels to begin with.
True.
Because without animation, like you can't show that sort of thing. You just have to describe it. And as we have shown very much so far, the prose in Ryukishi's work is not the greatest, and like I don't think it's not necessarily a bad thing, because I don't think Ryukishi was like really focusing on the prose. It's more like the dialogue and like, you know, the rhetoric.
Yeah, the overall like dialogue and philosophy and things.
Mm-hmm.
The family dynamics.
So like, it's not the focus, but like the prose is definitely really weak in a lot of visual novels.
Yeah.
The prose was not very weak in Slay the Princess, but the prose in Slay the Princess was also straight up dialogue from the narrator.
Yeah.
Or yourself, or like some other character. So
yeah, and like Slay the Princess was basically all that and very immaculate.
Mm-hmm. So like that, the immaculate vibes of Slay the Princess.
Yep.
If you've got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think?
ほらほらほらほらもう思考なんて止めちまえよ魔法
Look,
は
just
ある
stop
んだっ
thinking.
て
Magic exists.
これはファンタジーなんだって
This is fantasy.
目を閉じるなよしっかり見ろよほら
Don't
ほら
close
ほ
your
ら
eyes.
ほら
Look
ほら
closely. Look.
畜生畜生畜生畜生
Damn it, times 4.
魔女を認めない、魔法を
Like that's another thing.
認
Like
めない
it's this constant repetition of like this one single phrase or word. It's not repetition in the same way that like we use repetition in writing in English. It's literally just saying the same thing back to back over and over again.
Yep.
And I don't know, like I want to know if that's like a normal thing in Japan.
I won't accept witches. I won't accept magic.
でもこんなにあからさまにやられちまったらなんだっていやいいんだ
But if it's
See,
being
like,
done right
the way that-
out in the open like that, what am I supposed to say?
Don't click. That repetition right after the damn it times 4 is how we use it in English when we're writing. I won't accept blank, and then I won't accept blank. Normally we do it 3 times to like really drive it home, unless you're trying to set a specific pattern in the word.
Yeah.
3 is just a really common one that everyone uses because it's like ingrained into basically every culture on the planet.
Yep.
But you can set it with like a repetition of 2s or 4s or 5s or whatever. It's just you just have to like purposefully do so and think about it and actually try and do it.
Yeah.
I personally keep the 3s because it's really fucking easy. Because again, it's really like deeply ingrained in the cultures of like everywhere on the planet.
くそくそくそくそ
Damn it.
ほーら目を背けるなよしっかり見ろよ
Come now, don't look away. Look closely, okay?
魔法はあるんだよファンタジーなんだよ推理ごっことかやめちまえよ
Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective.
知ってんだよ物を考えんの本当は苦手なんだろ
I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through.
やめちまえやめちま
See, like, the best way I can think of, like, the way I would write Beatrice with a little bit more physicality to, like, what she does and how she behaves and how she mocks and interacts with people.
Yeah.
Because no matter what she says, she is still human. No matter what she or the narrative says, she's still human. She may not be, like, working on, like, human logic in terms of, like, what she is capable of, or like the mortal realm or the material world or whatever, but she is still psychologically a human. And humans like very naturally use their bodies to speak to one another.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like, just notice next time you're on a voice call with a friend how much you move your body while you're speaking to them, right? Like, I use my shoulders, I gesture with my hands, I like tilt my torso a little bit, I exaggerate my body language because like that's what you do when you're talking to people.
Yep.
Especially in a casual context. And like a master of manipulation like Beatrice would absolutely 100% use that to her advantage in every way she possibly could.
Oh, absolutely. Which I have to imagine as more visual mediums, the manga and the stage play probably use that more.
Yeah, I should hope so. Then just stop. Stop.
ほらほら、どうせファンタジー、どうせファンタジー。
Look, it's gotta be fantasy. Gotta be fantasy.
うるせえうるせえうるせえ
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
俺に話しかけるんじゃね
Don't talk to me. I'm angry.
He made me fucking choke on my noodles. Oh man.
こいつ、意地になっちゃって。
This guy's getting stubborn.
私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたことを。
Are her eyes normally red?
つくばって謝ってごらんなさい。
I think they're black normally, right?
Huh?
Pull the screen.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Okay, yeah, they're like sort of a red color, but like it's a different shade of red than this.
Yeah, I
Which
think
might be being used to imply like they're glowing sort of deal. With power or energy or something.
yeah, or it just might be a difference in the lighting a little bit. Because if you look closely, like they are shaded the same way, with the top bits being a little darker and the bottom being.
Well, I mean, that's
brighter.
just like that's just how like anime shades their eyes, because like it's really simple and easy to use. But you can also see on the eyes of the actual like scene right now, there's no highlight. There's no glare.
Yeah.
That either implies that there is no light in the room or that the eyes are glowing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's also used in anime, I've noticed, to either indicate a lack of humanity or a lack of intelligence. Like a lack of
Like
sapience.
the dull eyes, or like a lack of life does it too.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, that is like truth in television, the trope, to an extent, because like the eyes do change when someone dies. Like the muscles and how the movement sections of the eyes, like the stuff that can actually move and change in your eyes, like relax, so that like you don't get quite as much color in the eye and quite as much like shine. But like mostly when people are talking about like intelligent eyes and a beast or whatever like that, that's just total bullshit. There's no way for you to tell. Like the only way for you to tell really is like how their eyes move, and that's it. There's no spark of intelligence in there. It's like, are they fucking eyeing you up or are they just staring at you? That's the difference. Because like we are not special in how our eyes move or function. We've got the same eyes as like basically everything else on the planet.
Yep. The only really different ones are like lizards and goats.
Yeah. It's like dogs and cats have like a reflective film in the back.
Yeah, like there's some
wolves do too.
Yeah, like
But,
there's
like,
some
dog-
changes.
Even their eyes, like the basic functions of them are literally the same.
Yep.
It's just like what are like additional structures inside, right? But then of course there's a chameleon who has like fucking scaly eyes.
Yeah.
And, like insects with compound eyes, for example. But like basically everything otherwise has essentially the same kind of eyes as even goats. Like their irises or their pupils may be shaped differently, but they function pretty much the same way. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me?
そうしたら特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay?
生きながら
Yeah,
生
fucking
皮
no.
を剥が
Yeah,
して。
see, as soon as her expression changed, the glare came back to it. And the pupil right now is a very dark red rather than black like it was a second ago.
Yeah.
Which of course we can't like thumb back through the scenes, sadly, but then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're alive.
絶命するまで全身を鞭打ってのたうち回らすのを特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
Or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. You know what? That doesn't actually sound too bad to me because like you'll probably pass out after like 15 lashes.
True.
Genuinely, you'll probably just like pass out from the pain after like 15 to 20 lashes. So you just gotta like make it that far, and then they're literally just beating an unconscious body. The worst one would be to get caned until you die, because caning isn't quite as painful, so you'll just like stay awake the entire fucking time. Just goes to show you that more pain is not necessarily the better way to torture someone. You gotta make sure like it lasts. Because like anyone can deal with 5 minutes of like, you know, your arm broken and then you don't feel it anymore. No one wants to deal with 3 months of your arm being broken.
Yeah.
You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently while it still feels great. Look, girl.
黙れ魔女の家具。
Be silent, furniture of the witch.
お前と問答するつもりはない。
I have no intention of speaking with you. You could just like attack her while she's talking instead of like actually saying that.
中にないというのね。
Lucifer, that's not what that means. Oh my gods.
Yeah.
If someone's not gonna talk to you while you're fighting them, that means they're taking you seriously. Believe me, talking during a fight is really fucking hard. If someone can hold a conversation with you while you're fighting, they are not taking you seriously. Like you might get a couple of words out here or there, or like a really loud yell or something, but you're not having a full-on fucking conversation. There's no way. So you're saying you think nothing of me?
気に入らないわ。イフを感じないその目。
That disrespectful gaze of yours
本当に気に入らないわ。
is really ticking me off. Just shut up and fight, dumbass.
カノン君。
あやつ。サタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
Yeah, I was gonna say, like he's because like he managed to get like 3 clashes in when fighting Satan, and like then just died.
Yep.
It's like got after she played with him for a couple of like exchanges, and then that was it. But like he's actually like kind of holding up, and I wonder if that's like a
The magic
so
becoming
do we
stronger.
know if
thing.
this is like, do we know if this is like a literal time loop or if it's separate timelines?
I do believe it is supposed to be a loop. Like she resets the board.
Okay. So that might be because he does deal with magic. He knows how to do at least some magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use that fucking sword.
Yeah.
Like he just wouldn't be able to like manifest the sword in the first place if he didn't know any magic at all. That might be like some stuff slipping in from the other time loops.
Yep.
Because if it was like,
Yeah,
I
and
remember like them saying something about fragments, right? That might be like literally like a different timeline sort of deal if they're using fragments rather than loops themselves. And if it's a fragment thing, like a different timeline, then that may literally be that like he had more training this loop.
Yep.
In this fragment.
which I do think they are loops for this. And it's just like Burn Castell that is moving through the fragments.
Okay.
But because Beatrice even said earlier, Shannon's getting really philosophical. Maybe I was too hard on her last time. Or something.
Yeah, that's what got me thinking about this in the first place, is that...
So yeah, I'm thinking it's something like that, where there is a little bit of bleed over. And how much bleed over there is depends on your magical prowess.
Which is kind of funny, because, like, Battler was the first one to have bleed over.
Yeah.
Even though, like, apparently he's, like, deeply untalented.
Yeah, but his circumstances are special because he's got a meta-omniscient
He's also, like, in
self.
control.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also in control of a piece on the board. He is both that piece and is in control of that piece.
Yeah.
Because layered reality is fun. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan?
だから人間は恐ろしいのです。たまに魔女にまでなり、悪魔を執事扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
This is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers.
Yep.
わらわはどちらを応援すればよいというのか。
Yeah, like I don't know why Beatrice is so utterly confident that she can never be beaten by a mortal ever.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, you remember being human at one point, and you know that you were not very old when you managed to become an endless witch. You know that.
Yeah, so all
Why the fuck can't another human do the same thing?
Yeah, so all it takes is a human becoming a witch, and then fucking taking over, basically.
And of course, like, I assume Beatrice knows the story of Bird Castell, right?
It's
like, hey, I would assume like they've talked about it or something, you know?
Yeah, possibly, or at least like the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, so like, even if this didn't happen to Beatrice, she would know that it's possible for a witch to just like become a witch on the spot.
Yep.
It's like, even if she had been trained at least a little bit in like Shrine Maiden magic, that does not mean like she was at the level of a full-on witch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, your magical power can just suddenly balloon for seemingly no reason, but I'm sure there is like an actual like emotion becomes magical strength rule in this universe, and it's not just like Kinzo being a weirdo or Beatrice being a weirdo about it. Like, that may actually literally be a law of magic that like the depth of your emotion informs the strength of your magic, sort of deal. Which I kind of like to an extent, but also kind of not.
For obvious
Because
reasons.
it has some uncomfortable. Because it has a few uncomfortable implications about like people who were very strong and people who were very weak, right?
Yeah.
If depth of emotion translates directly to magical strength, that means people who are very powerful are inherently more human, in heavier quotes, because I don't actually think humans are their emotions or anything, but like most, if not all cultures believe that humanity, like emotion is a
fundamental part of
humanity.
humanity. Yeah.
And you can see this a lot in fiction when like people, the way that they portray like androids and like other non-human things that are supposed to look human but aren't human. And what traits of humanity they lack tells a lot about the artist and like who wrote it and what their views on humanity is.
Yep.
On what humanity is. It's the same thing here. So like, if emotional depth translates immediately to, hold on a second, my dad's calling me. I think he forgot that I stream on Thursdays. 1 second.
Yep, no problem.
He just forgot that I stream on Thursdays. It wasn't an emergency.
Gotcha.
Shut up, Phoenix! No! Go away! I'm busy! I'm talking to something else. Get out of here. Fucker. Anyway, as I was saying, if emotional depth equates, or like strength of emotion equates directly to magical power, that implies that the very powerful people are inherently more human, in heavy air quotes, than the people who are very weak in magic.
Yeah.
Because, again, like, strength of emotions translates directly to magical power, so people who don't have a lot of magical power don't have a lot of emotions, equals like not very human, which is just some very not fun implications about like your magic system.
Yeah, absolutely.
And especially since like having like really powerful emotions one time does not mean that you are constantly at that level later, right? Like, people's emotions dip and peak and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Which is why whenever I do like emotion equals magical power, I have it like not literally become magical power, but expand your capacity every time you hit that limit, right?
Yeah, that
That's
could
what I do.
that could work. There's also something to say for if that's one way power can expand, or one way that can increase your magical power output, but isn't the only way.
Yeah. But like, that's the problem, is that a lot of settings that do use emotion as magic thing only use emotion as magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I've seen that over and over for sure.
Like, this is pretty common in like magical girl stuff, actually.
Yeah, magical girl stuff, which is understandable because women get criticized for being too emotional. So to translate to that being actually their strength, can be
absolutely.
empowering.
That's great. It's just annoying that that's the only way to have that magic, because it does not imply good things about like the characters at the beginning of their of their story when they're not very strong, right?
Yeah.
It like automatically like backwards says that those emotions back then were not quite as valid as the ones that they're having right now, that are making them so much stronger than they were back then. And it's just sort of like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Granted, that works a little bit better for like a coming of age story where you start to get out of selfish childhood into actually caring about things outside of yourself.
That's true. The best way to do that sort of thing, I think, is like character development is magical power.
Yeah,
It does not need to be good character development. It's just as long as there's character development.
that is fair enough. Which, yeah, definitely can happen and does happen in some lyrics, I think one of
like
the...
Final Fantasy 14 Dark Knights are like that.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 Dark Knight, where
Of course, like our version, like our story gets to be like, yes, love is the thing. It's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, that's more...
That's not the only thing.
Yeah, that's more Sig's story anyway.
Yeah. Like, it's implied that the Warrior of Light also has that sort of magic, but whatever.
Yeah, but for us, it's more like, let's fucking extend out archetypes of ourselves and have to deal with them.
Yeah, like literally fight the shadow and the id shit.
Yep.
Duel yourself, bitch.
Yep, fight the id and the ego.
Literally fighting your inner demons.
Yep.
But like in Final Fantasy 14, it also makes a lot of sense because of Dynamis in the first place.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
But Dynamis is also not the only power source. Like, you've also got Aether, so.
Yep.
There are many creatures throughout the story of Final Fantasy 14 who are just as strong as you, but don't interact with Dynamis at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, for example, most of the fucking Ascians.
Yeah, the Ascians. Really any primal.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if you use a bunch of Aether, it's going to disperse Dynamis.
And vice versa. You have to have like a proper balance of both to like be able to use both.
Yep. And then like, another example would be like, I kind of like how Shield Hero does the skill tree specifically.
It's been a long time since I watched that.
Yeah, it's been.
I do remember a bit about it though.
Yeah, it's been a fucking age and a half, but him reaching like a maximum of caring and also anger and anguish, unlocking some of the fucking demon shit.
Dragon, I think it was dragon stuff, because dragons in that setting were like great, powerful, evil creatures.
Yep.
It's like humans were not meant to use dragon stuff, because like using dragon shit was basically like turning yourself into a demon.
Yeah, it's fucking cursed as shit, basically.
Mm-hmm. It would be very funny if someone got isekai'd to that setting and then just immediately unlocked the dragon stuff, and they're just like, I don't feel any different, but like, I guess, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, imagine how fucking pants-shittingly terrified of them, like, everyone in the kingdom would be. It's like, oh, what? You unlocked dragon skills, like, immediately as soon as you got here?
Yeah.
Fuck, that's not good.
Someone in particular is deeply into Final Fantasy, comes in as the spear hero for this iteration, and just goes, okay, I'm a dragoon now. And
they're just like, huh?
And starts going
What?
out of their way to unlock the dragon shit.
I just meant like during the summoning ceremony, like they pop in and like as soon as their system initializes, they're just like, oh yeah, here you go, have the dragon skills. And it's just like, hey, so your majesty, what's this about dragon skills? And the whole court just goes, fuck.
Which, yeah, that's also a fair way to do it. But I do
That's
like
what I was thinking.
I do like my idea of just this fucker going to, okay, there was a battle with a dragon here. Let me see if I can find some scales.
Let me go drink its blood.
Yeah, let me find.
Nom nom.
Yeah, let me see if the scales are anywhere, or whatever else.
I mean, that's also a good idea. But it's just like the funny idea I had was just like them immediately showing up with the cursed ass dragon skills.
Yeah, either that.
Like that's how fucking angry and pissed off that they are, and they're just like, I don't feel any different, but fair enough.
Yeah, either that or something that would also be infinitely hilarious is instead of a human getting isekai'd from a modern world, just a fucking kobold.
That would be great. I would love that a lot. The particular kingdom that Naofumi and the others start out in would not like that very much, but I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Context for those of you who haven't watched that before, the kingdom that the 4 heroes start out in the anime, in this like current summoning, is very anti-beast people.
Yeah, just very, very much against anything non-human. Which is also why they are against the shield hero, because the shield hero is seen as somebody who protected the non-humans.
Yeah, like the last shield hero protected the non-humans. So, it's ridiculous that like Naofumi gets hit with that prejudice in the first place, because like that's a whole ass different dude.
Yep, but I mean that's
just like a different guy.
That's what prejudice fucking does.
It's just like, I don't know. It's just weird because like seeing one dude with a sword do something you don't like, and then like looking at the next dude with a sword and being like, yeah, that guy's the same as the last guy.
Yeah.
What?
Granted, I guess the shield hero being somewhat rare does have that part of it, I suppose.
Yeah, like they only get summoned like once every 20 years or whatever. So there's only been a few of them in living memory to begin with.
Yeah.
I guess.
Plus, I think there are other weapons outside of the 4 we got.
There were for the other worlds that were doing the waves.
Yes.
The other worlds had different weapons, but like the ones on this setting only had those, as far as I know.
No, okay.
But like I may not be as far into it as you got. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get particularly far. I just kind of know some things through osmosis.
Yeah, same. Really, I did not get very far because like the idea of like beastkin aging with their level is just like makes me feel real weird. And like it's another example of like the slavery thing that I'm always on about, like in DMs, like how isekai heroes like never interact with slavery at all.
Yep.
They just go, oh, that's kind of fucked up, and then just like don't do anything about it, even if they have a privileged position and a great deal of power, because they're summoned or whatever. Like they just never touch on it ever again.
Yeah,
and you're just like, fucking why?
Yeah, like
why?
Like what could have happened is the narrative could have been acknowledged. Naofumi did a bad. Naofumi did a bad because he felt hopeless and needed somebody who could not.
That's what it seemed like at first, right?
Yeah.
Like when he first bought Raftalia, that's what it seemed like. And then like later on, when the seal is getting broken, he's freaking out, which of course he's traumatized. Of course he would freak out over that, something like that. But then Raftalia is just like, yeah, I want to go be a slave again. What?
Yeah, and even
That's not going to help him any.
Yeah, and even then, there's something that could be done there, but at that point, he should have absolutely broken up the slave ring.
Yeah, it's like, there is a use in like interpersonal relationships for like promises that you literally can't break. Like these contracts, these giases.
Yeah.
Or, in the case of Shield Hero, a slave crest, or whatever the fuck they call it. There's a use for that in like getting people to trust you. But like, come on.
But yeah, it should have been.
I can see like taking on like a magical like enforced promise to get someone to trust me to do a thing, right? Like I can see that.
Mm.
But this shit should be temporary and only for that one thing.
Yeah, like even
and it should be willing.
Yeah, and even fucking fate makes it temporary.
Like the Master Crest or whatever.
Yeah, because you get 3. You get 3 orders.
Yeah, the 3 orders, and that's it.
Yep, and if one of those orders is, you can bring no harm to me, they can just fucking kill you.
Of course, like, it would not do well for their chances in the Holy Grail War. But
yeah, but, I mean, if they just want to fuck you...
They hate you enough that they're like, nah,
yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, no, screw you.
I'll try again later. It's fine, I'm a servant. You're not. Die, bitch.
Yep. But yeah, basically, like, and yeah, the other thing is, and part of why I definitely kind of was like, is Raftalia should have been 2 characters.
Yeah, for sure. And like, now Fumi should have definitely. I do not expect any hero isekai hero to just like automatically be able to solve slavery or like whatever other awful shit is happening in their like isekai world.
Yeah.
It's just like they need to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
They need to be like, okay, this is fucked up, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and I think
I don't have the power base I need to be able to do something about this.
Yeah, and part of the problem there is Japan is so separated from that part of their history in a way that Americans are not.
Yeah.
Because it's...
In fact, let's see. Slaves in Japan. Let's see.
Like, there's a consistent...
Yeah, Toyotomi Hideyoshi abolished it in 1590. It's been so long since any slaves were going on in Japan.
Yeah, granted, there were other instances.
Yeah, the comfort women in the World War II.
Yeah, it's stuff like that, for sure. So,
but like these only last 10 years. It's only like a part of the population and not the entire thing.
Yeah.
It's not everywhere. It's only for like this one specific social class.
Yeah, so
etc.
Yeah, so it's like separated by years longer than our country has existed in the case of Americans.
Yeah, so like comfort women, like sex slavery is obviously very fucking awful, but it's not chattel slavery.
Yeah, which, I mean, when you're making qualifications about how horrible something is, like, it was still horrible. There's no...
Yes, it's very fucking awful.
If, ands, or buts. But, for example, and I'd have to look up the gentleman's name, but there was somebody who experienced slavery in Africa, just bog standard slavery, and somebody who experienced chattel slavery in the USA, and eventually got freed. And he wrote a book about his experiences in both. And there was a lot more hopelessness in the chattel slavery category.
Yeah, because it's chattel slavery is the worst possible of this overarching, very awful thing.
Yeah, because it never ends, and You can be born into it.
Yeah, it's like the difference between like murder and torture and murder.
Yeah, or hell,
It's like obviously getting killed sucks. That's not great.
yeah, or
but like getting tortured first is like makes it worse.
Or the difference between murder versus genocide.
Yeah, and also that. Yeah, because like non-chattel slavery generally does not like enslave an entire like social class or ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
It's only chattel slavery that does that kind of thing.
Exactly. So that's where you get into the differences. And it feels like a lot of fantasy slavery, even coming out of Japan, is chattel slavery.
Yeah, which is really fucking weird. It's the worst possible kind.
Yep.
Because it also includes sex slavery and all the other stuff on top, you know?
I mean, obviously there's that too. But I guess it's A, they don't have to acknowledge the terrible parts of their own history, because that's not something Japan ever indulged in, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it was like prisoner slavery that they had.
Right, and the other thing is prisoner type slavery and stuff, you know, they committed some sort of crime. But with chattel slavery, you can go, oh, that person's totally innocent. Which is fucked up that people think prisoners in that sense, but Japan is also a very conservative country in many ways.
There's not enough information on like Japanese slavery specifically, and like the papers also all acknowledge that it's just like information on slavery in Japan is just like sort of spotty.
Yeah, because of course, you know, it's not mostly the people in those situations telling their own stories. It's the ruling class.
Information on the slave population is questionable, but like the proportion of slaves before the Sengoku period is estimated to have been about 5% of the population.
Yeah. So, yeah, and...
So again, not entire social classes like before.
And again, Japan has a bad habit of not acknowledging their past transgressions in their history. Because there is...
Also, like, this isn't like a defense or anything to do with Japan, really. But, like, how would you track who to give, like, reparations to when the population that was enslaved is the current population? Like, ethnically, like, familially. Like, it's just like, for example, in Japan, just about everyone is Japanese. And all the slaves were Japanese. So, like, how do you track, like, which families do you have reparations to?
Yeah,
everyone's Japanese.
Yeah, there is a element of that.
Again, like, nothing to do with Japan and their slavery. I'm just like, they're just something I thought of in my brain. It's like, how would you even do that? It'd be such like a hard fucking thing to do.
Yeah, like, there's definitely something to be said for maybe just going really hard in on the social programs.
Yeah, it could be.
And then, of course, there's stuff like reparations to the Ainu and the ethnically Korean Japanese citizens.
Yeah, of course. Because that's... Yeah. Look, there's a lot of reasons why reparations is a good idea, even in the modern day. Yes, we acknowledge that slavery has been over for like 150 years in the U.S. However, that does not... I'm not smart enough to like properly explain it, but like, believe me, there are good reasons for it.
Basically, the effects of slavery still exist. There were a lot of benefits given to both to people during slavery and to people during segregation in the U.S. that were provided to white people, but not to black people, like housing. There was deals on housing and a big push to get families into homes, which then...
Also, like, the lack of ability to generate generational wealth, because, like, for America, like, when slaves were first released, they did not know how to write or have any training in finance or anything like that.
Yeah,
and that has carried on to today because it's only been like 4 generations.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there's that for a start, but that was also what I was going to get into with housing. Housing is part of the way people have generational wealth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you sell.
That's like very important for people to realize, by the way. It's only been like 4 or 5 generations since slavery was a real thing in America.
Yeah, like, it's one of those things. In Europe, 100 miles is a long distance. In the United States, 100 years is treated like a long time, even though it isn't.
Yes. And like, at least Europe has the excuse that it's pretty fucking mountainous in a lot of places in Europe, so it's kind of hard to, drive 100 miles.
Yeah, plus, just not as densely populated.
Mm-hmm.
And also, states are as big as some countries in Europe, so...
Yeah, did you know that fucking Texas is bigger than France?
I didn't know that specifically, but it does not shock me.
Like, aside from Russia, I think Ukraine is the largest European country. Or give me a second. Let me make sure that this is like actually real and not just something I made the fuck up. Yeah, like aside from Russia, the Ukraine is the largest European country, and Texas is bigger than the Ukraine.
Yeah, so,
Texas is bigger than all European countries.
Yeah, so you kind
which
of...
is just like fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
but,
and if you don't include the mostly unpopulated regions of Russia, it's bigger than Russia.
I discovered this like a week ago on the Art Colleagues stream, the one that I was watching before this stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, because he lives in France. So we just got to talking about it for whatever reason, and like he was saying that he was pretty sure that like France was bigger than Texas. I was like, is that true? Let me look it up real quick. And I found out that France is like, I think this is in kilometers, but it's like 233,000 square kilometers, and then Texas is like 266,000 square kilometers. It's like, well, that's actually by a pretty sizable margin too. Fuck.
Yeah.
And Texas isn't even the biggest state.
Nope. It is one of the bigger ones, but not
it's
the biggest.
like number 3, I think. California and Alaska are bigger.
Yeah, though Alaska has the same thing. Most of that's unpopulated.
Yeah. Anyway, point is, like, damn it, give me a second. I need the people to acknowledge in their writing and in the narratives and by the characters themselves, unless the character is supposed to be a shitbag.
Yeah.
That slavery is bad, yes, but they can't do anything about it. Because it is kind of difficult for a person to do anything about slavery.
Yeah, a single person
this is an
who
institutional... Like, even if you're a fucking, like, monarch, it's kind of difficult to just unilaterally, like, end slavery.
Yeah. And it's,
People may, like, point at, like, Abraham Lincoln for that, but, like, Lincoln did not do that by himself. He had the support of, like, 2/3 of the country.
Yeah.
If not more.
Yeah, most people agreed slavery was bullshit. We were one of the last countries to abolish slavery.
Mm.
In fact, there were European nations who were going to back the Confederates because it would, destabilize the United States as a whole, but backed off when the Confederacy made it clear that this was solely about slavery.
Yeah. And, like, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, but it was about states' rights. It's like, states' rights to do what, motherfucker?
Yeah, states' rights to do what?
What were they trying to do that Lincoln said no to?
Yeah.
What were they trying to do?
And what was the cornerstone speech? Read that to me and tell me again.
Yeah, states' rights to do what?
Yeah.
To keep people as property. That's fucking what?
Yeah, or, tell me what the Confederate Constitution said.
Yeah, it's like...
Which,
yeah, it could be, like, interpreted as being literally about states' rights to do stuff, but, like, some things states shouldn't have the right to do.
Here's the big secret, though. And not really a secret, because it was written in their fucking constitution. They made it
Yeah.
illegal to make slavery illegal.
Yeah, like it was written into the Constitution that like slavery was like a free man's right
Yep.
or whatever that
Yeah.
you couldn't take away.
Yeah, they made it so a state could not decide whether to be a slave state or not.
Which
So that states' rights argument falls away very fucking quick.
yeah, it's like slavery not good. Make your characters actually recognize this, just like an actual person would.
Yeah.
Because like most people are gonna look at like a slave thing and be like, I need to do something about that, and then like actually try to do something and find out that they fucking can't because they just don't have the power for it.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
okay. You don't have to like be the ultimate hero that solves everything and makes the world a utopia. You just have to improve it a little bit.
Yeah, and it's,
You just have to like not be a shitbag in the meantime.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. Naofumi could have realized what he had done, destroyed the slavery ring, released everybody, get them back to health where needed, and send them on their way. And that would have been appropriate for the story that was being told as well.
Yeah, and of course, like there would be like later consequences for that because like slavery is legal, so he just stole a bunch of property, more or less. And like you'd have to fight against that, and like maybe set up like a little bit of a change in society, and that would be okay. That would be fine. That'd be enough, I think. Like more than enough, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like even if he, as like a very wealthy hero, just like bought everyone and then freed them on the spot, like that would also be okay. It's not going to stop slavery overall,
but it at least saves the people that he left behind for Raftalia.
Mm-hmm. Like there's one that I've been reading lately where the main character literally does do exactly what I'm talking about here, and like buys a bunch of slaves or rescues a bunch of slaves. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but like the person like comes into quote unquote possession of a bunch of slaves. Right, yeah, he rescued them and like he took them to to someone that like owed him a lot of money or like owed him a favor or something like that. It was some merchant group.
Yeah.
And said like, hey, can you train these slaves in how to like read and write and do arithmetic and all that stuff, because like what he's planning to do is also free them after they have already learned all this stuff. So like he's setting them up to be able to work and like live properly on their own,
right,
before he actually does it. The whole story is about him doing this actually, and it's great. I think it's fucking fantastic because he's trying to save all these slaves. Who?
Thank you for the follow, Nightmareist.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So
I didn't have your stream up for a second.
Yeah, we will get back to reading here shortly.
Yeah. I just think like it's like the one time that I've actually seen a character genuinely and devotedly try to fix societal ills. Like a lot of the time, characters are just like, oh, well, I'll just make friends with this person and that will solve everything. No, it fucking won't. It's not going to solve a damn thing. And neither is killing all the people that are doing the bad thing either. Because the bad thing is a systemic societal issue. You can't just kill everyone that does the bad thing and expect it not to continue. Or like for there to be also further awful effects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking goddamn it. And like the worst fucking part of this one particular comic that I was just talking about, like where he like took these slaves to a merchant to be like, hey, train these guys for me. He's not even an isekai person. He's someone from that world in the first place. So like he's just like a guy that lives in that world deciding to do this. And like you're telling me that all of these isekai characters can't even fucking try or think about doing it? Are you fucking joking? Like, if you don't want to have your character do something like this, don't include chattel slavery, you fucker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't do it.
No.
Just because your world is medieval doesn't mean it has to like have chattel slavery, you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Stop it.
And if any of you are not in the mood for Umineko for whatever reason, though I don't know why you'd be here, Cappy is playing Helldivers right now.
Oh, nice. Twitch.tv/Capitech. 2 P's, and it's spelled with a K at the end. The tech is K. But anyway,
Though we are happy to have you here, but just figured I would shout Cappy out.
Yes, while we're here, Cappy is over there doing that. So if you want to go watch that, go for it.
Yeah, or watch that after we're done if they're still going.
Yeah, it is something that annoys me a lot about fantasy lately. So it's the generic European fantasy land where it's literally all the same, including the chattel slavery. Just stop. You can change things. Be the change you want to see in the world. Stop having slaves. You don't need to have slaves in your work.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It's something that I probably wouldn't include on, like, a societal level.
Yeah,
you know, as far as, like...
Have some villains do that. Yeah, give like, the like, characters and the readers and the players or whatever a real fucking, like, moral reason to hate these motherfuckers.
But otherwise...
Because they have slaves. But yeah, you don't need to have it as a societal thing.
Yeah, like, as a mass thing that's happening, you know, in multiple countries or whatever. You know, there's just not a necessity, unless that's the kind of story you want to tell, and then tell it. Don't just, you know, use it as window dressing.
Yeah, like, the suffering of others is not window dressing for your setting. It is the setting. Because that kind of suffering doesn't just arise from nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't.
This is what I was talking about earlier, like making sure like the stuff that you put in your culture actually affects the world. If you have your culture accepting of chattel slavery, that will affect the world and the main story.
Yeah, it means they've accepted a group of individuals as subhuman.
Yeah. And of course, like, if you can accept one person as being, like, one group of people as being subhuman, then you can accept anyone being a subhuman. That's kind of like the point that one story that I was talking about a minute ago is like, he makes that point, like, in his internal monologue. It's just like, once you can accept, like, an elf as a slave or an orc as a slave or whatever, you can accept a human as a slave. So slavery overall should be gone no matter what.
Yep.
And it's the same thing in real life too. If you can accept that a felon is a slave, you can accept that, like, a person with a misdemeanor is a slave. If you can accept that a person with a misdemeanor is a slave, you can accept that people you don't like can be a slave. And so on and so forth. Stop it with the fucking slavery of any kind. God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's also something to be made aware of. Slavery is not illegal for prisoners.
Yeah. It's hard labor punishment. Something like that they call it.
Anyway, I do think that...
by hard labor or some shit.
I do think that is enough of a tangent. I think we went on that for, like, nearly an hour.
I was like half an hour or something like that. I've been watching time. So which should I cheer on? All right, back to the flashing lights warning. Are you saying this guy's on par with me?
僕を見くびるな。お前にそのおごりがある限り、僕には決して勝てない。
Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me.
私がこの煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーを刺して決して勝てないとこの思い上がりが
You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win. How conceited. This is what I was fucking talking about earlier, though. Keep looking down on him, he is gonna ship you in the fucking throat.
Canon was desperately trying to stay alive. He had a strong desire to become human, but Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart.
これまでだ。
Bleh.
お前は僕に決して負けない。
Gross. The power of the heart. Oh, that's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. Fucking power of the heart bullshit. Gross.
The glowing
Power
red,
just brick upside your head, bitch.
the glowing red
God
curve
damn it.
extended straight out from Canon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat just
Okay.
beneath the tip of her chin.
Ryukishi, choose one. It can't be curved and straight at the same time. Choose one, damn it.
Well, I think what they're saying is
Oh,
What?
I know. I'm just being a dick.
okay.
And this is just me being an asshole.
Gotcha.
何よこれ。この私が
What is this? How could I?
こんなの。何かの間違いよ。
There must be some mistake. Yeah, yours, because you were, you know, looking down on him the entire time. Like I don't understand like what you're surprised about here.
As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her.
ほう。やるな、カノン。見事だ。わらわを退屈させなかった。
Oh, well done, Canon. Wonderful. You haven't bored me.
それに比べ、わらわの家具のなんと情けないことか。
How pitiful my furniture is compared to that.
ルシファー、お嬢様を退屈させていますよ。
Lucifer, you are boring, my lady.
やはりあなたには荷が勝ちすぎた相手でしたか？
Was this opponent really too much for you to handle?
失望するぞ、七食いの長女。
I'm disappointed, eldest of the seven stakes. Not Elvis, eldest. It just chose Elvis again.
It did.
Damn it. Son of a bitch.
It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid.
この出来損ない家具が
You good for nothing furniture. I mean, you're the one that fucking lost.
She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room.
よくも私にここまで恥をかかせたな。殺す殺す殺す殺す
How could you shame me so much? Kill, kill, kill.
このぬるまが
Why did the captioner use so many kills there? Huh?
Interesting.
How many is that? That's 9?
Yeah.
It tripled it. What?
Apparently.
What the fuck? Alright, whatever. You blockhead.
私
Come
の
on,
姿を
you're a
もは
little
や追う
literal
ことも
fucking
でき
demon.
な
You
い
can
く
come
せ
up with a
に
better swear than that. Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore.
もう遊ばないよ。本気で怒ったわよ。お前の心臓を一撃で貫いてやるよ。
I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow.
ぶっ
Just
す
shut
りざ
up,
っ
you
く
already
り
lost.
貫いて真っ赤な血の噴水を天井にまで届かせてやるよ。
I'll plow right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling.
死ね
Drawn out die.
After flying around wildly for some time with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Cannon's heart. Could tell that it was Cannon's blood by the sweet taste of it. She quickly noticed one thing. He hadn't pierced his heart.
I'm guessing he caught it. Like, fucked up his hand in the meantime, but still caught it.
紅茶はいかがですかな
This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea?
今はよい。紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
I'm fine for now. This is so amusing I don't even need any. I don't know. It would... like, black tea would just, like, add to it?
おごったな。
You were arrogant again.
だから、お前は僕に勝てないんだ。
I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me.
The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Cannon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Cannon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her, in her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. But she was arrogant. She hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. So maybe she had thought about it a little. Or no, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Cannon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big he could clearly see through it to the other side. Cannon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Cannon was now gripping exactly where her neck was.
Why'd you even turn back into a human, weirdo?
僕の勝ち
Like, it's not even your natural form. What are you doing?
ベアトリーチェ
It's my victory, Beatrice.
Cannon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Cannon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Cannon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? And in any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat.
お見事ですよ、カノン。あなたの奮闘により、金蔵の研究の正しさが一つ実証されました。
Spectacular, Cannon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research.
Renove was clapping his hands. To Cannon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Renove's applause only felt like mockery.
人の心はあらゆる可能性を秘める。か
All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it?
いやはやこれだから人間は恐ろしい。
My, this is why humans are frightening.
あっぱれであるぞ、カノン。
Well done, Cannon.
そなたは勝利した。
You were victorious.
見事だ。
Spectacular.
大丈夫カノン君
Wrap your hand, you fucking nerd.
Are you okay, Cannon?
Pack the wound.
Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
見事であるぞカノン。実に見事である。
That was incredible, Canon. Truly incredible.
わらわも少しは番狂わせを期待した。
Even I was hoping at least a little for an upset.
それを裏切らぬとは。そなたは誠に素晴らしき家具であるぞ。
That you didn't let me let me down makes you truly splendid furniture.
見直した。
I think better of you now.
正直見直したぞ。
I honestly think better of you.
約束を忘れてはいないだろうな、ベアトリーチェ。
You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice?
もちろん忘れてはおらぬぞ。
Indeed, of course I haven't forgotten.
魔女も悪魔も非道ではある。だが
Witches and demons may
契
be
約に限
inhumane,
っては人間など及ばぬほどに高潔だ。
however, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises.
わらわは保護にはせぬ。
I will not go back on my word.
そなたが勝利したなら
I guaranteed that if you won,
13人の生贄を逃れることができる5人を自由に決める権利を保証した。
I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices.
ベアトリーチェ様、私はまだ破れたわけでは。
Lady Beatrice, it's not like I've...
When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling.
Yeah.
The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, even if I was laying on the floor, like, falling onto my roof, or from my roof to my floor would be fucking awful. And it's not even like I got a high ceiling or anything like that. I can nearly reach it just by standing up. I'm like a foot and some change off, and that's it. And I'm not a very tall person, so it's
Yeah.
like maybe 7.5, 8 feet.
But still.
That would fucking suck.
Yeah.
My lady, isn't that a bit much? Or a little much, rather.
それもそうである
Perhaps you are right.
な。許してやるか。
I suppose I'll forgive her.
Beatrice waved her pipe again.
I know exactly what's coming.
When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. That was a horribly natural result. This time she fell properly back onto the floor.
the pout that zooms in.
Yeah.
Lady Beatrice, forgive me. The fucking zoom, like spitting zoom in pout.
わらはもはや許したぞ。
What are you so afraid of? I've already forgiven you, haven't I?
さてカノン。
So, Canon,
続けようではないか。
shall we continue?
何をだ、まさか彼女にとどめを刺せとでも言うつもりなのか。
Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you?
ああ、違う違う。まだ終わっちゃいないだろうが。
Ah, no, it isn't over yet, right?
何をだ、はぐらかすな。
What is it? Stop dodging the question.
わらわは確かにそなたと約束したぞ。
I did promise to you your reward, didn't I?
わらわの家具、 煉獄の七杭を打ち破ったならとな。
If you could defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Yeah, I figured.
さあさあおいでなさい、煉獄の七杭。
Come, arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory.
不甲斐なき長女の6人の妹たち。
The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister.
The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Canon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge.
Yep. It's one thing to beat one person in a duel. It's another thing to beat 7 people in a duel one after the other.
Yep. Or just fighting them all at once.
Yeah. It's like, no, like either way, you're kind of fucked. Like, fighting 7 people, whether it's all at once or one after the other, is kind of awful.
Yeah. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on even footing.
せお姉様、どうして床に這いつくばってるの？
Asmodeus, you might learn here in a minute why. Because, like, he's actually kind of good. It's just that he's injured now. Because, honestly, like, the winner had already been decided in the duel. I don't know why Beatrice even allowed her to attack him like that in the first place.
I guess to humble her further.
Yeah, it's just like, she should heal Canon, just like to make it actually fair.
Yeah, but she's not nice.
That's what I would do at least. It's not a nice thing. It's like a literal, like, keep to your word fairness sort of deal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, if you want to actually test someone's skill, or what have you, and be entertained, you want your the person that you're trying to get the entertainment out of, in this case Canon, to be in decent condition for each of the fights, just in case. You know, like, that way, like, no one can blame being injured for, like, losing or whatever. Like, being a weirdo about it, because, like, in Canon's case, he could actually blame being injured for a loss because he's losing blood.
Yeah.
He's in shock and he's losing blood. Both of those things are not very conducive to, like, fighting properly.
Yeah.
Lame. Sister, why are you crawling on the floor?
お前たち。
You people.
だからお姉様はダメなのよ。
I told you, Lucifer's useless.
長女を偉そうに名乗るくせに上っ面だけなのよ。
Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside.
まったくルシファーお姉様一人の集体が私たちへの評価を下げるのよ。
Yeah, seriously, Lucifer, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all.
恥を知りなさいな。
Hi, Cosmo. Thank you. Yes, hold on, let's shill, Cappy again.
Oh, yeah.
The, all the art that is currently on stream, aside from my fucking, like, my like, actual avatar that, like, is up in the corner, was done by Cappy. Cappy is very good at their job, and, I like them a lot. It's done very well. Cappy also did, Mal's PNG tuber thing.
Yep, I showed that off to Cappy's group of people quite a bit.
Excellent. It does look good. And I know the bounce is, like, to do with the program that was used, but also the bounce is perfect for slime.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's great. It's perfect. Yeah, I didn't do the last line. Know your shame,
この未熟者が
you novice. Beelzebub, please do not speak like that. Oh, that hurts. That hurt me deep, girl. Ah. It's like a high-pitched childish gyaru is what that was.
Yeah, a little bit.
That was painful. Kennen, that was totally awesome.
で
Ugh.
もいい気にならないことよ。
But don't get cocky, okay?
ルシファーお姉様なんて威張ってるだけで姉妹の中じゃ大したことないんだから。
Lucifer brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters.
Yeah, just for everyone's clarification, this is a murder mystery, and some folks are probably about to get murdered.
Yeah, probably. We'll see.
だからルシファー姉は何もしなくていいといつも言っている。お姉様は威張ってだけいればいい。
That's why I'm always saying Lucifer shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time.
あらごとはすべて優秀な私たちで片付けるのだから。
After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs.
お姉様
Look, you
どう
nerd.
する私たちは
Stop
お
it
姉
with
様の
talent.
プライドを
Talent
尊
talk.
重して
Fucker. What are you going to do, Lucifer, out of respect for your pride?
そのボロボロの体で再び挑むのを期待して手出しをしないつもりなんだけれど
We were planning to stay out of your way in the hopes that you'd challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours.
でもカノン君は強いわよね
But Kennen sure is strong, right?
今のお姉様じゃもうどうあがいても勝ち目はないわよね
I mean, she doesn't really have to worry about blood loss, and he does, so, like, I think in the long run, he's kind of fucked. Just saying. Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? Again, like, just take him seriously and you'll probably win because you guys aren't human. You people. What do you mean, you people, Lucifer?
やれやれいつも賑やかな姉妹たちであるな
My, you sisters are always so lively.
今は仲違いをしている場合か
Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves?
そなたらは7人揃ってこその煉獄の7姉妹であろうが
It's only together that you're the seven stakes of purgatory, correct?
仲良くしてわらわの仕事を遂行せよ
Now play nice and execute the tasks I give you.
迅速にな
And swiftly, okay?
ねえルシファーお姉様私たち妹の力が借りたいなら
Hey, Lucifer, if you want to borrow the power of your little
言っ
sisters,
てよ
then say it, okay?
お姉様の口から助けを求める言葉が聞きたいの
We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth.
私はこれ以上苦労する
Lucifer, do you even need to ask? You're a pack of wild demon sisters, homunculus sisters named after demons, whatever. Like, whatever. You're a pack of wild demon sisters. Do you even need to ask that question? Of course they plan to mock you even more. Do you plan to mock me even more?
愚
Yes.
かで
Yes, yes, they do.
ひ弱で見苦しくて情けないこの長女のルシファーをどうか妹の皆様お助けくださいってねえ聞かせてよ
I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it.
それを聞かせてくれたら助けてあげる
If you let us hear that, we'll save you.
それでいいわよね
Okay,
みん
everyone?
お前たち
You bitch. I can't take these jackasses seriously.
Fair enough, yeah. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Cannon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it.
私がそのようなことを口にできるものか。
As if I could say something like that.
早くせよ。どうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ。早く七姉
Quickly
妹
now.
でカノンを
Hurry.
撃て。
We won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up. Let the Seven Sisters strike cannon.
そら、どうしましたか、ルシュは。
My, what is the matter, Lucifer?
お嬢様の命令ですよ。
This is an order from my lady, is it not?
ひどい。
Why are you showing cannon during Shannon's bit? What?
Yeah, how cruel.
Huh?
Whoops. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request.
愚かで弱で見苦しくて。
Oh.
情けない。
I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful.
情けない。この長女ルシファーを。
And shameful Lucifer, the eldest sister. Beg. Go on. Just finish the sentence. God damn it, Lucifer.
The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly.
Beatrice, why did you raise your kids like this? What the fuck? Wait a second, don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it.
もう十分だろう。
That
さ
should be
あ
enough.
姉妹たち、我らの力を見せてやろう。
Come, sisters, let us display our power.
私は全部聞かなきゃ満足しないわよ。
I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay?
ほらほらお姉様、続けてよ。
Come on, Lucifer, keep going.
もう十分よ。さあ、この屈辱は姉妹全員の屈辱。
That's enough. Come on, this shame affects us all. Some of you are quite shameless, though.
Yep. Some chanting in the background.
生かして返しはしないわよ。
We won't let them leave here alive.
さて、哀れな家具をどのように遊んでやろうかしら。素敵な提案はある？
Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Cannon, you should, like, start cutting their fucking heads off before they can react, like, right now. You need to get moving at this exact moment, like, and keep some of them between you and the others at all times. And the only way you're getting out of this is if you play this absolutely perfectly and, like, start, like, doing overwhelming violence right now.
Yep.
Yes, yes. Beelzebub thinks... Oh, God, I can't believe you're using a diminutive nickname for yourself in third person.
Granted, that is less weird in Japanese.
It's still really fucking weird. Oh my God. Like if Maria, a 9-year-old, is being told not to do that, then like Beelzebub should not be doing it. Whatever. Anyway, I think the 7 of us should get along and split canon up between us.
良い提案だな。
Yeah, like, just start playing Devil Trigger and start doing some Devil May Cry moves.
Yeah, like while they're still like fighting amongst each other, like right now, you should be like cutting them the fuck up.
Yeah, either that or play
So,
some
like,
music
get in
from
there.
Doom.
It was like, get in there right now.
You know, with how much they're fucking, you know, just arguing, go out to the garden, grab a chainsaw, come back.
I don't think that's gonna work for him.
No, but
Chainsaws are not as good at this as like people think they are.
I know, but it would be funny.
It would be funny.
それでなら姉妹でみんな仲良しだ。
Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along.
なら私頭部ね。手足はあんたらにあげるわ。
And then I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all.
やだやだ、ダメ。私が頭なの。
No, no, I get the head.
I think Leviathan's the envious?
I think so. Yeah, hold on a second. Let's see. Does not sin. It's the Lanterns of Light version, I believe. Or no, Binsfield's classification that they use. Yes, Leviathan is envy.
Yep, that fits then.
But Mammon's talking about her getting the head is also good because Mammon is greed.
Yeah.
There's no way that promise will mean anything, right?
早い者勝ちに決まってるわ。
First one there wins.
どんな殺され方がいいか、カノン君に提案があったら教えてね。
Anna, if you've got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, okay?
七姉妹でとびっきりの殺し方をしてあげる。
The 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Ugh. Seriously, Kaden, instead of just like standing there and like staring at them, you should have been attacking. Why do you let the evil people do their monologues? Please stop. Just attack them while they're like distracted with their own fucking monologue or like arguing amongst each other. Damn.
ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。
You shamed me so deeply. Maybe you should have taken him seriously from the start, you fucking weirdo. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough.
百咲きにしてくれる。
I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Sure.
行くよお前たち。
Here we go, everyone.
お姉様。
The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Cannon down swiftly. 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping its arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding onto him so that she could block the way to his body at least a little. At the same time, a red cylinder appeared around the two of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who had tormented Cannon.
何？ずるい。
But you're mean.
あんたは関係ないでしょ。
This has nothing to do with you.
きっとこれはあれよ。私たちと一緒に遊びたいのよ。
Asmodeus, please. Please stop. The way you speak hurts me. I see. You must want to play with us.
なら私がもら
Then I'll take it.
うわ。いっただき。
All mine.
ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても？
Lady Beatrice, can we take Shannon as our prey?
ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。
I don't mind. Do as you like.
お前たちの悪時期にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。
It seems cannon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony.
ありがたき幸せ。さあ、
You have our deepest
シャシャリ出
gratitude.
てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited.
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして。
I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which.
混ぜて混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
Mix you and mix you and mince you into hamburgers.
バカね。それよりあの結界を破る方が先でしょうが。食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
Breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job.
はい、お姉さん。
As a horribly natural first action, the Seven Sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice with its strength. Frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it, and it was firm like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the Seven Sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible.
Yay, more flashing lights.
A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room.
What does a beetle sound like when they're jumping around?
I guess a little ting 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 ting.
I guess?
But yeah,
Was that also what you were about to say? It was like,
yeah,
what?
yeah. I was like, that's a little bit of an odd choice, but okay. Granted,
Maybe
like,
hail would be better?
granted, like Beatles and like an emphasis on Beatles is kind of a boy thing in Japan. At least a little bit.
That doesn't make it make even more sense. It's still weird.
I mean, it's weird, but at least it has an explanation for why Beatles.
That's still, but that doesn't explain anything, Mal.
Oh, boys like beetles in Japan. They think they're cool. And they like catching
Yeah,
beetles and occasionally making them fight.
Okay, yeah, sure. Are you saying that like this is because Ryukishi?
Yes,
Or-
Ryukishi.
I guess. So,
What?
like, I'm sitting here like all the sisters are sisters, though.
Yeah.
And not little boys. Like, all the sisters are sisters. Shannon, like the person who made the berry in the first place, is a girl. Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
I
talking
don't
about
understand.
I'm talking about the actual person writing. That's the only thing I could think, and maybe he was from somewhere where he heard a bunch of beetles moving around.
Maybe. Like, even like if you had like a swarm of fucking June bugs in Texas, I don't think they'd really make much of a sound, would they? Like, run into something. It's like a little bit, yeah, but mostly it sounds like rocks hitting the fucking wall.
Fair.
It's because like June bugs are like needlessly fucking sturdy. Probably because they keep flying into shit like that.
The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw, no, a chainsaw by now. I forgot a chainsaw was mentioned.
Orokana. 君の結界では
Foolish.
その子たちを防ぎきれないことは知っていたでしょうに。
Even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls.
なぜ
Why?
見過ごせないからです。
Because I couldn't. Or no, it's you. Go ahead.
Oh, because I couldn't overlook it. A Shannon-covered cannon who was already at his limits sprawled on the floor. She spoke back resolutely.
しゃしゃりでなければ眠るような死を与えてやったのに。
You hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death-like sleep.
なぜわざわざ七姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。
Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the Seven Sisters?
死は同じではないぞ。
Not all deaths are the same.
苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying. See, Ryukishi, that last sentence was just straight up unnecessary in this dialogue. If you had kept that out, just her saying not all deaths are the same would have lent like so much more like intimidation to this line.
That's fair.
It's the same thing as like why you don't fucking like show the monster in a horror movie until like till near the end, right? Because like the human mind will just imagine a whole bunch of awful things.
好きにしたまでです。
Yep.
Less is sometimes more, and this is one of those fucking circumstances.
Go ahead, do as you like. Just as you always do what you want, I did what I wanted.
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。
At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment.
恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。
No, that's just wrong, Beatrice. That is just straight up wrong. Like, the will they won't they thing is the most annoying part of it.
Yep.
Like, it's the rest of it that's great. Not that, though. The will they won't they, like, just gets dragged out way too fucking long. It's people like you that made me hate romance stories in the first place, Beatrice.
Yep.
Stop it. Stop it. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Gods. Absolutely the fuck not.
さながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしか。
The best part of romance is when they help each other heal from like their awful previous lives, and then like support each other in their like new endeavors and dreams, and like build like a real life and have friends and like become good people and healthy people. That's the best part.
Healthy relationships? Beatrice Shea thinks it's fake.
True. Once it does succeed, a woman is like salmon who has finished laying its egg. What the fuck? I'm already tired of you. Beatrice, holy shit, lady.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, when a salmon has finished laying its eggs, or fertilizing said eggs, they die.
Ugh. This is real weird, Beatrice.
The internalized misogyny is real.
I don't want to, like, get an AU where Beatrice was never fucking, like, imprisoned by Kinzo. Because, like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, she's not a great person now, and I'm sure she wasn't, like, fully 100% good girl beforehand either. But holy fuck, dude. Like, afterwards, she's obviously so much worse.
Yep. Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier.
ならせめて最後にわらは思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。
If I was at like any point in any of these, like the bad, or in quotes like the morally bad at least, like scenes with Beatrice where she's being like not great, like most of the time, like I wouldn't even like be continuing on with the conversation. I'd just be like, do you need a hug?
Yeah, like, do you need to talk?
Do you need to talk about some shit? Because like I'm here for you to talk to if you really need that. You've obviously got some baggage, girl.
Yeah, just fucking whip out a Chase Lounge. Now tell me
It's like,
about your
all right,
mother.
let's unpack this shit. Let's unpack some things. All right, come on, sit down. Renove, can you get us some tea, please? This is gonna take a minute. Oh God. It's like I don't usually have that reaction to most characters, but like with Beatrice, it's like, girl,
Yeah,
you need to talk to someone.
there is so much internalized misogyny going on with a lot of the women in this, especially Beatrice, and it's like, oh gosh, you need some fucking serious therapy after interacting with Kinzo, don't you?
Yeah, like, and plus, like, the trauma of being, like, locked up in that fucking cage for, what was it, 10 years?
Yeah, like 18-ish years, maybe 20.
Yeah, like, I think she was in the cage for, in that new body at least, for 10 years or something like that, somewhere around there, right? I don't remember. Like, that's last stream, and that was like a week and a half ago, and I fucking, nothing. There's nothing in my brain.
Yeah, no, it was...
My brain is unwrinkled. It's smooth.
Yeah, it didn't indicate exactly how long it had been.
I'm thinking like 10 years because earlier they said that, or she said that she had been wandering the island outside as a spirit for 20 years.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense.
Working on roughly 30 years timeline since like she gave Kinzo the gold.
Yeah. Yep, I got it now.
Yeah, but yeah, like I don't normally have this reaction to characters. Like when characters like do fucked up shit, I'm usually just like, all right, into the trash you go. But with Beatrice, for whatever reason, like the way she's written, it's just like making me go like, do you need to talk to someone? Do you want to sit down and like unpack some things? Because like I'll do that with you if you need someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Like you're obviously a horrible person, but good gods.
But some of that was absolutely caused by Kinzo.
Yeah, like I see why you only have 2 outfits. It's because the rest of your baggage is full of the other shit. Fuck. Then at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. It's a really good line I came up with off the top of my head. Fuck.
Yeah. That one's good.
Oh, man. I think I gotta fucking write that down somewhere. That's pretty good. Oh, shit. 7 sisters, can you hear me?
シャノンの殺し方、お前たちの残虐の限りを見せてみよ。
Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality.
シャノン。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様の高みには至れませんでした。
My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji.
姉さんはバカだ。僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うことは。
You're an idiot, Shannon. If you just let me be, then you might not have had to meet a horrible end.
いいの。ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられた。
No, it's fine. I received a ring from George and lived as a woman.
あなたをかばって姉として生きられた。
I have protected you and lived as a sister.
私のせいはすべてこれで未練なく全うした。
With this, my life is complete
Shannon,
with
your
no
life is
regrets.
worth more than that. You are not defined by what you've got between your legs, Shannon. You're pissing me off.
その達観が本当にイラつくぜ。
It's not even a philosophical take. That's just like her being like weird. Oh God. Like part of what what bothers me about these particular, I mean, I'm gonna talk about the misogyny here. But like when the obviously it's all bad, but like one of the parts that like sticks in my craw the most is like reducing people to like specific roles that they play in a family or in like some other section of society or whatever. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I hate it just as much when like people are reduced to just their job too. Which is like one of the reasons why, like, even if I had a fuck ton of money, I probably would not hire any like servants or anything like that, like living maids or butlers or whatever. Like, no matter what, I would just be like, I'd just take care of it myself for the most part. Because unless I literally could not, because it's like taking someone and reducing them to like, you got to, your whole job is to just do the whatever I tell you to. It's just like does not sit right with me.
Yeah, no, like at that point, just contract like a cleaning company and
just like come in and like clean the house occasionally or something.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a contract, an ongoing thing that doesn't envelop their whole lives. They just come in like every other week or something.
Yeah, it's just like, man. I don't like things reducing people to like some role or job or task, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
So like the fact that it's done with like misandry and misogyny, like in general, like as well as with gender roles, sort of deals. What I'm saying makes the gender role thing even worse in my head. Like how I respond to it personally. It's like I can't like really make an objective statement on what's the worst part of misogyny and misandry or whatever. Or like racism or what have you, but just like the parts that reduce people to like a lesser form of themselves, just it's the worst part in my brain.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the part that I hate the most in a personal way. Oh, fuck. But yeah, Beatrice, this is not a philosophical take. This is called internalized misogyny.
Yeah.
That philosophical take is really irritating.
Shut up.
Oh, Beato, you've been sniffing Shannon, huh? Weird. You really should not. You really should not be sniffing other people like that, girl. That's real weird. Like I said, you're furniture, and you don't even smell like a human. Oh, you finally admit it, huh? Look at me, I am a human. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this is cope with some like trauma that she's got.
Yeah, this is coping.
100%.
Yeah, this is coping with trauma and also just not liking that someone could be more resolute in their end than her. Like, could be satisfied with life. Because she's clearly not satisfied with her life.
Clearly. Don't spout off philosophical crap like you're more complete than I am, you furniture.
How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are?
That's more cope right there.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't regrets. This is called living. Big fucking down. That is like, I agree with this here. Like, what is this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? What the fuck, Shannon?
Yeah.
Like, I can see being like satisfied with getting a ring like this. Like, if someone like really loves you and they're like, "Hey, marry me," like you want to marry them, and you're like, "Okay, yeah, sure." Like being happy about that, sure, great. Not minding if you die because you were proposed to? What?
Yeah, like I think the best interpretation I got of this, and also I do love that she's saying it's all useless like Battler does when he's cornered, because she's clearly cornered. But I think the best interpretation I've got of this is she's done some of the things she's actually wanted to do in life and never thought she could.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. But it's just like, Doesn't that make you want to do the other things that you thought you could never do?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, like, there's definitely a problem with how she's carrying on about it, but...
Yeah. I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless. Okay, Paige Ricci, why are you spouting up with all of these descriptors all at once? What is going on? Why do you speak like this? My lady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified. Shut up, furniture.
楽に死なせてもらえると思うなよ。
See, like, this is what I was talking about earlier with how I depict Paige Ricci with a little bit more physicality. It's like on this barrier thing, I would describe it as her like clawing at the barrier and like singeing her fingertips and shit like that, right? Like,
yeah, either that or like basically
to freak Shannon out.
Yeah, or basically like hands on it like she's peering through a window.
Yeah, like just like something like there's like some actual action here.
Yeah, which the
like
manga
that she does.
Yeah, which the manga definitely does. Like in the "you're incompetent" scene, you've seen it.
Yeah, but I don't remember it. So,
one sec, so I can share that with you again.
It's like I just feel like there should be so much more physicality to all of this, to the descriptions, to like it's fine if you don't fucking depict it on screen. I'm used to that, you know. Like I play CRPGs all the time. Like it's not like Tyranny actually depicted your character strangling someone in a conversation or anything like that, or like depicted the character on like animation wise getting up from their fucking tea table and like pacing around or whatever. You know, that this wasn't actually shown on screen. So they just described it in the dialogue box, and that's fine. You can do the same thing here. Although Pillars of Eternity 2 had a good bit of like that casual, unnecessary, so to speak, animation, where like especially during character creation when you were like making your character and talking to the god that greets you at the very beginning of the game before you even make your character. Like the god actually does like drink out of their teacup, if I remember correctly.
Oh, very nice.
Which is pretty cool. It's a great little the bit of like detail in the background that you might not notice. But that section also has like full narration of like both the dialogue and the description. So you could actually be like staring at it, staring at the actual like animation and everything that's going on, potentially. Oh yeah, that's good. Grab him by the tie and pull him in.
Mm-hmm.
I much prefer the art in the manga to like literally everything so far in the novel.
Yeah, like
the artistic style of the manga is just like so much more like what I like. It's not better necessarily, but I like it more personally.
Yeah, like it does it very well.
I don't know what this art reminds me of. I think it might be Otome manga.
That might be it.
Which is kind of interesting that they chose that kind of art style for it.
Let me see here.
Okay, it's for people on stream. Just like drag the. God damn it! Stop getting stuck on things, mouse. Here we go. This is what we're looking at, or what I'm looking at least. I don't know what the fuck Mal was looking at, but like I like this art a lot. The only critique I would have of this art is how the shirt is not pulled by her grabbing the tie and stretching it out like this. It's not actually like doesn't have a tension point on the shirt. Like if you grab someone by the tie and pull them in like this, the shirt will stretch up too. It's not just gonna like pull them along like it's a leash. Even if it was a leash, like it would pull the collar that the leash is attached to as well. But like my point is there's deformation there that isn't in this image here that there should be.
Huh. And just for sake of mentioning it, the artist is Kei Natsumi.
Kei Natsumi, that sounds familiar. Let's see.
I haven't seen them do anything else, though. I haven't seen her with anything else listed other than Higurashi and Umineko stuff.
Kei Natsumi. Serious and the Pixiv thing. Let's see. I'm seeing some non-Ryukishi work here on her social media, but I don't I can't read Japanese, so I can't fucking tell you like what this actually is.
Yeah, I think like she definitely still does art. I just don't know if she's doing any more series.
I'm seeing some here that like
Could you link me?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me this might still, because I can't read it, but it might still be Ryukishi work, but it's not quite the same style anymore either, so we'll see.
Yeah, let me see.
Should we translate this page for you, please? She might just be working on Ryukishi stuff.
Oh yeah, no, this is Higurashi Rei, Iridori Hen comics, but I can't find them in bookstores.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay, so let's see. So Sirius is okay. So yeah, it is Higurashi. The paper version is limited in quantity. If you are looking for a paper version, please consider ordering it online. Okay, so she's just directing somebody to her work. And that is Higurashi, so that is Ryukishi.
I just found a 2004 manga that she did. It's a sports thing or a cooking thing? It's a cooking shonen thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's a cooking shonen thing. I did see that. But I was kind of curious if she had done anything Atome, but did not. But apparently not.
Or at least not under this name, anyhow.
Yeah, at least not under this.
She might have a pen name that she's doing it on.
Yeah. But yeah, still cracking at it.
Okay, this is some nice art that I found.
Yeah. Ooh, that's very nice.
That's pretty good. I like that a lot.
that is super good.
For God, I swear this fucking mouse is gonna send me to the goddamn moon. This is good. This is excellent. Anyway.
And then something with two brothers who lost their parents are brought to a nursing home on an isolated island. And that's the plot of another manga she worked on.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Seijo no Yurikago.
Yeah.
Welcomed by a beautiful nun. And what? promised to spend the rest of their days in paradise with the other orphans. And then like the cover art for the nun is like some real fucked up shit. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, a fucking oh gosh, why am I blanking on what that fruit is called?
Pomegranate.
Yeah, pomegranate imagery. I don't know if
There's
it's...
a couple things she's done outside of...
Yeah, just not a whole lot and nothing Otome under this name.
Yeah, not under this name. Hold on, another artist I know is talking about. Natsumiike. Give me a second here. this person has the screen name Drunk Beato.
Excellent.
Okay, fair enough. No, they're just talking about the K being referenced on a specific work of Ryukishi.
Oh, neat. And also did an anthology that was primarily fan work for Higurashi.
Right on. I swear. I think it might have been a gay manga that I saw that art style in.
I could see that.
I don't remember what it's fucking called now. Damn it, I just reread it like a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago. It was a short thing. About 3 chapters. And this one was Otome, actually. Some gay Otome for like once. It almost never happens, but this time it did. I think I remember it. Hold on, let me see if I can Google it real quick. This might be an anthology that I'm thinking of. But I read it about the same time, so...
Yeah, also this piece has Beto looking like a fucking gremlin.
It has all of them looking like gremlins, honestly.
Anyway, I think that's enough for now. As far as this rabbit hole.
There's only a couple of chapters for me to scroll through. Give me a second.
All
See
right.
if I can actually find it. Nope, it's not this one. But this one. Nope. Because the one I'm thinking of was kind of horny, so I can't like search for it on screen. So. I can't believe this fucking gay manga, like, queer baited. Or, like, this gay manga anthology queer baited on one of these stories. No, I don't like this anthology. I hate it. Like, the rest of it is good. It's just like this one, like, for whatever reason, this one got published, and it's fucking queerbaity as shit, and I hate it.
Oh boy.
Like, how fucking dare you? This is a gay anthology. How can you do me like this? So either... It's not this one. I think this might be the last one, the anthology as well. Yeah, that's the last one, that anthology. It's not this one that I was thinking of. Fuck. It's fine, I'll find it at some point. I'll just have to remember to search for it, which is not a guarantee. Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue. Going and try. Sorry. Couldn't help it.
もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映って、小野が醜さにおののくといい。
Just you.
Oh, yeah. How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Damn.
安心しろよ。てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live.
At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
Genji-sama?
もう十分だ。先に休みなさい。
You've already done enough. Go to sleep before me.
はい。ありがとうございます。Genji-sama.
Yes, thank you very much, Genji.
Crack. Indeed.
After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. Yep. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out.
No, not a crack, just a throat slit. Lovely.
When Genji removed his hand, bright red fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose.
That's not how blood works, Ryukishi.
Magic.
Just saying.
And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her.
A cut or a stab at that point from that angle would not kill her instantly.
Magic.
I'm just being a dickhead right now. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm not. This is not actually a real critique. I'm just being an asshole. But like, if you really want to kill someone instantly, grant them like a quick piece without too much pain. It base of the skull angled at a 45 degree angle upwards.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how you do it. Not at the fucking hollow of someone's throat. All right. That's not gonna kill them instantly.
No matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the Seven Sisters stunned. Only Renove wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor.
よく頑張った。お前ももう休むといい。
You did well. You should sleep now too.
はい。ありがとうございます。ケンジ様。
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji. Hey, you got Genji right!
Nice! Just as he'd done with Shannon, he softly covered Cannon's eyes with his hand, and then gently pressed the area around Cannon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there.
So, you could say that he's using magic to kill them instantly. And I will say in response, yeah, but then why is there fucking blood?
But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
何よそれ
What is that?
つまらぬやつ。生命の風船は針にてつき、威勢よく割るから面白いのだろうが。
What a boring person, even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes. That is too much.
見事です、源氏。
Beatrice.
More in love.
I don't mean like that. That's too much like cruelty or anything. It's just like a too much of a description. Like clip it down a little bit. Less is more. Less is more.
それこそ家具です。
Not delicious. Less is more. Whatever. Capture it. Fucking do what it wants. Spectacular, Genji. You are truly furniture.
ありがとうございます。それではベアトリーチェ様、ロノウェ様。
Thank you very much. Well then, Lady Beatrice. Lord Renova.
これをもって私の最後のお務めとし、おいとまをさせていただきます。
With this as my final task, allow me to rest.
わらわの楽しみを勝手に奪いおって。
Damn you, snatching away my fun.
この二人をギッタギタのぐっちゃぐちゃにしたかった分。
Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them
そなたがそれを変わるのであろうな。
and give it to you instead?
Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Renove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
ご苦労でした。あなたは私の最高のしもべです。
You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant.
これまでの労をねぎらうに値する安らかな眠りをあなたへの最後の褒美として取らせましょう。
As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting for all the labors you have performed.
おい、勝手な真似を。
What? Wait, it's not your place to...
When Renove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Suddenly and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from.
Are you sure about that?
At least not in this loop. She'll have to reverse time more forcefully.
Fair enough, I guess.
You know, not like, fucking Battler just constantly getting fucking ended by the 7 stakes and then being brought back again. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Cannon.
なんだよ、ロノウェイ。
She is so pouty.
Oh god. So a couple months ago when Katie and the rest like first started showing up, I cracked a joke about something about like Yankee Beatrice.
Mm-hmm.
And the tone just now and what she just said is the perfect for Yankee Beatrice.
Yeah, it's good.
What was that, Renove?
For anyone who doesn't know, Yankee is a subculture not really popular anymore in Japan, but was at one time. It's kind of like a
Basically,
greaser
like,
or a biker.
yeah, it's like greaser thug kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's definitely got that thug quality to it too, not just like not just like a certain aesthetic and like being tough, but also like somewhat thuggish. What a boring anticlimax.
お嬢様は偉大なる大魔女ではございません。
And honestly, like, now that I'm thinking about it like that, a lot of the ways that Beatrice speaks is kind of similar in tone. Not exactly the same vocabulary.
But yeah, she's a lot more
But
casual.
definitely the same in tone.
Yeah, she's
Like,
very,
especially the way she mocks people is like very similar to how like Yankee stuff is depicted.
yeah, a lot of dragging words out, but not in the kind of Otome way that Ava does it.
Mm. Are you not a mighty great witch, my lady?
この程度、気に留めるほどにもございませんよ。
What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern.
シャノンごときの挑発で頭に血を上らせるなどらしくもない。
Yeah, but Renove, you last knew her before she was traumatized by Kinzo, so like you haven't spoken to her in like 30 years.
Yeah, it's been a
It
while.
may not be like how you remember, but like 30 years is a long time even for a great witch, especially when it's shit like this going down.
Yeah.
It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you.
Well, no, it hasn't. It has definitely been sooner because he's met Shannon. We don't know the context in which
True,
Renove
yeah,
met
that's true,
Shannon.
But still, like, that's still after she was traumatized by Kinzo. Because Shannon has not been alive that long.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
If she was 30, maybe, but she's not. She's like 16 or
Yeah.
17 or something like that.
It's just he's woken up briefly from the sounds of it.
Mm. Although I don't think he goes into like a coma when Beatrice can't like muster the power to manifest him. I think he's just like off doing other shit.
Yeah, like he's probably off doing other shit, but he's probably doing shit in magical worlds rather than on Earth.
Yeah, like in the Golden Land.
Yeah. Stuff like that. You know, Golden Land, hell, whatever. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Renove laughed lightly as though lamenting the complexity of humanity and a woman's heart and ordered the Seven Sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first Twilight. The Seven Sisters disappeared in ecstasy.
Goodbye, Kumasawa, Goda.
Yep. You sounded much closer just then.
Did I?
For just a second.
Weird, because like I was further away. Like I leaned back in my chair to say that. It's like now I'm closer, but like, yeah, this is like a difference of yeah, like 2 feet ish compared to how I usually am.
Goda was doing the nighttime rounds. Okanjima had always been empty except for the Ushiromiya family household.
Alright.
So
While you
checking.
narrate, I am going to like waddle off to go get a fucking brownie.
Fair. I would like a brownie.
Ugh. Sadly, I cannot force them through the internet.
No. So
And I'm
check.
pretty sure you do not want to drive for like what they had like 20 hours or whatever it would be to get here from Ohio for
Yeah.
a brownie.
Yeah.
Cold brownie at that, not even fresh.
That's fair. That's not worth the drive. Let's see. So checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. But you're gonna do it anyway, because that's what you're paid to do. No, it's like it's, good practice to check things like that anyway. Because despite what everybody thinks, people can just get onto this island. It's just, how many people would know. Thank you for the follow, Reminiscent. Bip? Not sure how to pronounce that second bit, but thank you, Reminiscent. It's good to see people come in. I hope you are enjoying the Uminekos. However, ever since the time Natsui had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsui had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see a shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she made a fuss thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Welcome back.
So, like, it's a good idea to, like, check the doors and windows all the time anyway. Just in case, like, someone cracked one to get a little airflow, and now it's fucking raining. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's plenty of reasons to do stuff like that. So.
Yep.
You know.
And, like, this is actually, like, an issue I have with Ryukichi specifically, and how he's doing his prose. You don't have to repeat this stuff this many times.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Like,
Goda could have been doing anything else.
Yeah, like, it could have been doing anything else. You don't have to repeat that, like, Beatrice's, like, existence is, the ghost story of the island. We've been hearing that, like, every, like, 6 scenes
Granted.
for the past, like, 3 books.
Yeah, granted, I will give a slight benefit of the doubt, because remember, the gap between episode 2 and episode 3 is 6 months.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, this is repeated more than once per episode as well. Is what I'm saying.
That's true enough.
Like, you don't need it. Like, once you repeat it a couple times in the beginning, like, of a series, you don't need to keep bringing it up.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. So, I definitely get where you're coming from on that one.
The only thing that makes me sad about this fucking brownie is that my half of the brownie has no walnuts in it, but, like, my housemates half the brownie did, and they were baked in the same tray at the same time, so I can still fucking taste, like, the walnut dust, I guess, on it. Like, walnuts taste like dusty air to me, which is why I don't like them. So just, like, I just taste like dusty air all over this fucking this brownie, and it's upsetting. I don't like it.
That's fair. That is definitely fair and understandable.
I think this brownie was baked at the same time as the fucking lemon cake, too, because I tasted on the lemon cake as well. So, This just, like, makes it even worse.
Yeah, that's definitely a weird combination. Like, I like all those things in isolation, but...
I do not like walnuts, like, at all.
I probably wouldn't like walnuts as much anymore, because fucking teeth are destroyed, but...
I think just like taste, overall. Because I do still like some nuts, even with my teeth fucked up. It's just, like, whether or not I like the taste. And I don't like that many nuts in the first place. It's like sunflower seeds, pistachios, and cashews, and that's, like, basically it. And corn nuts, I do like corn nuts.
Ooh, that is a good choice.
How many places eat corn nuts, you think?
Not sure.
It seems like an American thing. Not, like, U.S. American, but, like, the Americas.
Yeah, like the North American continent.
North and South, actually.
Oh, okay.
Like, Peru, Ecuador, that sort of thing.
Then again, I've never had corn nuts, so I don't know.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, they look good.
There's a Filipino variant of corn nut as well. It's called cornic. Compared to the American variety, cornet pieces are typically smaller and crispier, which sounds like it's better than American corn nuts, actually.
Yeah, that would be my thing, is because they look very snackish. So yeah, having them be
like
crispier.
my problem with corn nuts is that they're very hard. So like if they're crispier, like they crunch easier. Like absolutely.
Ooh, air fried corn nuts.
Could do, yeah. I do like corn nuts a lot. I just don't eat them very often.
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
obvious reasons. Although, can you consider corn nuts to be a nut? It's literally like corn kernels that have been toasted. I don't think this really like counts as a nut. That's like a toasted cereal, you know, like a toasted grain. But I guess if you're going there, like sunflower seeds wouldn't be a nut either. I don't know. Cashews aren't nuts either, then. Those are seeds. Come from a fruit.
Yeah.
The fuck does pistachios come from? Are they also, like, not a nut?
No, it's a nut. It's a member of the cashew family.
Let's see. Pistachio blank. Let me see them things. Oh yeah, that's a nut. Okay, fair enough. It's a tree nut. Like mini nuts. Like these nuts.
Yes,
Sorry.
indeed.
Okay, so it's like pistachios are the only actual nut I like then. It's like all the other ones aren't nuts. Like the seeds from a fruit or like toasted flower seeds or something. Fuck off, cat.
Apparently she had roused all the servants and had them check throughout the mansion. Because all of that panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Those stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. Yeah, hotels have them all the time, especially in places like Japan where the hotels could be fucking ancient, like seen multiple different forms of government. So when he heard about...
I would not want to stay in a fucking hotel from the like Sengoku period. That is too old.
That is...
Update that shit for modern building codes, please.
that is absolutely fair. I've seen some wild places, though. Like, ancient as fuck, like, architecture and building, but, like, the most modern bathroom you'll ever see.
Yeah. Dude. Like, the... Give me a second. Let me confirm that I'm not being a weirdo about this. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah. So, like, one of these old places might have one of those fucking old squat toilets. That would murder me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. With your fucking legs, my gosh.
That would just kill me. I would just... I would not be able to go to the bathroom in these places.
Yeah, no. No, give me, you know... Give me accessible toilets, please.
Mm-hmm. Just let me sit down instead of, like, fucking squatting, because, like... if I squat for long enough to go to the bathroom, I'm not getting up anytime soon. I'm going to be sitting there for a while.
Yeah. Let's see. And just because I'm curious. Okay, so corn nuts are prepared by soaking whole corn kernels in water for 3 days, then deep frying them in oil. until they are hard and brittle.
No, see, I like the roasted ones, not the deep fried ones.
Ah, gotcha.
You know, it's just like fucking sat over a fire for 6 hours or whatever.
So
Just slowly roasted.
So when he heard about that story on this island, he'd given a forced smile, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is.
これは確かに不気味ですね。
This certainly is eerie.
なるほど。過去の使用人たちがいろいろと騒ぎたくなる気持ちもわかるものです。
Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. Could understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed.
肖像画の魔女をバカにするとたたりがあるか。
So, if you make fun of the Witch of the Portrait, there is a curse.
大怪我をして辞めた使用人もいるらしいし。
It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit.
怪我は勘弁だな。
Oh, I wouldn't want that.
俺もこの年だ。
Think of my age.
二度とこんな厚遇の職場には恵まれねえだろうよ。
I probably wouldn't be granted a workplace this hospitable again.
Hold on, Goda. Are you seriously calling the Ushiromiya family hospitable?
I mean, the pay's
now I gotta
probably
wonder
good.
what kind of fucking... I mean, yeah, and the pay's probably good. But, like, mostly I'm thinking is, like, what kind of fucking, like, workplaces have you been at, dude? Holy shit.
I mean...
The people here do not treat the help very well.
True. Granted, kitchens are hell. Like, professional
True.
kitchens
Okay, yeah.
are hell.
That's a good point, because he's a chef specifically.
Yeah.
Not just a random servant, but a chef.
Yep. So he's seen some things.
Yeah, like, even in, like, an otherwise fantastic workplace, a kitchen is gonna be an awful, awful place to be. So...
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. So maybe he hasn't had, like, really bad, like, experiences. Maybe it's just that he's been working in kitchens for, like, 15 years.
Exactly. He's been working in kitchens for however long he's been working, and probably worked from the bottom up, you know, like fucking sous chef all the way up.
Hmm.
Here.
肖像画の魔女様、真面目に働きますんで、一つ穏便に頼みます。
Witch of the Portrait. I'm working sincerely, so please give me some peace. No can do, buddy.
Demon just pops out of a shadow. No, sorry, buddy. Rip.
Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together as though he was at a Shinto shrine.
And then the creaking of a door, and he's just like, oh, fuck.
At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. That's some
what kind
strong
of fucking mice or cockroach? Yeah, like what the fuck?
I can understand a mouse potentially if something was precarious, but a fucking cockroach? Are you serious? Maybe a mouse or cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what the noise really had been.
I was wondering, like, this is one of those things that, like, you never really question because, like, all right, it's just an anime mouse, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm looking at a Japanese field mouse right now on my other monitor, and it's like, oh, no wonder they look like that in anime. Hold on, let me...
Yeah, let me...
There, it's just that's just an anime mouse in real life. What the fuck?
That really is just an anime mouse. That is incredibly adorable.
Like that. Damn. Holy fuck.
Excellent.
Like, you can definitely tell it's a mouse, but at the same time, that's an anime mouse.
Yeah, that
Wow.
that is why I guess part of the reason mice are considered actually adorable.
I mean, mice are adorable.
I mean, in general, they are.
Mice.
But,
Yeah.
you know.
It's rats that can get hideous. But, like, when they're taken care of pretty well, they can also be pretty adorable. I've seen plenty of pet rats in my time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're adorable. Really, the only thing with animals in general, the only thing I dislike is an animal I can't predict very well.
Like what?
Just, like whether, a cat might bite you or scratch you, that kind of thing.
No, I mean, like, an example of, like, an animal that, like, is there, like, a specific kind of animal that you have to, like, have in your brain? Or is it just, like, individual animals that you can't predict?
Stuff like... definitely stuff like rodents, like hamsters and mice. Just because, they're more on... they're not quite as complicated in thought as, larger pets. So sometimes they just get concerned and they decide biting you is the best way.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess.
I've
never been bitten by a rodent pet. Like, I've had a few in my life, and I've never been bitten by one, but fair enough.
Yeah. Also, 1 second. I had some food delivered.
Oh, excellent. What did you get?
Uh,
Answer when you get back.
Yeah.
Just go get your food. Answer when you get back. If anyone listening to this VOD or currently available, join the Discord and, like, talk to me about Cloud Force. Like, if you know anything about Cloud Force and you're not in the Discord, or don't have me as, like, a friend on Discord or something like that, just, like, go ahead and join the Discord. Just, like, at me at any time. It's just, like, spew whatever knowledge you have of Cloud Force at me, because, like, I need to know more. And there's only so much I can find out with, like, a quick Google, I need knowledge on, like, tropical forests in general, actually. Not rainforest, but, like, just tropical forests. Because it's actually kind of, in the tropics, it's fairly rare for there to be a biome that is not forest. Or a terrestrial biome, at least. A marine biome that's not a forest is obviously pretty easy, since there aren't any forests underwater.
I return.
Hello, welcome back.
Yeah, so burger.
So what'd you get?
Burger, fries, and a mint Oreo, like, flurry thing.
Like a fucking shake or what have you.
Ice cream.
No, just like a huge cup of ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Kind of want a burger now. God damn it.
Apologies.
It's not your fault. I just always want a burger. It's like every time, like, they're brought up, I'm just like made aware of my burger craving.
That's fair.
I think I want a good burger right now, though, not like a fast food burger.
Yeah.
It's like that's the only thing that changes, like, with my burger craving, is what kind of burger I want.
Yeah, because sometimes you do just want a fast food burger.
Yeah, like, with the different kinds of burgers, like the different qualities of burgers, like, they all hit different.
Yeah, because
So it's like sometimes I want a high-end burger, sometimes I want a homemade burger, sometimes I want a fucking like a fast food burger. Sometimes I specifically want a McDonald's burger.
Mm.
Usually when I want a fast food burger, though, it's like I just want like any fast food burger, whether it's a Wendy's or a fucking Whataburger or a McDonald's or what have you.
That is fair.
Do you guys have Whataburger up there?
No, I don't think.
Shit, I haven't been to one in 10 years. There's one off the
Oh.
highway that ran through my town in Texas.
Let's see.
It's like 2 blocks away from the local hospital. I haven't been there in ages. I'm definitely not going to go back to it either because I haven't lived in Texas for 6 years, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing north of Oklahoma that has a Whataburger.
Dude. Like, it's not good. Like, Whataburger is not good. But it's also, like, not that much... it's not that much different from any other fast food place anyway, so...
Yeah.
At least the Whataburger that was in my... I guess you'd call it a hometown, even though it's not really my hometown. The Whataburger that was in my hometown was better than the Sonic that was in my hometown. You know, that's what all I can really say about it. It's just a fast food place.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are there any Whataburgers in New Mexico?
Yes, there are 13 of them. Albuquerque, La Cruz, Rio Rancho, and Roswell.
I could potentially get to the Roswell one, but I really don't fucking want to.
That's fair.
That shit's too far away. That's like an hour and a half drive. Fuck that. I don't want to be in the car with my housemate that long.
Yeah, no.
There's a fucking IHOP here? There's an IHOP in this town. How did I not fucking know that?
Well, now you do.
I'm still never going to go there because I don't have any money. Still.
Fair. Turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clanking noises. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range.
There you go, Ember. Have some pets.
What is this? And he did in the corner with the gas range. The pressure cooker really had been set out, just as he'd thought. But the flame wasn't on. And yet the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be?
I should fucking hope not.
Then was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be?
Something fermenting in
Ridiculous.
your pressure cooker. You gotta leave that pressure cooker for a while. Like, I should fucking hope not.
Yeah, really. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him.
Ain't nobody want to get hit by an exploding pressure cooker, alright?
Yeah, nobody wants to be hit by that.
So,
He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle. With a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped. The fact that it had stopped when he'd hit it was even more eerie. It made him even more suspicious about what was inside.
Mm-hmm.
See, what you do is you get a fucking spatula and, like, get it underneath the edge of the fucking pot lid. Just flip it up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
この世に怪奇現象なんて存在しませんとも。
Unlike Battler, you do not believe this.
Yeah. You do not believe this. You just really hope it's true.
Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world.
そんな魔女も魔法もそんなもの存在するわけがない。
Yes, witches and magic things like that couldn't possibly exist.
すべての現象は科学的に説明できるんです。
All phenomena can be explained with science.
お化けも魔女もいてたまるもんですか。
As if monsters and witches could exist. I'm sorry, buddy. You do not have the protection of plot and blockheadedness of Battler.
Yeah. Battler's like the only motherfucker that's guaranteed to survive. At least until the end.
Yeah. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical.
何が魔女だ。何が魔法だ。たたりだ。
Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic or curses?
ほら、
Come on.
正体を見せてみろ。
Show me what you really are.
そら。
Take that. He removed the lid of the pressure cooker. And lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot.
This is not going to help your paranoia, buddy.
There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined.
そりゃ当然です。
It's only
中
natural.
に何もいるわけがない。
There was no way there could
Give it 5
been
seconds.
possibly anything inside. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid and he grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine, it won't make a sound. Of course it won't. Witches or magic could exist. Clank.
Knew it.
More clanking. Huh? More clanking. Even more clanking. Oh, the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. Oh. Fucking
Yeah,
exorcist.
fuck fucker.
Sucks to be you, buddy. So, what, Beelzebub this time? Let's see.
Good question for him.
Yeah, because Pride already had her time in the sun.
Mammon, maybe? Greed?
Maybe greed, but I would go with gluttony. Which I think is Beelzebub. It grew
You know
even
the L is on the other side of the Z in Beelzebub? It's not Beelzebub, it's Beelzebub. It's
I thought
on
it
the
was.
other side.
I thought it was two. I thought it was Beelzebub.
Yeah, but you said Beelzebub, not Beelzebub.
Okay. I was just talking quickly then.
Yeah, fair enough. Happens.
All the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once, grew even stronger, so that finally the lid on one of the pots fell off. And from that, inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out.
Ooh,
That
I
is-
like that. I
that is-
like that imagery.
That is a wonderful image, yes. Lids fell off the other pots one after another, and another, and another.
魔女なんかいるもんか。
Yeah, you don't believe this, buddy. I'm sorry. You don't have the defenses of Battler. As if witches could exist.
信じるもんか。
As if I believe it. When the number of arms grew to 7, a loud, shrill laughter split the air. Oh, all of them just fucking ganged up on. Oh, I was right about who showed up first, though.
Nice. Well done.
What a letdown.
ほどの美味しいお料理を作れる人がこんな小物なんて本当にがっかり。
Too bad that someone who can make such delicious food
Wait.
is such a lightweight.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's a demon, it's me. Hey, look at that! Second one.
Nice. Let's see.
If you don't want, if you don't want him, I'll take him. He's all mine. Wait, I said no. I'll take him. I think that's envy.
Yeah, Leviathan is envy. We established that one.
Yep, I'm just making sure. Get your ass off. Get out of here. You don't know how to sit still. Fuck off. Go. Shoot. Bitch. Just swearing at my cat. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? First one wins, right? Come on, search. Find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first Twilight. She isn't in the guest house, but she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Lady Beatrice. Let's take care of it all at once.
There, found her, surrounded.
Found her.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's still me.
Yep.
Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Ooh, pardon me. And then they scream, die. Purple barrier. What's this? What? Yeah, seriously, what? Who the fuck? 1 second. Shut up and leave me alone, housemaid. Just go away. What is this? Maybe one of the other witches?
やんちゃなお嬢さんたちだこと。
What?
あの子のお友達かしら。
Pretty sure this is all you.
I guess for now. What naughty girls. You wouldn't happen to be friends with that child, would you?
Like, it could be like a witch possessing or something, but like, I don't know. Just what is this old hag? There's got to be some mistake. No, wait, yeah, purple is the color witches usually, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why is there even like this color scheme here? I guess it's to make it identifiable, but also it's just like, what's the mechanic of that?
Yeah, I don't know. Might just be like color theory stuff.
I don't know. One more time. That is a nice effect, actually. Why can she defend against us? Move aside. One more time.
何度やっても無駄だ。
And now I have Daft Punk playing in my head. No matter how often you try, it won't work.
この個人できる。
This person is good. This is definitely not like normal Kumasawa. Because like normal Kumasawa,
くれませんか?
it definitely does not have this capability. Because like she dies so fast and so easy and all the other things.
Yep.
I'm waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her?
そのようなデッチ暴行、私たちがすると思う？
Also, you kind of need to specify which child. Because there's a few different children on the island. And you're kind of old.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell. So like a lot of people could be kids to you. Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that? That's a good fucking point. Like, if like 7 people jumped you out of the fucking like, out of the dark in the middle of the night, and like, you just like, you know, warded them off and were just like, hey, can you go find someone for me? I would be fucking weirded out too.
Yeah.
There's no need.
ベアトリーチェ様。
私が権限するほどでございます。
After all, even I have manifested by now.
必ずやお目覚めと思いました。
I was certain that you had awakened.
ロノウェイ、久しぶりですね。
Ronobe, it's been a long time.
ええ、本当に久しぶりです。
Yes, truly a long time. Who the fuck you?
ロノウェ様を呼びつけに。
This person's talking to Lord Ronobe without using Lord. Yeah, sure.
そして、あなたもお久しぶりですね。
And it's been a long time since I've seen you two.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
こいつ、ベアトリーチェ様までも呼びつけに。
She's not even using Lady for Beatrice, Lady Beatrice.
よい。
Baby treat you. Okay, sure. That works too.
心得るか。
Enough. Don't you know who this is?
ベアトリーチェとは、そもそもそのお方の名。
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
Don't you... The name Beatrice itself is hers.
わらわはそれを受け継いだに過ぎぬ。
I only inherited it from her.
そのお方こそは、わらわの師匠。
This is my teacher.
先代ベアトリーチェ教だ。
The previous Lady Beatrice.
先代ベアトリーチェ教。
The previous Lady Beatrice. Yes, yes, that's what she said.
Little butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the garden of roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa.
これはお師匠様。
Well, well, teacher.
再びお会いできる日が訪れるとは夢にも思いませんでした。
I never even dreamed that we would meet each other again.
ええ、私もですよ。
Yes, neither did I.
よもやまた 眠りを妨げられるとは夢にも思いませんでした。
She said, "Yeah, I didn't hear the word sleep in there." But I guess like it's a phrasing thing because like saying I certainly never dreamed that my dreams would be disturbed would be like a weird way to say it.
In English, yeah.
In English, but that's basically what she said. But I would have said imagined instead of dreamed there, just to maintain that sort of deal. I certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed.
まったく厄介なところでお目覚めになられる。
Such a troublesome time for you to awaken.
いつもの通りお休みであられたなら、第一の晩を何も手こずることなく終えられるのに。
If you had remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble.
いや、むしろ歓迎すべきですかな。
Well, perhaps I should be glad you're here.
少々退屈しておりましたところで。
I was just getting a tad bored.
相変わらず悪趣味な遊びで罪もない人々をもてあそんでいるようですね。
Lady Beatrice, you were much better than your student.
Yeah.
you were a much better person. As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game.
無限の魔女の力は決して人に迷惑をかけることに使ってはならないと何度も教えたはずですよ。
I believe I taught you several times that the power of the endless witch mustn't be used to cause people trouble.
そう言うなよ、お師匠様。退屈は私たちの天敵じゃありませんか。
Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy?
それから逃れるためのちょっとしたスパイスに過ぎませんよ。
This is just a little spice to escape from that.
侵食が進めば進むほどにわらわの力は強くなり、わらわの眷属は呼び出しやすくなる。
The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minions.
しかし、それは同時にお師匠様の封印を解くことにもつながったとはな。
But who would have thought that I would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time?
それを予見していたからこそ。
It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen.
私はこうしてあなたのすぐ近くで眠りについたのですよ。
That I slept so very close to where you were.
願わくば二度と起こされぬことを夢見ながら。
Though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be awoken again.
こうしてあなたと再会してしまったのは私にとってはとても悲しいことです。
Yeah, I fucking bet. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me.
相変わらずお師匠様は食えないな。
You're as cunning as always, teacher.
炉の上、家具の子たちを下げなさい。
Runobe, have that young furniture step back.
家具は主に仕えるだけです。
Furniture only serves its master.
すべての罪は主が背負います。
The master is responsible for all her crimes. Just following orders is not a legit excuse.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Granted, they are homunculi. So,
True,
like,
but also,
you know. But for people, no.
I mean, they seem like people enough to me. But maybe I should not say that because I also have creatures that seem sentient and sapient but are not at all. So maybe it's the same deal here. Certainly, Madame Beatrice.
Granted, like, if someone can unmake you, you know, like, literally just unravel your existence.
Supposedly, some gods can do that. I'm still not saying that. Still not gonna say that, like, they're responsible for everything I do.
True. True enough. Granted, we don't know how much free will they have.
It's true, yeah.
その名はもうその子に譲りました。
I have already passed that name on to this child.
さあ、下がりなさい。
Come now, step back.
家具の娘たち。
Furniture girls.
私は一度聞かぬとしても二度言います。
I may give warnings a second time if you did not listen to the first.
しかし、三度目は口にしませんよ。
However, do not expect to receive a third.
下がりなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
巻き添いになれば塵と化しますよ。
If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain.
下がれ、みんな。
Back, everyone.
Renove and the Seven Sisters retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher, Beatrice, who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
さーて、お師匠様、久しぶりの再会にはどんなお茶のご用意が良いかな。
Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for a long-awaited reunion?
そうですね。ほうき星の訪れよりも久しい再会です。
Let's
もてなして
see.
もらいましょうか。
This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of a comet. Perhaps I will accept your hospitality.
粗相があるようならば、我が名と無限の魔女の称号
If it seems a mistake has been made,
返してもらいますよ。
I'll have you return my name and the title of Endless Witch.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. Just because, like, that's how this is working so far.
無限の魔女にも免許更新制度があったのはな。
So even the title of Endless Witch is a license renewal policy.
仰せのままに、お師匠様。
As you wish, teacher.
あなたの弟子がどれほど立派になったか。
See how splendid your disciple has become.
そして、とっくの昔にどれほどあなたを凌駕したか。とくとご覧に入れましょう。
And see how far she surpassed you so long ago.
The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned into dust by now.
さあ、いらっしゃい、ベアトリーチェ。
So come, Beatrice.
あなたにその名を譲ったことが私の生涯でただ一度の後悔です。
Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life.
その過ちを今自らの手で修正しましょう。
I will now correct that error by my own hands.
そりゃあ違うぜ、お師匠様。
You've got it wrong, teacher.
わらわのただ一度の過ちは
My only
こ
error
の程度の力を学ぶのにあんたに弟子入りしちまったことだぜ。
was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it?
なんだ魔法
What are you calling magic?
だ。何が無限の魔女だ。
What are you calling the Endless
こ
Witch?
んなの気づくだけの力じゃねえかよ。
All you've got is a power that can be gained just by noticing, right?
それをもったいぶって偉そうによ。
And you act as though that's so great and impressive.
お前の出番はとっくに終わってんだよ、お師匠様よ。
Your turn's long over, teacher. Probably flashing lights again.
Yeah, lots of flashing lights This is gonna be even more bombastic.
Yeah, battlers are like, huh? What the fuck? What's going on?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? And yeah, Battler, I can't exactly blame you. That was a lot to take in all at once. Like, the actual sequence of attacks was a bit much.
Yeah. It's like, hold on. What? What's going on? No.
私の弟子が迷惑をかけています。
You poor thing. It seems my disciple is causing you trouble.
And notice she doesn't have a nameplate because she doesn't have a name that she's given herself.
謝ります。
I apologize.
We just went over this, Battler, but okay. Who the heck are you? Why did old Kumasawa turn into a sister like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special kind of special effects are these? Freaking what? Because I just have to check for my own sanity. What movie came out in 1986? Little Shop of Horrors came out in 1986. And Howard the Duck.
I wanna know why people always like see like this weird shit like this and go, oh, they must be filming a movie. And it's like, huh? What? Filming a movie doesn't automatically make lightning strike in places, you fucking weirdos.
Yeah. Okay, Labyrinth. That had decent effects. So yeah, probably one of the better special effects movies was Labyrinth. But still, that's nowhere near what you're seeing in front of you right now.
Yeah.
My head feels like it's gonna explode.
Off like a balloon, bitch.
かつての名はベアトリーチェ。
The original trilogy came out before 1986 of Star Wars, so it could be that.
Yeah.
There's some decent like saber fights in that one. Not quite as flashy as the later ones, but no, go away.
True enough.
Misplaced.
But foreknowledge, I know that they're gonna do effects that go way beyond that.
Oh yeah.
We haven't truly begun the witch battle.
Yeah, I figured not. I am the witch teacher of that child. My old name was Beatrice.
あの子が私を継ぐときにその名を送ったため、今は名を持ちません。
When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name, so I have no name of my own.
あんたがすでに言い切っちまってるが、俺はあんたの弟子のせいで大いに迷惑しているぜ。
Like you've already said, your disciple's been a real pain to me.
責任取って何とかしてくれ。
Please take responsibility and do something. No, wait.
俺はこんなの信じねえぞ。
I don't believe in stuff like this.
魔女も魔法もあるもんか。
As if witches and magic could exist.
こんなめちゃくちゃバトル、俺は認めねえぞ。
I won't accept this messed up battle.
くそったな。俺は何を信じりゃいいんだ。
Damn it, what should I believe?
Flashing lights again.
Yeah, just assume that while intense techno is going on, you have to deal with flashing lights.
あなたらしいとても短気なもてなしですね。
That's just like you. Hospitality with a very quick temper.
さすがお師匠様。
I'd expect nothing less from you, teacher.
この程度じゃバカバカしくてまぶたを開く気にもならないらしい。
It seems this is so trivial to you that you don't even feel like opening your eyes.
島ごとぶっ壊す気でなきゃ無理らしいぜ。
But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island. See?
さあさあおいでなさい。双剣の戦闘。
Shoulder war towers? What? Huh? Come, arise, shoulder war towers. What the fuck is a shoulder war tower? Is this supposed to be a rook? That's a very poor shop.
It is. It really is. Unfortunately, in response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden, and on either side of her shoulders, two massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 meters. Nurse?
Maroots.
They stretch up to 100 meters tall, and each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the gods' army corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds.
Oh, it's a reference to Nausicaa Valley of the Wind.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's about meters. It's equivalent to a meter.
Okay.
Roughly.
As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive two-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. Two massive towers lined up behind her shoulders. The witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees.
蝶に化ければかわせるとか思うなよ。
Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay?
双子島の弾幕密度じゃあんた。虫ピンの昆虫標本どころか、めった刺しの針刺し人形だぜ。
The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't just make you a pin bug sample, it would make you a madly stabbed pincushion, right?
Over 720 ports opened on the towers, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas.
I want a multi-shot ballista. Dude, give me a multi-shot ballista.
Right?
Like, do you mean like a Hwacha or like a Scorpion or something? Or is this like actually like a multi-shot ballista? Like a repeating ballista? Because like either way, I want one. Is that the end of your turn?
それが遺言かよ。
Famous last words.
ぶっ放せ
Blast away. Team Rocket.
Ooh, that's much for even me.
Yeah. And like my fucking office is always pretty dark too, so like that's intense.
Ooh. The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle.
さあさあおいでなさい。墜落せし塔よ。一なる言語を
Arise.
その罪を知らしめよ。
Fallen Tower. Split the single language and let that sin be known.
Tower of Babel.
Mm-hmm. It's the same image, but shopped with fire over it. That's amazing.
It's at least at an angle, I suppose. The sky was stained an iridescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower.
Incandescent, not iridescent.
I thought I said incandescent.
No, you said iridescent, weirdly enough.
Oh, weird. The sky was stained an incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. It's the reality of the fallen tower.
The Sasuga bit like gets me every time.
Oh yeah.
As I'd expect from you, teacher. If you do something, you always do it big. My turn isn't over. Evaldi, really? Okay. Come, arise, sons of Evaldi. Can't get your ass off the cable. Bestow upon me a worthy spear.
As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large.
So, for context, just quickly.
Go ahead.
For context, the Sons of Evaldi are famous dwarven craftsmen, I guess. Blacksmiths mostly, but craftsmen in general. In Norse mythology. I am fairly certain they're the ones that made Gleipnir, but I might be wrong on that one. Gleipnir being the chains that bound Fenrir.
Yeah. It was too...
Also made Gungnir, the flying ship of Freyr, etc., etc. Like a whole bunch of cool stuff.
It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive, gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size.
They also made Mjolnir and Draupnir.
Nice.
So, like, pretty much all the god's stuff was made by these motherfuckers. So you can tell that, like, this is some good shit.
Yeah, it was a spear of certain victory that none could escape.
Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. How foolish to block off your means of escape on both sides.
I do want you to know that some edgy bastard has absolutely drawn a plane flying to Beatrice's towers.
Alright, fair enough. You can't defend against a single spear. Or even a single spear, at least.
When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart, with extreme precision. She danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning.
The middle of the center. Yeah. So you use Gungnir at a moment like this. You really are incredible, teacher. Burst, useless towers. Arise, giant soldier battle line. She said lightning spear, not divine spear. Which is kind of interesting. Well, I mean, lightning is considered divine in Japanese anyway. Or for the language anyway, anyhow, so.
Yeah.
Fully block that divine spear with your shields and chests.
The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. each stretched a full 50 meters into the sky. They lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills.
Power Knight, cool. The weakness is the ankles.
They were as massive as a mountain range.
I don't think there's very many mountain ranges that are only 50 meters tall.
Yeah, I was gonna...
Sorry, but like...
The witch behind them was like a small moon hanging behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle not only from arrows but from the winds and the rain. And for when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
愚かな神聖への敬いを忘れた魔女の哀れなことです。
Foolish, the shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred.
神の槍を巨人ごときで防げるとお思いですか?
Did you think mere giants could defend against the spear of the gods?
道理ですね。人間の金属でいくら武装しようとも、神の槍は防げません。
Indeed, no matter how much human metal you are armed with, you cannot block a shield of the spear of the gods.
マダムの見事なエポレットメイトです。
A wonderful epaulette mate, my madam.
そんな、ベアトリーチェ様。
No way, Lady Beatrice.
もちろん忘れませんともお師匠様。
Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher.
さあさあおいでなさい。ヘパイストスと弟子たち。
Come, arise, disciples of Hephaestus.
我にふさわしき盾を与えたまえ。
You're gonna use Aegis, huh? Bestow upon me a worthy shield. Then you're dead.
Unstoppable force meets a movable object.
Mm-hmm.
A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaf, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. The absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods. The Aegis Shield.
Mm-hmm.
When the Holy Spear, which left a dignified trail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of the gold shield, there was a terrible thunderous roar. The creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and around, and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun.
ありえない。真相を防いだ。
Impossible. She defended against the divine spear.
いいえ、違います。
This is Gungnir we're talking about here. It literally never misses. It's impossible for Gungnir to miss. No, that is not correct.
神なる槍が避けたのです。
The divine spear avoided her.
絶対の槍と絶対の盾は争ってはいけないのが神々の掟。
It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another.
それはつまり防いだのと同じことですがね。
Although, in the end, it means the same thing as defending against it. It's like that spear's not gonna fucking turn around or anything? That's ridiculous. It's fucking Gungnir. It doesn't miss, literally.
Well, yeah, it doesn't miss, but if it can't go through, then...
What should be happening here is, like, it should be homing in and dodging the shield until one, like, the shield or the spear runs out of energy. And then, like, you know, whoever had more energy in their spell wins.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I would play it as. With that rule where they can't actually come into conflict, you would just like, because these aren't the literal things, right? It's not like Odin is here tossing that spear, and it's not like Athena is here holding that shield up. So, like, what should be happening is, like, until the energy that sustains the spells run out, they should be, like, constantly fucking moving around and trying to get around one another. And of course, Beatrice would actually be at the disadvantage in that because she has an actual soldier carrying that shield rather than moving the shield itself.
Yeah.
Using magic. Your skills have improved from engaging in these fights so often.
むしろお師匠様はこういうお遊びが相変わらず苦手なようで。
Or rather, it seems you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher.
わらわからのお返しだ。
It's my turn to strike back.
法典にのっとり、槍には槍でお返ししましょうぞ。
I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear.
The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose. The 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off. With the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30, and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7 giants. And all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern. Then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning.
Hey Ryukishi! You don't need to actually show the numbers.
So that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice.
Like, is the difference between like 1,000 and 18,000 really that big that you need to actually make the numbers? You don't. Don't do that. That's too much. It's over, Lady Beatrice.
さすがやりますね。
I would expect nothing less
まだ
from the madam.
That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher holding aloft the spear of the gods that was supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line.
これでお遊戯の時間はおしまいですよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Playtime is over, Beatrice.
このわらわが側面を許しただと。
Have I exposed my flank?
Her bold expression hadn't flattered even once. Now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more.
さあさあおいでなさい、ドベルグの兄弟たち。
So, the word Dverger is the, not vinegar, Dverger. I know you're not gonna get Dverger, but also, it's not vinegar. The word Dverger, is the plural for dwarf in Norse, in Old Norse. So, she's still talking to the sons of Ivaldi here. Come, arise, Dverger brothers.
我に巨人を砕きし天の鉄槌を与えたまえ。
Summoning Mjolnir, yeah. bestow upon me the giant smashing iron hammer of heaven. I don't know who the fucking, like, King Wilhelm's knights are supposed to be, by the way. That's the only one that I haven't gotten here. Like, everything else, like, I've seen the reference. I don't know who King Wilhelm is supposed to be. Because the only Wilhelm that I can even find in history is, like, a German emperor from, like, the late 1800s. That's it. Whatever. Anyway, giant soldiers, protect me. Yeah, your cat. What are you doing, you blockheads?
By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer.
Back rank mates, rest in peace. Yeah, they're still using chest words here, by the way. Damn it!
Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. That time, the moon disappeared. Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line. In the war tower, she looked up at the sky. And she did it. Inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor of Beatrice rode the horse
I feel
with
like this
him.
is a reference to Odin, because this is how Final Fantasy depicted Odin way back when. But this isn't Odin. That's not what Odin or Sleipnir looks like.
His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow. The spear of the gods was in his hand once more.
It's Odin. God damn it.
In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers in the war tower, attacking from the heavens.
It doesn't even have 8 legs. You got me. Why did it change to this style suddenly?
I don't know, maybe just because it's such a close in.
That could be. Smothered mates. It was fun, Beatrice. I'm not doing that one.
The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder, the sound of the falling rain and wind. You looked around, the rose garden was empty. Butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks, unable to even reach the ground with her feet. Horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly tormented by the wind and rain.
さすが恐ろしいお方です。
As expected, a truly fearsome person.
これで決着です、ベアトリーチェ。
That settles it, Beatrice. She's just complaining. That's all that's happening here. She's just complaining.
Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, as a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more
無限の
pitiful.
魔女の称号と力、そしてベアトリーチェの名を今こそ返してもらいましょう。
Idol and power of the endless witch. You will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice.
無限の魔女を語るにはお前は未熟が過ぎます。
You are too immature to call yourself an endless witch.
やめて、許しておくれよ、お嬢様。
Stop. Forgive me, teacher.
ちょっとふざけただけじゃねえかよ。
She sounds like a child here. Which I guess, like, is the point. But also, she sounds like a child here.
Yeah.
You sounded like you had more to say there?
I'll leave it for a minute.
Okay. I was just fooling around, okay? Like, I don't think this is the end. Obviously not. Otherwise, where the fuck is Beatrice in the other 5 fucking episodes? She's not dead. But, like, I also don't know exactly how the fuck she gets out of this, or if she gets out of it, or if she just, like, the rest of the story is about her earning the title back, maybe, or something? I don't know. Whatever. I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form.
過ぎたる力を手放し、己にふさわしい生を全うするがよいでしょう。
Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな
Come,
姿を
try
して
to
いたの
remember.
か。
What form did you have?
Predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her.
You could have at least given us a shot of her, like, all fucked up. Come
Yeah,
on.
really. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice. And it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。
Try closing your eyes. Try to remember.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did you have?
さあ、ベアトリーチェ、あなたも私と一緒に復唱なさい。
Come, Beatrice. Repeat it with me.
一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。
Let us sing a song together.
そうすれば、すぐに終わりますよ。
Then it will be over soon.
あなたの苦痛が少しでも早く終わります。
Let us end your pain as fast as possible.
そうだな。
You're right.
お師匠様と一緒にお歌を歌うなんて。
How long has it been
どれくらいぶりかな。
since I've sung with you, teacher?
さあ、一緒に。さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, together now. Come, try to remember.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did you have?
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to remember.
あなたが
My instincts are saying it has something to do with the song is how she's gonna get out of this. What form did you have?
When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢様。あなたは私の弟子であることを失いますが、
It will be all right, my lady. You will lose your place as my disciple.
私の仕えるお嬢様であることに変わりはありません。
But that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve.
そうしたらまた一緒にご本を読んで差し上げましょう。
After that, I shall read a book for you again.
リンゴのパイを焼いて差し上げましょう。
I shall bake you apple pies once more,
昔のように。
just like it was long ago.
Yeah, but where were you when she was experiencing all this fucking trauma?
It's sealed, literally.
Yeah, I mean,
We
fair,
already knew
but
that.
also, like, you know, maybe be a little apologetic about that?
Yeah, but it also sounds like Beatrice or Beato had been doing shit like this even before she
Yeah.
was heavily traumatized. So she definitely is not like a good person.
That's fair.
Even like a heavily traumatized good person. Like, she's just like straight up like not a great person at all. Come try to remember.
思い出してごらんなさい。
Yes, try to remember.
そろそろ思い出せてきたかな。
Are you finally starting to remember?
なあ、お師匠様。
Yeah. Hey, teacher.
あんたの後ろにあるそれ。
Did you remember
思い出したかな。
that thing behind you?
何ですか。これは。
What is this?
When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Try to remember. What form did you have?
違うか。
Well, maybe that's not right.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどうやって殺されたのか。
Try to remember. How were you killed?
Omewu Shinderu.
Omewa Shinderu. Nani?
The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away.
これはいつの間に。
This is. When did you?
最初に呼んだのは双剣の塔ではない。
At the beginning, I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers.
四つ子の塔だったのよ。
There were 4 towers.
お師匠様の左右はるかに潜んだ隠し塔が描くセブンスランクルークの死の境界線を。
Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank boundary of death created by the 2 hidden
お
towers,
師匠様はのこのこと踏み越えてきてくれた。
which were lurking in the distance on either side of you.
チェックの発生が遅れてしまったことだけはマナー違反。
It was bad manners of me to say, check this late.
率直に謝ろうぞ。
I simply must apologize. Yeah, I'm not gonna understand that one at all.
Battle had been decided at the very beginning. So basically, Beatrice made towers in front of her and behind her, and lured her into that.
Yeah, but like, the predecessor Beatrice would have fucking noticed, like, getting hit by ballista bolts.
Well, I guess the world of witches is born upon basically belief and interpretation of your form. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, but had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power, and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. So yeah, she basically revived her and wiped her memory of that instant before death.
Alright, fair enough. That makes it make sense then.
Then the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished.
Yeah, I figured it was something to do with the song. Fuck.
Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
楽しかったぞ。お師匠様。また遊び
It
た
was
くな
fun,
るから
teacher.
いつでも蘇らせてやるよ。
If you want to play again, I'll revive you anytime.
それで適当に遊んだら死体だったことをまた思い出させてやるからさ。
And once we've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again.
なあちゃんとあんたの言いつけは守ってるぜ。
See? I did everything you told me to, right?
おもちゃは遊び終わったらちゃんとおもちゃ箱にしまいましょうってな。
Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their boxes when I'm done playing with them?
楽勝でございますかな。
Was it an easy... Oh, that's you.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Wait, was it an easy victory?
Well, it's been a while. Battler hasn't piped up yet.
It's true.
愚か新章だ。
You fool, it was a tough one.
四つ子島で騙せてなかったら死んでおったのはわらわの方よ。
If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead.
Yep, this is just a line I love. Like, no, fuck, I almost died.
さすがはお師匠様。
As I'd expect from teacher.
だがこれで胸が張れるというもの。
But now I can stand proud.
わらわは今こそお師匠様を完全に超えたとな。
And now I've completely surpassed teacher.
ロノウェ、お師匠様の亡骸をもう少しマシにしておけ。
Rono, clean up teacher's remains a bit.
わらわもそこまで敬意を失ってはおらぬでな。
I haven't lost my respect for her that much.
かしこまりました。今宵の第一の晩は少々派手に暴れすぎました。
Certainly. Tonight's first Twilight became a little too riotous.
少しは片付けも必要でしょう。
A little cleanup will be necessary.
すぐに取り掛かります。
I shall see to it immediately.
ヤギ
What
た
would be
ちよ、
fun is
お
if
片付けの時間です
she had to fight the predecessor Beatrice every fucking loop from now on.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Goats, it is time to clean up. So that was like way too fucking high fantasy for me.
That's fair.
With how I was sold on this. It's not that I dislike high fantasy mage battles. I love high fantasy mage.
Yeah, it just wasn't your impression of this.
Yeah, it's the same with like the anime fucking magic sword fight. Like the first time they showed up, it's the same deal. Just it's not what I expected. All right.
When Renove snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Renove's back.
この度は6人の遺体をどのようにいたしますか？
This time, what shall be done about the 6
ま
corpses?
た密室形式に。
Another closed room pattern.
わらわは今それを考える気分にない。
I'm in no mood to think now.
ロノウェに任す。
I will leave it to you, Renove.
I mean, big mood. You did kind of have a lot to do.
Yeah, you did also just like murder your surrogate mother.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
big mood, Captioner.
Big boobs. Excellent.
バトラーを悩ませるようなとびっきりの密室を頼むぞ。
Extraordinary closed room to torment Battler, if you would.
かしこまりました。それではとびきりの。
Certainly. Then it shall be extraordinary.
Yeah, honestly, give Renove a crack at it.
I can think of a lot of fucked up ways to make it even worse for Battler.
それ、バトラーはどこだ?
See, like, another thing here is that, like, how it's supposed to be somewhat possible for Battler to not accept magic and the witch and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And, like, it being this high fantasy kind of witch does not make it easy for it. In fact, I would say it's, like, even impossible to think that, like, this is not magic. Because, like, how the fuck would you do this?
Yeah, you're not thinking in the grounds I'm thinking in, which we've already discussed what my viewpoint is.
Yeah, is like he's considering like everything he's seeing to be fake in some way.
Well, also like, that and a divide between the two worlds. Like there is a physical reason for what's going on. Like obviously what just happened was all in the magical world, but like the actual murders.
Like I know what you're saying there with that. I don't know.
But
like, that would get like layered reality metaphysical very fast, and there hasn't really been any indication of that like in the text of the story yet.
Yeah. I will just say that the people that I know who like this also like Kill 6 Billion Demons.
That's fair, but Kill 6 Billion Demons also doesn't have metaphysical layered reality the same way that you're thinking. So,
okay, fair enough. But there is metaphysical
like, it definitely has
layered.
it does have metaphysical layered reality, just not in that way, not the same way.
Metaphysical layer dressing. I'm not sure how that would taste.
You know, like dark matter probably, or time. So like the way that then again, like we haven't seen enough of the story for me to really say what the actual themes are. Like,
yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff going here and there, but it's all like disparate threads right now and hasn't been tied together with a full-on message from Ryukishi. I would imagine it's something about like trust and how language affects things and perspective and stuff like that. That's what I would imagine, but I don't know.
Yeah, one of the themes I've definitely sussed out is even anybody you consider monstrous has reasons they're doing the things they're doing. It doesn't make it right, doesn't make it okay, but they are people. They're not...
Yeah, that's fair.
They're not caricatures. You know, Ava has reasons for doing the things she's doing. Beatrice definitely has reasons for doing the things she's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, it's just like, so I don't know exactly what themes he's working with here yet. But
yeah.
Like, if I wanted to write something like this, I would not have any high fantasy shenanigans going on at all.
That's fair.
Like, the most high fantasy magic you would see is telekinesis.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
Maybe teleportation. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be flashy, colorful teleportation either. It would just be like, they're there and then they're not, sort of shit.
Yeah, like, I don't know, give the Stake Sisters, like, just regular-ass weapons.
And rather than being the weapon, and also, like, normal fucking clothes.
True, but I don't think you're gonna...
Get the normal fucking clothes.
Yeah, you're not gonna rip the horny out of Ryukishi.
Oh, no, I don't want them to not be horny. I just want them to, like, be wearing clothes, not lingerie.
I mean, that's fair. They are also at least a reference to a previous work, so there is that.
That's fair, yeah. But like, I would have never written him that kind of fucking clothing in the first place. Like the thing that he's referencing in the first, like, it's... So like, all of the magic that I'd be doing is all like subtle manipulation stuff. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
For the most part, there would be like the telekinesis, and the summoning, and the occasional teleports and shit like that.
Yeah.
But like most of what I like, 98% would be like subtle manipulation of probability to where people just get themselves fucking killed in random ways.
Yeah, we will have to see, because there's definitely some themes about witches coming up that having this level of magic makes it even more, like, grueling. So we'll
That's
see.
Fair.
We'll see that, and then we'll see what the actual themes are come the answers arc, I'm sure.
Yeah, so like in all of these instances, like say for example, the way that I would have a witch kill the 6 people, the 6 sacrifices in the chapel the last time, is I would have a demon possess one of their bodies and do it. Just like that, and then do it to themselves, right? Something like that, rather than like I don't know exactly what happened. And like any magic battles would be like done with actual weapons while also manipulating probability at the same time.
Yeah, I get you. Basically do some more stuff like Genji had been doing so far with, like, you know, being able to throw real knives.
Yeah, like very subtle stuff, things that you could easily mistake for being like real mundane things. And just like the right luck is involved, right?
Yeah.
Like this fight between like the two Beatrices here would not have like done like all of this huge summoning stuff with the Spear of the Gods and Odin and like the Sons of Ivaldi and Aegis and all of that stuff. No, they mostly just like stand there and stare at each other for like 5 minutes with like random shit happening around them. Like lightning bolts, shit falling out of the sky, things like just like rocks falling, anything, all kinds of random shit that you'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? But also, you could probably come up with an explanation for. Like that's how I like my weird like urban fantasy magic. Like I like high fantasy, urban fantasy stuff. Like Shadowrun is my jam, but I usually prefer it to be far more subtle and understated. It's
Fair
like,
enough.
yeah, you could throw a fucking fireball at a motherfucker. Like, you could go high fantasy on it. But that costs so much more than, like, flipping a coin and getting a lightning bolt to hit your enemy. Or, like, someone to drop a fucking piano at exactly the right time when they're walking down the road. You know? That sort of shit. Like, it would be Looney Tunes deaths, not, like... or not Looney Tunes, like, Final Destination deaths, right? Not, like, people getting tortured. It's like shit would just be going wrong at exactly the right time in exactly the right way. Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment? It was praise from her prisoner.
And actually, give me just a bit. I need to take a quick bio break.
Yeah. He can read the future a little bit.
Yeah.
I can do a little bit of telekinesis. And that's it. Instead, we got like the full-on high fantasy. I can summon blades of energy and light and shields and barriers that like physically block movement and shit. This is like that's the level we're working with, which is already pretty high level, I would assume. Because if it's not, then like everyone would be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And
like the Seven Sisters would not be surprised at Canon like managing to beat one of them in that case.
Yeah,
because they'd be like, okay, this is like normal.
Yeah. And this is only happening on Broken Jima because there's enough people here who are isolated and believe in magic.
Yeah, it's just like... So I don't have a scale of like, how far above a normal human practitioner of magic are the Great Witches? I don't know. It's like, obviously they can make some really fucking weird shit happen. Some very high-scale, large... structures and entities and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like they could
apparently, if we take her at her word and say she created the Seven Sisters literally, then that just means she can also create sapient life.
Mm-hmm.
So they're basically gods. But what does a normal practitioner look like?
Which, by the way, there is a line that Renobe says to Genji that's different depending on who's doing the translation.
Yeah.
He says, "You are my greatest servant" in our version, but in another version, he says, "You are my greatest creation."
Ooh.
So I don't know which is true.
That could also mean student specifically.
Yeah, it could just mean
I
trained.
created this like assassin by training them. Like it's just in the example I gave while you were gone of like what kind of like mage fight I would have is like two mages fighting over a coin, like flipping a coin and having them choose like which side will be the one that lands up, heads or tails, and then using any method, including like a small scale teleportation, small scale transmutation, little illusions, manipulation of chance and probability, like bursts of wind, telekinesis, even electromagnetism, etc. Like anything to do this, because like you could say, these battles, these high fantasy mage battles, are cool and flashy and fun, and they are. I love high fantasy battles, but that also uses a whole fucking lot of magic power, right? I would assume at least.
Yeah, which I am excited to see what that's like in the manga.
Yeah, like it depends on like what your setting is, but generally speaking, magic has a cost in any setting, whether it's high fantasy, low fantasy, urban fantasy, historical fantasy, whatever. It has a cost of some kind, even if it's something as simple as like it tires me out to use.
Yeah,
you would not want to do these huge flashy things most of the time, right? You would want to do tiny little manipulations.
Yeah, and at the very least, we have to presume that each of them prepped their ideas beforehand.
Right, yeah.
Like, did something to contract the Evaldi brothers.
Yeah, or like learned a spell or something like that. That would like the end part of the invocation is the Evaldi brothers.
Yeah,
it's something.
Yeah, basically, prepped it beforehand, whatever amount of ritual magic, just to have that in their back pocket when they needed it.
Mm-hmm. And like, so of course, like this costs a huge amount of magic power because like she even says that like it gets used up. It takes a bit to maintain even her form. And that's so
yeah.
So it's like there is obviously a cost here. Why would you want to burn that much in a fight between two mages when you could do these tiny little things that like demonstrate, rather than a vast store of power, it demonstrates huge and incredible mastery and strategy.
Yeah, though that might say something about Beatrice's mentality, because she's the one who kind of set up this fight.
Yeah, and like that's also her teacher there, so it could just be the Beatrices that are like this. Maybe Burn Castell or Lambda Delta are more into the fucking manipulation shit.
Yeah, which
could be.
Which Lambda Delta definitely did certain manipulations in Higurashi, because Higurashi was all about like people being manipulated into doing horrible, horrible things on camera,
and
rather than
like outright like high magic shit.
Yeah, like a lot of it was.
I mean, that's okay.
A lot of it was people just who know each other, but for some reason they were killing each other and nobody could figure out why.
Yeah, I do remember that. Like, it's like, who's gonna go off the rails in this loop, and who are they gonna kill first?
Yep. So, Lambda Delta was much more in that manipulation. Like, she eventually took over the form of the character that looked like her, but...
Like, Beatrice has done a little bit of that as well, but like, as soon as like the second loop hit, it went full high fantasy with no ramp up. It was just like, we just got hit out of nowhere with energy beam swords. And like fighting demons and shit.
Yeah.
And there was no ramp up of like imps or anything. Like, it just, I
get what you're saying. Like, it was this, then the, it was the subtle stuff at the very beginning. And then
the first loop, and that was it.
Yeah, and then it was fucking laser swords and goats.
Yeah, laser swords and goat demons. Like, it went from subtle manipulation to that immediately. Like, no ramp up, no hints, no foreshadowing. It was just boom, there you go. Here, have a demon. Here, have a laser fight.
Yeah, which, who knows, maybe Umineko was meant to be Ryukishi's kind of take on the high fantasy.
The high urban fantasy based.
Yeah, higher fantasy than Higurashi anyway. Because, Sicornio, or whatever it's called, I'd have to... is, basically fucking post-World War III.
Let's save here, because it's getting close to midnight, and we can just, like, chill for the next 15 minutes talking about this. So they're getting wrapped up for the new scene. Excellent. So, like, I think that is a problem for me so far.
That's fair.
And it's not that it's necessarily... I mean, actually, yes. In fact, I think the sun ramp up with no foreshadowing is bad. I do think that's bad. That's improper pacing, is what I'd call that. Yeah. Not like poor writing or prose necessarily, although I've already covered that. Like, I don't like Ryukishi's prose.
Yeah.
It's too repetitive, repetitious, whatever. It repeats too often in all the wrong ways. And it's not... It doesn't flow naturally enough, I think. But anyway, like, I think this pacing issue, not with these story beats themselves, but with the ramp up of the power scaling. You shouldn't call it power scaling because that has a completely different connotation to most people. But I just can't think of another way to call it right now.
Yeah,
the scale of the magic has ramped up way too fast.
Yeah, that's fair. But I guess Ryukishi is going, well, fuck, we are kind of halfway through the questions arc.
Yeah, I know. I think the pacing should have been planned better. I don't know. I'm just gonna say this. I don't know how deeply Ryukishi planned everything, how deep the outline went, or if there even was an outline for the story to begin with. I don't know.
Yeah, at the very least, it seems that he sticks to this structure. There are 4 episodes in each arc and 2 arcs. So, questions arc, answers arc. And that's true for across all of them.
Okay, so that's fair. But like it's very common in I mean, it's still professional because they're getting paid, but like, you know what I mean, like self-published stuff.
Yeah, stuff that doesn't have a lot of writers giving their opinions on it.
Yeah, and like an editor and stuff like that. Like when you self-publish.
Yeah, like
it's very common for authors to not fully plan out what they're writing.
Yeah, like and this is true because Teacher Beatrice was introduced not on a whim, but upon seeing that people had a hard time grasping some of the concepts. So
like
the original episode 3 was scrapped in favor of this.
Yeah. So, like, and I've done this myself. Like, on purpose, I've done this myself. And just, like, went into writing a thing without an outline, without, like, a detailed outline, etc., etc. But I usually also have a full outline. I have the broad strokes of the major story, and then the full outline of each arc, and then, like, I have, like, a basic, like, 1 or 2 sentence breakdown of what's going to happen in each chapter. Right? That's how you're supposed to do it if you're going to be doing structured writing. However, most people who publish their work online and not through like a publishing house or what have you, and haven't taken like classes on it, which is me, of course. I'm not doing either of these things, but I'm sort of slightly exception to this. Most people who don't do those things don't plan out their work at all, which is how you get web novels with over 1,000 chapters, right?
Yeah.
And like web comics that have the pacing of a fucking glacial movement and shit like that, because like it's just not planned out. Like they don't go into it planning to tell a full self-contained story and nobody know where that story is going, right? It's all right. Like if you have to like move your chapters around, move scenes around in your chapters, move concepts around between chapters, move whole chapters into a different arcs and shit like that. That happens. That's normal. What isn't okay is when you don't even know where your story is going, which happens a lot in this like self-published thing. And you can usually tell when this is happening because the pacing will be a little wonky in places, and then you will find that the story itself changes based on the like the later chapters will change based on the feedback gotten in the early chapters, which is not always a good thing. It's not. You may think it's like, oh, the fans will tell me what they want. Fans don't always know what they want. The customer, like when it says the customer is always right, that means that like if no one is buying a thing, then stop selling the thing. It doesn't mean that they always know what they want or what they need. All right, like you gotta actually like show it to them and have them try it before like you can know if they want or need that. So it's like sometimes you just gotta fucking commit to the story that you've already planned and just hope that it makes sense in retrospect. And then if it doesn't, you have learned. It's when you're posting the chapters chapter by chapter or arc by arc or what have you that it becomes an issue because people say, oh, I don't understand this thing, or oh, I don't like this character. And it's like, well, you're not supposed to like them yet. You're not supposed to understand yet. But then a lot of authors will also get like nervous about that. They'll get anxious and like, people don't like my thing. I should change it. I should change the thing. No, don't change it. Change it yet. It's once you finish the whole thing and have the whole draft out, and if people still think it's bad, rewrite it.
Yeah, though in this case, that's kind of not how Ryukishi rolls. Like, he definitely responds to feedback because he does release these for Comic Hats first.
Yeah, like, I absolutely understand why Ryukishi does it this way. And, like, it's not necessarily a bad way to be if you can pick out the good criticism from the bad.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
This is also what, like, Ryukishi's second one?
Yeah, this is.
I don't think he's good at picking out the criticism yet in this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
he's not experienced enough, maybe.
Yeah, maybe not. We'll have to see what Silent Hill F looks like and what Zirconia looks like.
Yeah, like, I'm sure Ryukishi is way better at this sort of writing now. But this was published, what, 15, 18 years ago? Is it 2007? Is that 18? Is it something? No, it's 17. 17 years.
Yeah.
I think it's 2007, right? Or maybe it's 2009.
2010. It was March 2nd, 2010.
Its first episode debuted at Comic Con 72 for Windows in August 2007.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no.
Episode.
No, that was
episode 3, though, was in 2010.
That might have been the manga, actually, looking at it, because it mentions a volume as well.
Yeah, let's see. First episode.
Yeah, let's see.
Second, third. Gameplay, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, August 16, 2008.
Oh, yeah, Banquet of the Golden Witch, 2008. All right, cool. So that's 16 years ago. So, like, obviously, Ryukishi is far more experienced and better and more skilled and knowledgeable now. Whether or not he's good or bad at taking the right kinds of criticism now, I don't know, because I just don't know him. And I haven't seen his modern work, so I can't even, like, make a guess. But I would assume he's better at it than he was, like, when he wrote this.
And the thing is, like, he doesn't release a lot, because he does, you know, like, one of the only things he's doing right now is Silent Hill F, which we haven't seen a bit of yet.
Yeah.
There is the first chapter, or the first episode of Zirconia.
Search out here. Wolf, Demon Hearts. Let's see. What the hell? So I'm gonna pull my my note fucking thingy over my main screen if I can get my mouse to stop being a dickhead about it. There we go. So, like, this is what I mean, like, when I say that, like, I plan out even the chapters. You can see, like, it's each chapter and a whole bunch of notes for, like, everything that's going on at certain points and so on and so forth. And here's a summary for the whole, like, thing. This is the premise. This is the entire first arc. Like, this is what I mean by, like, actually planning out, like, what you're writing. It's more than a design document. It's a full-on, like, summary of each chapter, right? For this one arc. I need to convert the other arcs into Markdown. I just haven't done it yet. Otherwise, I'd show it to you right now. I just haven't done it. But the whole story, like all 3 arcs, the entire story, where it ends up, the whole point, everything is already all planned out for Demon Heart. I just haven't written it all yet. I haven't, like, written the actual scenes for it yet.
Yeah.
But this is what I mean, like, when it's planned out. But you can see under Arc Wolf, there's no plan here at all. And that was the kind of the point between these two things. That's why I chose to do them each way, is to see how they would both turn out with those two things. I did kind of, like, I was talking to Mal after writing a chapter of Demon Heart, and I was like, I kind of want to make some, like, Red Riding Hood, Big Bad Wolf gay, because, like, no one, it's not very common. Like, I don't want to write that, so I was like, okay, maybe I'll just write that. And I won't plan it out at all. I'll just write that. I'll get the basic premise. I'll figure out how she, like, the wolf gets a human body, and I'll figure out who the woodsman is, which is going to be the love interest, and that's it. Like, I'll figure out how the system works and shit, and boom, and I'll just write it from there and see what happens.
Oh,
and
God.
It's actually gone pretty well.
Oh, gosh. It is 44 degrees Celsius where a friend of mine is.
Oh, no, that's not good. This is way too hot.
But yeah, definitely understandable. Like,
yeah.
And we can dive more into this on Monday and see where things are going. I would suggest rating Starlight Katie, but unfortunately they are further ahead than us.
Sad.
And in
I
fact,
was wondering why we didn't get a raid from Starlight Katie today. It's because Katie's still going. Okay.
Yup. And
That's fair.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think she's even, because I just took a quick peek, is actually further ahead in the story than I was even at reading it.
Oh no. So we fell behind a lot with this last week and a half, huh?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, we will press on Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I'm kind of curious what other authors do with their visual novels, but I also don't know many visual novels that I'm actually interested in the first place, so.
Yeah, I will ask for recommendations from people who I know who like Umineko, and just kind of see, because I actually don't know of any visual novels I'm necessarily interested in either. And we won't do those on stream, but just out of curiosity.
Yeah, because, like, I'm not opposed to doing them on stream. But my thing is, like, am I actually going to be interested in this thing? And for the most part, whenever I see a visual novel, I'll read it and then, like, look at the art and be like, one of these things is offensive to me in various ways.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things we'll have to, we'll have to see. But also, visual novels are a huge time investment, as we've seen.
Yeah, especially for, like, streaming. If I was on my own, I would be blasted through all of this already. I would have already had done all 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Though I am...
I read very, very fast, all right?
Yeah, though I am glad I've actually...
in, like, a couple of days.
Yeah, I'm glad I've actually gotten the game, though, because hearing the voice acting in more detail, because, like, the Let's Play I was listening to and reading, had some of these scenes done, but not all of them. And I think it's much better to kind of go through it slowly and have to read each line. Because, you know, the ADHD can sometimes get to me and make me not really absorb what's going on.
Yeah, and just like for a quick disclaimer, I may be criticizing Ryukishi's writing and this specific story a lot. That does not mean I don't like it. It's fine. It's good. But I would qualify it as around like a 7 out of 10. So
yeah, like it's just
maybe it'll bump up more, maybe it'll go down. I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's criticizing what we like, and so far we do like it. It's just there were some mistakes. There's some immaturities that Ryukishi kind of had to get out of.
Yeah, there's missteps in the writing, the pacing, the world building, and the translation.
Yeah, but you know. For anybody who puts legitimate effort into doing a thing, I'm usually impressed by them.
Yeah, like, fucking Ryukishi, like, published 8 goddamn, like, visual novel chapters, right? Like,
yeah.
Fuck, dude. Well done.
Yeah, well done. And in fact...
maybe amateurish in places, but well done.
You know, and when we're talking about Higurashi and this, fucking 16.
Yeah, exactly. Like... You will never find me like telling an amateur creator of any kind to stop doing the thing, like to stop making stuff. I will just tell them, hey, don't do this specific thing. Here's how you do this bit. If you're curious, I can teach you more about this thing or that thing or whatever. And you can ask my wild pack of lesbians any time of the day. Whenever someone posts like some amateur art because like they've only been drawing for 6 months or whatever, I'm like, hey, I really like that you've improved on this bit right here. That's really nice. I can see your improvement. Keep going. Keep working at it. You're getting better. You know, like that's how I am to actual amateur stuff. But I'm also doing a critique thing here on this.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't want to actually discuss the media that I was streaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like we wouldn't be doing this if Kat wasn't interested. I knew Kat would be interested, which is why I wrote them into this.
Yeah. It's just that like. Getting my expectations proper for like what was going to happen and how high fantasy would be spoilers. So,
yeah, like it was definitely.
This is not Mal's fault that I had different expectations.
Yeah, like it was definitely a bit of, you know, deciding exactly what to show Kat that are good character moments without spoiling the whole goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like seeing Kiri from later on with a gun doesn't actually tell them that much.
Except for that there's a gun that's not the mare's leg.
Yeah.
That's all it really tells me. Because I'm pretty sure it's like a Spaz 12 or whatever that I saw in that screenshot.
Yeah, which we are fast approaching all of this nonsense.
Sometime in the next couple of scenes or something like that.
Yeah, which honestly we will be close, if not completely, through everything I know in 1 to 2 weeks, I think. At most.
Right on.
Because, let's see. I can still use the Let's Play for now as a benchmark. Let's see.
So my big thing that I like questioning about this setting so far is whether this is a setting thing or if this is just how Ryukishi believed this works at the time.
Yeah, and actually,
people don't actually get to believe or like choose what they believe. There's no conscious choice on that. It's just like whether or not you can tell what you believe, right?
Yeah. And actually, let's just go through the next like 5 minutes of this because we'll end on a stinger.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go.
Damn it. After being showed that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny? Forget just witches existing.
Like, the point that I was just making too.
After being
It's
shown
like,
that
you don't get
tremendous
to
flashy
choose what you
fantasy,
believe.
what can I deny now?
もうわかんねえ
I don't get it
前
anymore.
回もそうだがこのイーカス的なマジカルバトルをどう否定すりゃいいんだよ
It was like that last time too. But how can I deny these awesome, wonderful, magical battles?
だよな。こんなの
Isn't
いつ
that
だ
right?
ったらもう言い逃れはできねえもんな。
After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it, right?
さあバトラー、とんでも推理を聞かせてくれよ。
Okay, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Fuck, now I want some Yankee gay. Like, ever since I brought up the Yankee thing, like, all I've got in my brain, like, whenever she's speaking is, like, yeah, that's just the Yankee accent, but, like, spoken with proper, like, dignified Japanese. It... Fuck. My lady, your laugh is becoming undignified.
おお、これはすまぬ。しかしわらわの責任ではないぞ。
Oh, my apologies, but that isn't my fault.
ずっと両目を固く閉じてキリキリギリギリ歯ぎしりするなんとも悔しそうなその表情を見せられると。
After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression,
自然とわらわの口か
it
ら
just automatically slips out of my mouth, you
漏
see.
れてしまうものでな。
さあ、バトラ様。
Yeah, that sing-songy, sort of like stretching of the syllables at the end of sentences. Like, it's so very Yankee, or at least how Yankees are like
Depicted in
portrayed
media.
in modern
Yeah.
Japanese media. And it's just like, I can't get it out of my brain now. Ever since I brought that like memory up, it's just, Beatrice is a well-dressed Yankee.
She is indeed.
Like, I'm just waiting for her to whip out a fucking nail bat from under her skirts. So, the Lord Battler, why don't you return to the table without losing heart?
お嬢様はバトラ様の反撃を期待されておりますよ。
My lady is expecting your counterattack, you see.
ふざけるな
Quit messing with me.
何をどう反論すりゃいいってんだ
How the hell can I make a counter argument?
まずあの塔が地面から生えてきたあたりからもうめちゃくちゃだろうが
In the first place, everything was already screwed up when that tower sprouted out of the earth.
実は六軒島の地下に合体変形巨大ロボの秘密研究所でもあって
Should I say that under the ground in Rokkenjima, there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something? I mean, you could.
You could. You just did.
ボタン一つでおかしな塔が生えてくるってのか
And that pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up?
なあそれならあのでけえ巨人どもはきっとロボットだぜ
And then those huge giants must be the robots.
あるいは悪の秘密結社のメカ怪獣かもな
Or maybe an evil secret association's mecha monster.
Fuck yeah. Alright.
わけわかんねえよ
I don't get it.
俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ
Like, I think Beatrice doing like the probability manipulation thing would have like dragged this out a lot more too. It made it more enjoyable for her to like watch him struggle
for sure.
as like she slowly ramped up the magic. Like that would have been such better pacing.
Don't talk to
We'll
me,
see,
I'm
like, what the
angry.
actual thing is. We'll see what the actual like the rest of it is and see if it fits or
ほ
not.
らほら
We'll see.
ほらほら泣くなよ。
Look, don't cry, okay?
魔法でドッカンドッカン。
Bang, bang, it's magic.
そなたが望むなら月だって砕くし、水星を雨のようにだって降らすさ。
If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain.
お前好みのムチムチ姉ちゃんで島を埋め尽くしてやってもいいんだ
Come
ぜ。
on, please. I can even bury the whole island in those massive-breasted sisters that you like so much. See? Stop it, Ember. I'll feed you in a second. I know it's time. All right, I know. Just give me like 3 minutes. It'll be all right. Come on. Look. My turn's over. See? I know, Ember. You're so hungry.
反撃しろよ。
You haven't haven't eaten in like 6 hours. You're so hungry. You've never been fed in your entire life. Show me your response. Launch your counterattack.
できねえだろ
You can't, can you?
できねえのは船長も承知よ
Except that there's a quadrillion things you can't do. I'm pretty sure the word used there was like 10,000, but that's because in East Asian languages, or cultures at least, the phrase 10,000 is used to mean like an uncountable number. It's just like a stand-in, the same way that we say hundreds, right? Or 1,000, like, you know, we say like there's 1,000 different things I could have done. Probably not actually 1,000, but you don't want to actually count, and it's just some huge number that like gets the point across. It's the same thing. So like whenever you see like stuff translated into media, like 10,000 flower petals or whatever, it's not actually 10,000. They don't literally mean 10,000. It just means an uncountable number that you don't want to actually count. You're useless against this, right?
Yeah, like Sen's Fortress in Dark Souls 1, it's probably 1,000 or 10,000, you know, traps fortress, basically.
Yeah, something like that. Or like earlier when it was saying like 18,900, that's what I was saying, is like he should have just said 10,000. Or just thousands or something like that to get the point across without actually having a hard number. You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you?
知ってんだよ今時こんなの巷にいくらでも溢れてるじゃねえか
I get it. That's been going around on the streets lately, hasn't it? As the kids say. In manga, in light novels, in anime, in movies.
10代くらいのガキンチョたちがおかしな特殊能力いっぱい持ってて世界の命運かけてドッカンバッカンやるやつ
Some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange special abilities and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. If Battler doesn't become a witch, I'm gonna fucking riot. Like, I feel like he should, right?
Yeah. Like, at the end of this, he really fucking should. Just...
Like, even if he's not like a great witch, he should have something, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Maybe even just the ability to use the red. Something. You love that, don't you?
Well, welcome in, and thank you for following Contemporary DS6. We will be finishing up here shortly, but thank you for following.
Yep, we'll be back on Monday, though.
Yes, we will be back on Monday.
I know, don't hide it. You love it, right?
そのお前の大好きなやつがちょいと目の前で披露されただけじゃねえかよ
Hasn't the thing you love just been displayed before your very eyes?
どうして漫画やアニメのそれは信じてくれるのにわらわのだけ信じてくれねえ
It's like this pouty wine. It's like pouty wine mixed with the Yankee accent.
Yeah.
It's so powerful. Oh my god. Why do you believe it in manga and anime, but you won't believe in me?
信じろよ信じろよ信じちまえよ
Believe, believe, believe it.
反論なんかできねえさこうして見せられちまったんだからな
You can't argue back, not after you've shown something like this, right?
ほらほらほらほら返事をしろよ思考はいらねえ素直にごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様って言えいいんだよ
God damn it. Like, it's powerful not in that I find it cute or that it's intimidating, but just that it's really fucking funny.
Yeah, it's incredibly
Katie, hi!
fun.
Hi! Hello! Well, thank you for the raid. And Reprisal 2, thank you for the follow. You caught us, like, near the end, though, so... Hi! But how's everyone doing? I hope you guys have a good stream. Hi, Ember. How you doing, buddy?
Yep,
You're very handsome, and I'll feed you right after we end the stream in a couple of minutes. It's okay.
Yep, we're going to end right at the stinger here, so we're almost done.
Yep. Nerd for Umineko, we make funny jokes. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Doniel. I was hoping someone would notice the stream title today. Because it's very windy here today. I live in a desert, so it gets very windy sometimes, and today is one of those days. Look, answer. You don't need to think. You can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Lady Beatrice.
ほらほら言ってみろよ。
Excellent, Katie. Very well done.
って言ってみろよ。
Look, try saying it. I'm sorry, Lady Beatrice. Try saying it. Say it. Don't be embarrassed. Come on, Ballard.
And there we go. Now we will finish up. Oh yeah, the witch anime battle was fun.
Okay, I caught like almost all of the references in the witch anime battle, except for the King Wilhelm's soldiers. I have no idea what that's referencing, because the only King Wilhelm I know is actually Emperor Wilhelm II in fucking like the German Empire. So like I have no idea what the fuck that was. But I caught everything else.
Yeah.
And just to repeat what I was saying earlier before you guys came in, we started like getting to doing the rest of the scene there. I didn't like it. Like, I like high fantasy anime battles, don't get me wrong, but I think that the magic in Umineko has ramped up too much too fast for it to be like good pacing. So I think that should have been done in like episode 7 or something like that. Like, still keep it subtle in like barely there in episode 2 and 3. But that's like my personal opinion. And I don't know if that's going to remain my personal opinion over the course of the next episodes. Right.
Yeah. So we will see on that front. And just for the YouTube side, I'll say see you later. Thank you very much for joining us, and join us again on Monday. But we will talk to the Twitch side for just a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.